I'm a big dog, yeah. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette, yeah. Ride around the field with a stick all black. Try with a stroke, but we ain't with all that, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Made $1 million and I can't go back. Got a lot of jewelry on me, man, you can't hold that. 12 asking better, tell him that I ain't so crack. Know your money long when your people can't fold that. I'm ballin', yeah. My mama told me that did my calling. I keep that stick, I don't do no brawling. Open out the doors and let them all in here. Yeah, they all in here. Ooh, big dog. We come out the pants, so we big dog. Heavy patty gun, they break my wrist off. I'm young out of rocket, about to lead dog. 3, 2, 1, I got big dog status, I'm a big dog, bitch.
What's up, y'all? Happy Friday. Welcome to the Friday Live Helpcast. You caught me bopping to the music because that is a dope intro. Kudos to my video editor, Judd. I be on the one. I said, man, it's got to be hype. It's got to get the people hype. When you come to the Friday Live, I was about to say podcast, the Friday Live Helpcast, you got to be hype. Why? It's Friday. As E.T. the hip-hop preacher would say, thank God it's Monday. I'm saying today, thank God it is Friday. I am your hostess, the mostess, Diana Gladney. And whether you got a question, whether you need some camaraderie, because sometimes nobody knows what the heck we're doing with this content creation stuff, whether it be in your family, your friends, hell, it could be your spouse. They just know you dip away for a while, you make some videos, and somehow stuff happens. They don't get it. They don't really understand it. They're proud of you. They're happy for you, allegedly, hopefully, but they don't know. So I know people in the chat, we know. So if you got a question, make sure you start that with a Q and a colon, the little dot, and then it'll allegedly help me get to your questions faster. But the whole point of the Friday Live Helpcast is so that you can get help, whether you have to hop on, you're stepping away from work for a little minute. All of that stuff is fine with me. I'm not gonna tell. I used to do the same things when I worked at the bank. And they'd be like, oh, I have a journal. My journal's here. Set it out the way. So this is my current one. I have a little journal like this on my desk. And so I'd be writing stuff all day with headphones, right? And they'd be like, Dan, are you like going through like the company stuff and like you're just like getting really educated on what, like, you know, what's happening with the company? I was like, no. I'm doing this for me. So you come to the Friday Live Helpcast. It's all about helping you reach wider, connected with the people that need you the most, because I believe out of all the mediums out there, video content creation is the best. So if you are dipping in, I appreciate you. Whether you're watching this live on the replay, I appreciate you being here, spending some time with me. Let's get to the chat, see who we got live in the Helpcast today. We got T. Davis over here talking, man, pulled and bought the A6700. Well, kudos to you, brother. You know what? That's something I'm seeing in the comments this week on the channel. A lot of people are like, if the price makes sense, then they're going from like, it's like, no, it's too close. Like I had a comment somebody mentioned that I just answered this morning saying like, no, man, the price is too close between the ZV-E10 Mark II and the A6700. So I'm going with the A6700 and I'm like, fair game, I get it. Because here's the thing. I encourage each and every last one of you, buy what is right for you. Not what's highly recommended, not what's highly touted and talked about. Buy what's right for you. I'm always going to be one to support that decision. We do cover the latest cameras on the channel simply because if it is your day one getting into content creation or you are looking to upgrade and stuff like that, I try to come at stuff from a realistic perspective. Like I'm all for doing videos that rank well and come up in search and I hashtag all that stuff. I'm all for that. I'm all for videos that or stuff like this. It's more community based. I'm all for it. But at the end of the day, when you hold your wallet in your hand and you're looking at your series of zeros and ones in your bank account, you got to do what's right for you. And for some of y'all fellas, because the audience is like, we're at like a 93 something % all male audience. So for the small difference that is women in the audience, welcome, appreciate you. But don't have y'all spouses, don't have your wives come be like, when you see me in person, they're like, oh, my husband spent all this money. Ma'am, I'm not responsible. I can't be held responsible. But I try to do the stuff that makes the most sense financially for you based on what you're sharing with me. Because sometimes it's don't upgrade. Sometimes it's like, no, calm down. You don't need it. Or it's like, that's the right decision. Or, you know, if you're truly asking me between the two, what would I decide between X and X or whatever, then it's like, yeah, that makes the most sense. So I get it. What is up, Kombucha in the chat? You see that wrench she got right there? Kombucha's been a long time person on the channel. Actually, matter of fact, Kombucha, I got something for you. So these came in finally. These are going out with my audiobook release, the One Right video. But Kombucha, message me. I want to send you one of these in advance. All right, you've been a long time supporter of the channel as well as moderator, so kudos to you. Send me your address. It could be on Instagram or email or what have you, and I'll get you sent one of those out. Coffee's piping hot. All right. What is up, Alan Jones? Good to see you. Glad that you are here. Welcome to the Friday Live Helpcast. Good to see you. Good to see you. Saying, yeah, the music is fire. Yeah, I'm saying it's like, I need to find a way so that I'm probably going to adjust the playlist, the live stream playlist. So when that song ends, because it cuts off a little too quick for me. Okay, I'm still rocking. But yeah, I told my video, I'm like, man, it needs to be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and he did his thing with it, so I appreciate it. Saying hello from the Philippines, Manila Martin. Good to see you. Glad that you are here. Let's see. Saying the baby is awake. So shout out to you. I just did 2 shout outs this morning saying the baby is awake. So I finally caught one of your streams. Welcome, Judd. Good to see you. Glad that you're here. Shout out to Judd, always making the magic happen on the channel with the videos. Always appreciate you, brother. Glad that you are here, and brand new baby. So y'all give Judd some love, give him some hearts. Got a brand new newborn in his house, and probably needing a little bit of sleep. Saying, you ain't lying. I try to explain streaming to my husband, and he's like, why do people watch that? Okay, I understand. I get it. Content creation is a weird beast, right? And shout out to the folks over on Instagram. My apologies. I closed down the little thing for the stream, so I don't even know if we live on Instagram. Over on Instagram. Let me see if I can pull that up, at least maybe on my phone, and then, you know, fix whatever I did wrong. You see, we not split screen today, okay? Because whatever happened before drove me bananas. Yeah, I don't know how to fix that with the Instagram thing, or yeah. So my bad if you're live and I don't see you. I have no idea what's happening over there. I was supposed to be, allegedly. So we'll move. If you need to drop a comment, Instagram, drop it over here on YouTube. That's at Diana Gladney. Saying, trying to explain live streaming content creation. Nobody knows what the heck it is. It's just, they don't get it. But once you get in it, you're in it. And then you're like, these are my people. This is where everybody is. Finally, it's like, you know what I'm saying? There's some goodness going on. Saying, wow, 93% male. Yeah, the camera industry is very male dominated. The whole space is. Look on YouTube. You'll see more of us women now on YouTube in this space. I'm definitely a minority of a minority. It's like it's mostly men, Caucasian men that are predominant. It's like predominant Caucasian men, and then just male as a whole. That's mostly in the camera space, and then it's like women. Like on YouTube, like I said, still you don't see us that much. And so what I mean when I say a minority of a minority is like the women creators that are talking about cameras and tech and stuff like that, not just like phones, phone cases, charging cables, laptops, not tech in that aspect. Just like if you think about camera tech stuff, it's a small group of us women, and then there's a smaller group of us that are women that are creators of color, or black creators like myself. So like I said, minority of the minority already right there, but it's not a lot. So the audience, mostly male, even though the industry wise, I don't know how that works out, but it's like, it's cool. And it's saying we appreciate the 7%. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Be one of the 7%. What is up, K-Walk Comedy? Good to see you. Glad that you are here. Saying happy Friday vibes. Indeed. Saying Kale. Oh, okay. Okay. I think you mean HELL or something like that, allegedly. We'll see. Saying I messaged you, saying thanks, I need some water right now, actually. So I'm saying I have my other big crazy cup is over yonder. So once this goes out, but the thing I like about this one, I have had this in, what was it, like 97, 98 degree days that we had. Left it in the car, went in, running errands and stuff like that or whatever in the store. I go to a shopping center, whatever. This is in direct sunlight. Take it, come back in the car, and I'm like, you know how you just, oh my gosh, St. Louis humidity. And then I drink it, it's still ice cold, insane. And I mean like 4 hours. So I'm not just saying it because it's got my branding on it, which is nice, but I'm just saying. So shout out to Preston So, made that happen for me. Miss Eva, good to see you, saying been a long time. Indeed it has, Miss Eva, so good to see you. I am glad that you are here. Man, I was actually thinking about you. I was near, I believe, where your church was 2 weeks ago or so in town. So I was like, man, I wonder how she's doing. So I'm so glad that you are here. James Hicks in the building. Good to see you, sis. Good to see you too, James. Glad that you're here. Good morning, Tommy Ellison saying good morning, Diana. You may want to bump your mic volume a tad. Y'all let me know what's up with the mic volume. I'm at where I'm usually sitting at. Let's double check. Because last week when we had the whole split screen craziness, volume levels look good on my end, as far as I can tell, but just make sure the music ain't too loud. Drop that down a smidgen, but let me know. I can cut it up some more. I just don't want to overdo it. And you know how you get into peaking and hashtag all the things. All right, but if y'all got questions, drop those in the chat. You got stuff you want to talk about, drop it in the chat. I'm of course going to talk about cameras as we always do, and some of the different stuff when it comes to tech, and then some questions that came up on the channel. I'm going to be pulling from the YouTube studio some questions that came in this week that I couldn't get to, that I want to talk about because it's a lot of traffic on those ZV-10 Mark II videos. And so a lot of people are wanting to discuss hashtag said things. But yeah, Tommy, let me know if it's, let me see. Let me check on my phone or something. But y'all let me know, is the audio good? Is it fine? Is it too low? Is it like, it could be better? But let me know volume wise where the audio is at, and I will see what I can do. Otherwise, we'll keep rocking and rolling out here in these real and digital streets. Saying volume sounds fine on my TV. Wondrous, wondrous. What is up? I'm the Brown. Good to see you. Glad that you are here, brother. I'm the Brown, another longtime person. And volume seems good for my hearing impaired ears. What they don't tell you about getting older is hearing stuff. Saying, I love catching you. What a smart young lady you are. So encouraging. Well, thank you so much, Stephanie. I truly appreciate that. Really do. That is amazing to see. I appreciate that. All right, so we're going to talk into some cameras. We got some questions. Y'all in the chat, if you're live over on Instagram, if we're still live on Instagram, let me know. You're going to have to come to YouTube. Something happened with Instagram. I don't know how to get that window back or something. Allegedly, I broke it. So I apologize if you can or cannot see me. So let me know. Y'all can come to the at YouTube at Diana Gladney. Let me know, or whatever the case is. So saying I can hear you well. Okay, cool. Like it, like it, like it. So, okay, first question coming in from the live chat saying, how do you run sound background music during the live stream? Well, for me, I first thing is I make a playlist. Like when I'm working, you're doing like admin type stuff that it's not going to distract you. So, and most of us have two screens, and if you don't and you use Google Chrome, I highly encourage you to leverage creating groups for your tabs so you can condense stuff if you have 11,000 different tabs open like I always would do. And then I get nervous because y'all used to love to talk about me on the stream like, you got all these tabs open, mind your business. Okay, mind your business. And so I'll condense them down into groups so that you don't see them. And I'll just use a dash or like a number one and then all of this stuff in group, because that's like a group of things I need to think about later, so you're not distracted or whatever. So I'll have like that in like a media tab if it's other stuff that I'm going through and I'm just picking music for future videos that I may like. So I'll do that. But I'll have whatever my admin work going, and then I'll pick music as I'm listening to it, and I'll usually just like name it something like dope vibes, or if I have a mindset for I want this to be live stream music because it's good for this, it won't be too distracting audibly. So it is a thing I learned from Sean Cannell years ago. It's called the grandma rule. That's at least what he calls it. And it's basically your audio level should never be to the point where someone's grandmother would be offended by it. The thing is with that though, you have to also know your audience and who you're talking to. And I know, just like the intro, like it's loud for the countdown timer. It's loud. It's like vibrant music. That's a whole vibe. We're setting the tone for the live show. But once we kind of convert over and I'm actively talking, answering whatever questions come in on the chat, talking about stuff like that's going on in the industry, whatever, it needs to be kind of like a different vibe, different tone. So for that, that's what I'm thinking. What can I listen to? What can we talk over actively? Even if I brought you on K-Walk Comedy, as long as you don't mention dark chocolate, if I brought you on like we used to do back in the day for the Helpcast, if you're talking, if you're driving, if you're in the car, whatever, not driving, but if you're in the car and you pull up on your phone, okay, well, can we talk? Everybody in the chat engage and stuff like that, and it's not distracting. So that's what I'm looking for, music-wise. Otherwise, and we're gonna try Loop Deck again, but if we go split screen, I'm gonna be, you had to be here last week to know. If you know, you know. Okay, so let's try this and make sure that it works. All right, so now you're looking at what I'm seeing on my end. This is all on just one computer screen. So this is Ecamm Live. Up here, what I'll do is have my live stream set, as you can see. Pull this down so you can just see completely the list. But all of this can be filled up with music or whatever the case. I just have it in a folder, and I call it like the live stream set. And so there would be another folder for like when we do our game show, okay, the Wheel of Wonder. So there's a folder called Wheel of Wonder Music, and I'll add that here. And what I'll just do is start playing in Ecamm and it's drag and drop literally. If I find a new song today, I can just drop it in here. But what I'll do is adjust the folder for what I want. You don't have to address any of these individual audio levels. I don't worry about that. But over here in the sound effects, I bring that down to like a 3, 2, 3, maybe 4 if it's, I don't know, a little bit more. 4 is okay, but it can be distracting. But if the music was up here and you got to be forced to listen over me and it just becomes distracting. So once it comes in, then cool. But if, let's see, we're getting ready to end the show, and I'm like, all right, everybody, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you being here with like blah, blah, blah. And I'm going into the whatever. Then I'm gonna pump the music up because that's what I want to do. But I don't start playing the individual tracks. I'll just start playing the folder. So that way it cycles through the folder, and I'll notice just as you're streaming or whatever, I'll notice that it's getting towards the end of the list. And once it's done, I'll just hit play again. It's no big deal on that. That's what I'll do for the streams, but that's using Ecamm, and I'll just cycle those tunes in and out for whatever I want. So I will do that. So that's how I do that K-Walk Comedy. Hope that answers your questiones. All right, let's see who we got in the chat. If you got questions, we got answers. All right. So I hear you well. Good. Glad that you are. Seems like volume levels are pretty good across the board. All right, saying James saying I was at B&H with Keith. Oh boy, he said, and that man had me buying a new point and shoot camera and travel lights. We thought about you while roaming them aisles. Mosifus the Black Poet. Let me tell you something. Keith will have you spending them dollars left and right. Not where it's at. Not where it's at. Unless you got the budget for it. And as it's the right time, go for the gold. Go for the gold. That's a whole nother different thing. Saying ducking the music helps. Saying you're good. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Saying notice how Miss D is intentional about her audio levels. That's the sign of a true professional. A lot of other folk out here just got their gain all the way up. You know, I had to explain that to somebody. We were talking about the Rodecaster Pro, the first one, not the second one. So with the Shure SM7B microphones, as you would know, James, you got a Shure SM7B. With that original Rodecaster 1, or if you're using sometimes some audio interface that doesn't have, how can I explain this? It doesn't have enough oomph to it. It's not pushing out enough audio. And so I recommend the Fathead. That's a video that's done well on the channel. And every so often we'll get comments and stuff where people are still asking, should I get this? Should I get the Fathead or should I get the Cloud Lifter? You don't need, I don't recommend the Cloud Lifter. an additional cable unnecessarily. So if you still have the Rodecaster one, or if that's something at some point you find an amazing deal on them, which you can, they're still amazing and great, you do need something to give you that extra oomph. Otherwise, if you ever saw, or maybe go back to those original Rode.com videos, RODE, who owns and makes the product, if you look at those videos when they're showing the B-roll and they show the Rodecaster 1, you'd see that slider for their microphone all the way up, because they don't have any extra room. When you are using like an XLR microphone, it's different when you use just like a USB only microphone. It's different when you have an XLR microphone. You don't need if you pushing your audio levels as high as it can go, something is drastically wrong. Drastically wrong. You really only want to go about 30 to 45% for real of whatever your knob is for your audio levels. And the rest of that you should be able to do more or less naturally if you get enough ump. I switched to the Vocaster 2 not that long ago. And actually, it's been a while ago. It's been maybe 2 years even. So I switched to the Vocaster 2. It doesn't need a FET head. So all I'm doing is exactly as what I'm doing. I plug in the mic like normal. I love a simple, super simple and easy setup when it comes to audio. So if that's something y'all dealing with, let me know. But audio is very forgiving. You just have to know what you're looking for. So like when Tommy said, oh, the audio levels. Number one, let's do a gauge. Let's check. What is everybody else hearing? Number two, let me check and see if something is off. But you notice anytime I'm at my desk, headphones. I don't care that it doesn't look professional. If you the stuff people come up with on YouTube, the stuff people come up with on YouTube, that's fine. You want to drape it behind your back, I'm cool with that. But I have a heating pad on my back, so I don't want cables and stuff. And so I just keep it simple, plain Jane, keep it simple. Headphones, and I'm always listening for my audio levels. So like last week, one song, something happened weird, it just got super loud. And I'm like, hold on, that's awkward. But I wouldn't have known that, and it just would have been blasting, pissing people off. So audio is very forgiving, but your audience is not when it comes to audio. So that's a good point, James. Love that you pointed that out, my brother. So I bought 2 used Sony cams when I started, A6100 and the A6400, still going fine and looking good. And I never touched them once. I got the settings dialed in thanks to you. Why? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I'm glad that was of service to you. I'm saying got the Sigma Sweet 16 on both of them. There's nothing wrong with any of the older Sony cameras, and honestly, that is probably going to be some of the biggest steal of a deals that you'll see out there. I thought about doing a live stream on, what was it? These last 2 days were Amazon Prime days. Had it on my calendar. It's like, do a live stream or whatever, covering the best deals. And I'm be honest with you, be 100% honest with you. I was conflicted. I'm like, if you have something to buy it. Most of the time, it's just buying because it's on sale or something. Very, very rarely is it something where it's like you actually really need to buy something. And those are made up sale days. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes you have to watch. Some stuff I've watched where if I'm tracking the deals for certain stuff all year long, which I do, and those days come up, I'm watching to see, does it make sense to actually get this thing or not? Or is this something that's usually on sale every other couple months? So, because some stuff is. So if you don't have some kind of way to track some of those things, do that. But I looked at some of the things that were on sale and I'm like, this is not anything, I didn't see anything special. Didn't see anything unique. And the only thing that I rearranged date-wise was my protein powder and my greens powder that I put in my smoothies that I drink every day. Those were on sale. So I canceled the auto ship that it was scheduled for, redirected the days to be on the Prime Day, and then that was it. So it's like, I don't buy a whole bunch of stuff myself. So we'll talk about a lot of gear. I'll try a lot of stuff. I rarely buy things. I rarely switch my setup. May I add something to it if I need to? Great, but you know, I don't buy a lot. Y'all know, if you've been around for a long time, you know. So that gas is not something I am plagued with. But Tommy, you got the A6100, A6400. Those are still going to be dynamite cameras. I got a question. That was another question that came in on the channel, was can the Ulanzi camera fans work on those A6000 series cameras with the flip up screen like the A6400? Number one, I'm not finding where they're necessary with the high heat setting. I ran my A6400 like crazy. Left it on for days, literal days, plugged in with an AC power adapter by Sony specifically. Never an issue, never overheated, never a problem. Battery life, different story, but never overheated. But if that is something you're dealing with, those Ulanzi fans will work, but the mechanism flips to the middle of the camera. Let me show y'all. Let's pull this up real quick. Show you what I'm talking about. You need a different type of thingy. Let me pull some of this stuff out the way. So the rear of the A6400, when it flips up, let's see here, flip up screen. Here we go. All right, let's switch on over to this and hissing. All right, so if you look over here, the way that the screen flips up, the way this mechanism works, like if we look at this one, the way the screen mechanism works, a Ulanzi camera fan is not going to work well for this because it is going to be in the way of that, like it hinges in the middle, not at the top. And so if anybody's run into overheating issues or have those concerns, looking at those Ulanzi camera fans, the fans are great. All it's introducing is additional airflow to keep that camera heat down. But otherwise, it's like you're gonna have to get like AliExpress, which is what I recommended, for like 25 bucks. It'll take maybe a month to get here, but it's like for 25 bucks you can get their camera fans. Let's do this A6400 camera fan. So it'll look like this. eBay also has them or whatever, but they're small. Jason Morris, I think is his name. He's an Aussie. he's the one that I originally saw this through. But these are the ones you can get these from eBay. You can get them from whatever, but this is what you need. It's gonna have to fit in between that middle. And that's the same thing that Ulanzi camera fan would have to do. It just is too big. So your screen would be down like that and you're not getting the benefit of still seeing your screen, even though it's plugged in cable wise and you can see everything. It would still suck. So that's a thing. You know, if you're dealing with that. Otherwise, unfortunately, like the camera fans wouldn't work. And I know those are on Amazon and all that stuff, but it is what it is. Got a question coming in from Stephanie saying, very confused about a mic. I just want to use it, but it seems like you have to buy so many add-ons. Okay, let me help you, sister. Delete everything that you've seen, heard, recommended on YouTube. Even me, everybody, squash it out your mind. Get rid of it. I want you to only think about the things that you need and what you want, not what everybody says that you need and should have. Screw everything and everybody. I want you to think about, what do you want? What is your kind of a setup that would make your life easy? This is why it took me years to buy before I bought a Shure SM7B. It only was like right up until like it was like around like November, December-ish of maybe 2021, maybe, that I actually bought this microphone and a Rodecaster Pro 1 as a set. And the reason why is because I knew at that point I had already started writing my book, and I knew that I wanted to record my own audiobook, and I wanted the tools to do that. Plus, this will be a stationary setup. I would not need to take down and put it back together, or like I was transitioning the way I was doing stuff. Prior to that, the only thing that I used was the Samson Q2U, and before that was the Audio-Technica ATR 2100. They don't sell that version. They sell the 2100X since it's USB-C now. Why? Because it sounds just as good as I sound right now. And I literally mean just as good as I sound right now via USB, and it connected directly to my laptop. I didn't want all this extra stuff on the desk. I don't want to do it with XLR cables. I want to be able to move from this scenario to over here or whatever and not to have to worry about anything. I wanted it to connect to my phone. I wanted ease of use over everything else. So I said, like I'm telling you, screw what everybody's talking about and what do you want? And also, what do you need? I'm in a space where I deal with the military jets that would fly over. At the time, I wasn't aware of Krisp.ai. I've talked about this before. I think it's Diana.link/Krisp, KRISP. I'll pull that up for y'all real quick. But I live in a space that's otherwise loud. I have the planes, you have whatever traffic noise from the street or something, and then you may have niece, nephews, kids, whatever in the house. We're just like, or hell, the washing machine, if that's close to where you were recording it. So what do you need? What do you actually need? Screw what everybody else is talking about. What are the pain points you want to address? Now, based on that, usually what I recommend is a dynamic microphone, a dynamic cardioid microphone more specifically. And that's exactly like what I'm talking about. Let me pull this up on Amazon as well, and I'll show you exactly what I roll with. And I did so many shows, so many talks, so many everythings, and I never had a complaint. Everybody loved the way that my audio sound. Velvety smooth just as much as it does today. My podcast, we hit, I don't know, crazy number of countries and stuff like that immediately when I first launched it. It's my old podcast. Nobody complained. Everybody only complimented the way the audio sound because it rejected background noise. Why? I'm not sitting in a padded room with foam all over the walls. I didn't want that. I wanted some inspirational stuff, like I have stuff over here, do it with passion or not at all. I have another one over here. That's the one that say do it with passion or not at all. This one back here says the beginning is always today. I wanted to see the photos of stuff that inspired me. I don't need foam on the walls like a freaking creep in the room that, you know what I'm saying? Like, or like I'm in a sound studio. It ain't that serious. Not for me. It's not that serious. But what do you want? What will most accurately and best represent your brand? And so for that, let's go over to the Amazon. And this is what I use, Samson Q2U, $54. Prices never went higher except for when people were price gouging during COVID. And you can see purchased February 2019. I had gotten 2 of them. So here's the thing. Those are amazing microphones. Sound great, just doesn't have the aesthetic that most people want. I do not recommend using condenser style microphones because those, you don't need to be as close in the microphone or close in a shot. And a lot of people are like, I don't want people to see the microphone. On TV, you see the microphone all the time. Those are way bigger broadcasts. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand it. I'm not gonna get into it. It's not even a soapbox worth getting on today. But so some stuff, it's like, get that out your head and just do what you got to do. These microphones sound amazing, absolutely amazing. Let's do the select audio. You know, if I could just do HER 2100 microphone, same thing. Price wise, great price. These both sound identical. I just went with the Q2U number 2. It's available more places, more countries and stuff like that, so that's a bit better. But these are the same microphones on the inside, based out of the Shure SM58 and sometimes like the Beta 58 stick microphones that you see rock stars all over the world been using for forever, and they beat those microphones to hell and they still work. These are these cousin microphones, just a different shell, different company, same internals. So these are great. Rejects background noise, makes you sound amazing, but you need to be close to them in order for them to be good, or at least sound good. Otherwise, if I pull the microphone away from me, now it sounds like terrible. It sounds like I'm down the street. The other aspect of that, if you are in a noisy environment, krisp.ai, like it says dyna.link/krisp, KRISP, if you want to get this amazing. This is what I use, and I showed y'all last week. This is what I use. Like, it's playing going over right now. Literally playing going over right now. You can't hear it. Hold on, let me pause the music. Do you hear it playing? Even when I'm talking or when I'm not talking, do you hear it playing? No, you don't hear it playing. Why? Because Krisp knocks all of that background noise out in real time. It's amazing. My nieces and nephews came and stayed with me, and I didn't have to worry about, like, oh, guys, keep it down. I didn't have to worry about none of that. There's no issue. So think about what you want. What are your needs? What would make your life easier? What would make things like amazing for you? I just like plug and play. Easy, simple. I still to this day keep my setup very simple and streamlined, which is why I switched from the Rodecaster to the Vocaster too. So you think about what you want, what are your needs, and what would make you happy, and then find the gear that would do that and check those boxes. Because as long as it checks the right boxes for you, it doesn't matter if those boxes aren't checked for somebody else. That's one thing I'm not biased on, is like the stuff that's right for y'all when you ask. I'm not telling you what to buy. It's like, oh, everybody needs to buy the Sony ZV-10 Mark II. No, if it makes sense, because sometimes it don't make sense. The ZV-1, I love this camera, streaming on it right now. It don't make sense for everybody though. I still love it though. I'll gush about it all day. So Stephanie, hope that helps a lot. Hey, Walt Comedy saying thanks for showing me that I tried the same, but didn't have didn't have sound effects volume low enough. Yes. Here's what you need to do, K-Walk Comedy. When you are doing this, let me show you again. When you're streaming, this is like your setup, and I would encourage you, if you use Ecamm, some of y'all windows be looking, oh man, okay? The OCD in me got me itching. But like, organize your stuff. This is how I teach to do it. Do a test. Record your audio levels. Just do a simple recording level, because what you actively hear through like your headphones, wherever you got it plugged into, is going to differ. So you need to figure out where's the audio that's comfortable for me to listen, so I'm okay, because I can turn my volume up and rock out, but it's still low enough that nobody's getting annoyed and frustrated with what they're hearing, like when y'all listen to it. So record it and just see, like, okay, for me, that's like 27 when I'm listening to it. But on Ecamm, it needs to be at like a 3 or a 4, and then that's fine. So just think about that when you're going through your stuff. So that's how that works. Dynamic active stave, or, oh, stop. We've had this conversation. Dynamic active stabilization or iPhone stave. And you see the smirk? Let me help you with the magic of Ecamm. Right now, let me help. This is with the magic of Ecamm. Here's what we can do. All right. We're going to go in here. We're going to fix this and say, because dynamic active stave and cameras are better. Okay. Let me save that for you. Boom. We got you squared away with Ecamm, with the magic Ecamm, because you know why? It is better. But no, let's answer it for real. Dynamic active stave or iPhone stave. I'm a precursor. I hate smartphone video. I hate creating with a smartphone personally. Do I think they're amazing? Yes. Do I think that the quality and stuff is there for what 99% of the people in the world need? Yes. Do I think you can make it big and do all your dream stuff with your smartphone? Absolutely. It still sucks, and it still is a sucky workflow at the end of the day. Can you quickly post to social and stuff like that and edit with CapCut and have your thumbs rubbing together and going crazy? Yes, you can. It still sucks. Okay. This is annoying. What are we doing? This is annoying. Okay. Got your stinking phone. And this is small real estate. Okay. I'm not buying adapters to plug into my computer so I can just keep doing this. Just doing this. I hate it. I absolutely freaking hate it. But it's not about that. It's about the stave. Okay. You get me worked up. All right. I think the iPhone stave, in some scenarios, for most people, is going to be superior, because it is already built for handheld creation, period. It needs no additional IBIS. It doesn't need this. There's none of the camera game stuff happening where, oh, you need to spend this much money before you get this feature. None of that stuff exists in like a phone brand's market per se. You buy a phone, you're spending several hundred to several $1,000s or a couple $1,000s plus accessories to get the same kind of setup. The only thing that's like a detractor is, like I said, somewhat of the accessories that you may have to buy. Otherwise, the iPhone stave is going to be superior because it's built for it. It don't matter if you're holding it like this, which I like to hold if I'm doing like whatever, or if you're doing like this, if you're holding it or what, you know what I'm saying, or what have you. Both of those are fine, and it's built for handling it. Even better if you use like a mini tripod. Dynamic active still is going to need several iterations before it truly gets to like that Lumix S9 type territory, but it has the potential. Plus you can still use Catalyst Browse. These are two totally different worlds and workflows, more or less, when you look at the two differences. But is iPhone stave going to be superior? Yes. Like I said, dynamic active simply still isn't there. And little less common known fact about that dynamic active stave, like when you look at the inside of a camera sensor, like if you look on the inside there, you'll see like it has like this outer casing, so to speak. This is the ZV-E10 Mark I. All of that could have been IBIS to a point, whatever it takes to do it. You know what I'm saying? But it's not like that. And then you have dynamic active, which is digital stabilization, into the camera's brain. What we don't have that could make this equation even better if you're more on that camera side, more stabilized lenses, especially for APS-C, more modern stabilized lenses for APS-C. That's what we would have needed. So that 11 millimeter, that 15 millimeter, that 10 to 20 f4 lens should have been stabilized lenses, because then at that point, like if you're looking at the ZVE1, that currently is the only camera with dynamic active save, it would have been phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. It's already better with Sony camera lenses, or Sony lenses, but you need OSS to kind of like complete that package, I think. So more to that later, but Judd, I'm gonna punch you in the toe, I swear, because you did this on purpose, and I had a whole meltdown a moment ago. But like I said, iPhone stable is still gonna be dope. I'm not gonna lie, I still hate an iPhone, or just a phone in general. I hate creating with a phone. It's so much easier to take the stuff from my brain to a camera and get it exactly how I want it to look. I know exactly what it needs, and I won't need to be blinded with light trying to do that with the phone. I'm getting off my soapbox. Don't get banned, Judd. Talk about more phone stuff. That's all I'm saying, because if we got to put you in timeout, okay, for my sanity. I'm just kidding. Stephanie saying, simply, what do you need to just buy and use? Samsung Q2U. Plug and play. Literally, plug in USB-C or ATR 2100X, because right now the price is better. Plug it in to the microphone in the back. Record. I'm trying to think where mine is right now, or just it's in a bag back there. If you want to hear it, I can grab it and plug it up. I just have to get it from the bag back there. So yeah, I have to entertain yourselves for about 2.32 seconds so I can go get it out the bag next to my bookcase right here. If you want to listen to it, I'll plug it up so you can hear it. It'll just probably be I don't know if I have the USB cable or whatever, but I can plug it up via XLR. It works both ways. That's the other thing. It has XLR and USB on both of those mics. But if you want to hear it, I'll grab it and go plug it up. Ravens Talk with Yolanda saying, hello, everyone. Good to see you. Glad that you are here. So, saying I9 improve at speaking. I don't know what you mean or what that means, so you're going to have to clarify on that one specifically. Saying I bought a few home items, shower mats, aprons in my cart. Oh, and a camera battery. Yeah, it's like Prime Day. The sales post Thanksgiving are becoming less enticing to me personally. Like, just be 100% real person to person here. They're very like lackluster these last few years, and they put cameras on sale. If we're talking about cameras and stuff, they put cameras on sale that don't matter. Or would make sense. It's like, oh, the Canon T7i is on sale. It's like, who's buying that wants to buy it, like, or don't want something else? It's like, man, I can only afford that right now. And honestly, it becomes money wasted to a point. So yeah, it's like household stuff, but I'm not gonna get on here and be like, hey guys, flip-flops are on sale this week, and well, with the Prime Day specials. It just becomes ridiculous. Saying check your mailbox 6. Oh shoot. Let me throw a message out there in the air. Shout out to my brother Doc to the Rizak in the chat right now. I got the link in the description, but if you go to, if I can show this, Diana.link/Doc Pops, you're gonna see something amazing. My brother is dropping his own product, and that's DOCPOPPS. Let's go on over there, because I've been meaning to do this every stream. This is my brother's brand new product launch that he just did. You're seeing a lot of creators come out with their own stuff, and Doc has served so many people over the last several years. Still remember the first time he came on my stream was on the Friday Live Helpcast. So it's very, very fortuitous. So you can get one for the Shure SM7B, the MB7, and the Rode Pod mic currently. And these are available for pre-order. So if we go over to the one for SM7B, they come in different colors. Now, why get this versus one of those other ones you see online? Because the colors don't pop. They look ashy. Okay, that's the best description I can give you. And if you wash your microphones, which you should do, which is why people at churches and stuff be getting sick, y'all be soaking them mic heads and soak the clean them foams. It's like, you need to be able to clean your foam and the color not wash away and disappear. So the Dock Pops are amazing if you want to brand your stream. You want to brand the way that these look. So I got a feeling that I got one of these in the inbox right now to check out, and that's Doc's signature purple. But these are amazing. But real quick, check the description of these as well, because over here he'll tell you if it'll also fit something else on one of the other microphones also. So if we go look at the Shure MV7, these are so dope. I know my brother put in a lot of work for these, and we got to get these pre-sales going. So if you want to support a fellow creator that serves, if you're in the Ecamm fam community, then Doc probably already helped you somewhere, some way, somehow. He's helped me tremendously just over the years, and he's been a good brother and a good friend. And I appreciate you, brother, for real. So also, he's saying, like I said, check the description. This one for the MB7? Also works for the SM58 and the SM57. So these are dope, and reduce your plosives, get your brand popping. This is what I'm talking about. So y'all can go to dyna.link. I'll put that in the chizat. Let's see here. cps:/dyna.link/doc POPPS. But this is dope. I love these, and I'm glad you got your product out there, Doc. For real, for real. That's dope. So shout out to my brother from another mother. I'm gonna have to go check mine. So if you see my color popping on my next couple of videos, you know what happened. Let's get to the chat. Let's see what kind of questiones and stuff we got going on. Saying, what's your opinion? Oh, wait, my bad. I'm gonna come back to you, Stephanie. Let me catch up to the chat. My bad. Okay, so we asked that, got that. Saying AliExpress, the original Temu. I only bought from AliExpress once. It wasn't bad. It just is weird. But I don't shop at Temu. I don't shop at AliExpress neither. But some, folks be wanting stuff. So I'm like, go there, Joan. Go for the gold if that's what you want to do. Not my cup of tea. But, it's like, But, okay, question, Tommy Ellison said, I use Sony power adapters and never turn the cameras off. I'm told wear and tear comes from constantly turning on and off. You agree? My thoughts are this. Cameras are built to be a camera. Sometimes people take experiences from other stuff and, whatever. It's like saying, should we leave the laptops open all the time, or should you open and close the laptop? The hinge is built to be a hinge. The laptop is built to be open and closed. You know what I'm saying? So for stuff like that, it's one of those things where the camera is built to be on. The camera is built to work. It's built to do a job. If it says good for live streaming, they need to know live streams exceed 1 hour. Sometimes live streams are not 10 and 15 minutes. Sometimes live streams are not even 2 hours. If y'all been around for a long time, we did the 5-hour energy live streams, and we are live for 5 hours answering questions nonstop. We got all kind of stuff going on. We did that in a long time. Probably ain't going to. But so if it's built for live streaming, how long is the show going to be? Put this in perspective. I had the Sony a6400 at the time. I had just switched to Sony, and I worked with Think Media at the time. And so the second Grow with Video live event, I filmed it. Okay, so I'm the person manning the cameras. It was another, like, you had people on gimbals and stuff, but I filmed that second one. And guess what we use? 2 A6400s and like some 70 to 200 lenses. One was like f2.8, I think one was f4. But that's what we use, A6400s. It was only one time at that time, because I didn't have time to sit until after, or did I do it after the first day, to make sure all the settings were exactly dialed into what I needed. I only had one time where the overheating symbol came on, and I'm like, we gotta drop this down to 1080p just for coverage sake, because I don't know what's gonna happen. So other than that, the camera stayed on for eons. Lunch break, we dropping footage, we swapping SD cards. Cameras are built to be a camera. It's built to be on. I don't agree that like we need to baby cameras. Let it work. And you know what? If something goes wrong with it, it's unfortunate, but that's what the manufacturer's warranty is for. Swap that bad boy. Y'all paying for stuff that you don't use, swap it. Let them send you something new or fix whatever may be wrong with your model or whatever. I ran mine for days. When I tell you days, I mean days, never turning it off. And that was like, especially during 2020. Oh my gosh, I was online all the time. So no, it's like, do it matter if you turn it on and off? I think it makes sense heat wise, computeration, gadgets and stuff on the inside. It makes sense to give your camera a break where it makes sense. But just like today, if I'm sitting and today's a content day and I'm recording a ton of videos, I'm recording a ton of stuff, that camera is going to be on as long as I need to be on, period. I'm not going to say like, oh guys, let's take a break and baby the camera. No, the camera, let the camera be a camera. But overnight, you can cut it off. If you forget and leave it on sometimes, it'll be alive. It'll be fine. I've done it many, 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 many times. And when I say many, 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 many times, I've done it as well. Even with the ZVE1. Let that bad booger run. It's a camera. Let it work. It needs to do a job. So, is my thoughts. Shanita Africa saying, good to see you. Hi, Lady D. This is Divine at Chat Night Africa sending greetings from Maryland. Why, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Good to see you back on the stream. Solomon 321 saying, loving this. You sound great. Why, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Kenya present here. What is up, Kenya? All from the motherland, not the other land. That's what I'm talking about. Love to see it. Love to see it. Saying I use the Aston Stealth microphone. Honestly, never heard of it before. Let me take a gander, because you definitely piqued my curiosity. Let me take a gander and see what that actually is, if it's available on. Oh, okay. So let's bring everybody to the stream up to date. So this is the Aston Stealth, you said? So this is a condenser microphone. Okay. It looks like they have some. Okay, so cardioid condenser is a type of microphone. The only thing with that, like I said, for me, in my space, my personal opinion, I stay away from these kinds of microphones, because these kind of microphones can sound amazing. There's nothing wrong with them audibly. It's just as it doesn't work for me in my space. I've tried them. I've had them sent all over the place. Like, it's like people like, try this one. It's like, they don't work for me. They don't work in my space. My space is hella noisy. Even with crisp, you know what I'm saying? You still get some stuff picked up, but cool. I had never heard of this one before, particularly, but it's a ton of microphones on the market these days, like a ton. So cool. Let's see what else. Looking at Amazon warehouse Sennheiser profile. That's what that microphone, if you can see it, like it's angled down. How am I pointing? This right here, that specifically. It's a microphone. I don't remember the model, but that's a Sennheiser microphone. Really cool stick microphone. How do I place my lights for talking head broadcast? I have 3, I guess you mean softbox lights. Okay, when it comes to lighting, I like to keep it very simple. Take a swig of water real quick. Doc, I got some coming to your inbox as well. These came in from Press and Sew. These are so dope. So I got one coming to your inbox as well. All right, so how you place your lights. If you notice, just look at my face and try to get this angle right. If you see right here, you'll still see a little bit here, even though I got glasses on, and right there. These are what I call hot spots. If when you're sitting with your lighting, because I like to do, if the talent being you, my camera is here, get direct center with it. My camera is here, right? What happens is, I have this set so I have a light directly on me. It is up and angled, okay? So what happens is, when this light is directly angled on me, I am not being blasted with light, I'm just being kind of covered. The difference with people doing LED lights, they don't have diffusion. So rule number 1 with lighting, diffusion. Number 2, brightness and intensity, meaning how strong do you have that light? My lights are currently maybe at like, they're somewhere in like the 20 to 30 or even 40% range of strengthness. And that's on a scale of 0 to 100. I don't blast my lights all the way up. What I'll do is sit where I'm going to sit for my live stream personally. Then I'll tell you about like just recording a YouTube video, because that can be different depending on what you want. I'll sit with my hand like this. This is just like the palm test. Can you see my palm? Can you see detail in my hand? You should be able to, yes, without it being like an infinity white. Can I turn my hand around to the darker part of my hand? And this is for anybody. And you still can see. Because if I get closer, you'll see it changes in lightness. I don't want to do that. I want to be right where I'm going to be. And I just want to see where my hand is. Just basic, simple, easiest lighting tests. Based on this, I'm also going to check those hot spots that I talked about on my face, right? Can you see skin detail there? Like if I'm moving, can you see my skin? Or do you just see a big blotch of an infinity white? That means you're overexposed and you're way too bright. Now, I don't like to put the light directly in front of a talent's face or somebody's face, so I'll have the camera sitting here, a light directed here, and then I may have something else over here on the side behind them, like I have this light over here. And then whatever other practical lights that you want, like these pink and yellow lights, those are practical lights or whatever. They're not adding to anything. They're just cute. That's all they do. They're being cute, adding to the background. Where's my thing? Hopefully I don't screw this up. So this is what my lights are currently set at. Let me block my face. 4,500 kelvins, 27%. So like I said, my lights are relatively low. And pro tip here, I do like to use the ceiling light because I hate being in a dark room. It's weird. All these tech YouTube videos, everybody in the dark. I hate being in the dark. What is with, I don't, teach their own. But I use the ceiling light. So what did I do? Buy a light bulb that you can get LED light bulbs. You can even get video lights that you can screw in that are great and look amazing for your regular videos. They don't have to be regular household bulbs, but if you do get a regular household bulb, if you can control it, you can look at the box on the light and it'll say such and such number K. The letter K stands for kelvins. And so what that means is, what's the light temperature? So I got a light bulb that's 4,500 to 5,000 kelvins or whatever, whichever one was closer, I can't remember. And just get a box of those. So it costs the same as your regular light bulbs. That way I can use this light without impacting the way anything else looks, and it just kind of fills in the rest of the stuff. But if you got 3 lights, I would recommend, number 1, turn the lights off. Let's just do this in, you know what? I don't even need this. Here's what I was telling y'all last week. Alexa, turn the lights off. All right, this is what the normal light looks like just with the ceiling light. Settings haven't changed on the camera. So this is what it looks like without anything else on. The blinds are closed, but you still see a little bit of light. Palm test is great for just seeing where's light coming from and what is it doing. You can see it's a little bit on my shoulder from the ceiling light. You get some lighting back there and stuff like that. Alexa, turn the front light on. So now you can see, if I did want to do one of those darker vibe videos or whatever, I could. This is why I have it directly in front of me for my live streaming setup, just to make sure my face and stuff is well lit. Anything I put up to the camera, like my other camera or a lens or whatever, so it can be well seen. That's why I have it in front of me and not off to the side. Otherwise, it wouldn't work great. So put up, see, turn the lights off, figure out where light is already coming from. Figure out where light is coming from and what is it doing to your image. Then put your first light box, softbox lights in English. Then put your first softbox lights up. Put your first softbox light up. And then see, is it too bright? Can we still do the palm test? Are we too bright or are we too dark? What are we doing? Don't adjust stuff on your camera yet. You just want to see where things are, but you can start to bring that down. Now, let's turn on our second softbox light, which is off to the side, that will light me and light some of the background. That's the point of that. Alexa, turn the side light on. Alexa, turn the side light on. Sister's hard-headed sometimes. Now you can see when I turn on the side light, what is that light doing? How is it adding to the image and how is it not? Alexa, turn the side light. Alexa, this heifer. Alexa, turn the side light off. Okay, so it's not doing a ton, it's just doing some. It's just slightly on the side. It's still diffused. I think that one may be at like 30%, could be 35% or something like that. Alexa, turn the side light on. Okay, so now you can see that one just kind of fills in the rest of the darkness and stuff like that. I just used 2 soft boxes. If you need to light the other side, you can. It's not necessarily necessary, but you can have your camera here, First light there, second light off to the side, or at least like 45 degrees. Check if they wear glasses. Do they have anti-reflective coating on their lenses or not? Otherwise, you're going to get glare from the lights and stuff in the glasses. It looks terrible and can confuse some cameras. Alexa, turn the backlight on. Okay, so now you can see we got our pink light is available, and that's just not adding anything. It's not doing anything other than being cute. Alexa, turn the RGB light on. And now you can see complete image. Okay, that light isn't necessarily doing anything other than getting rid of some of those shadows around the bookshelf. I have one other kicker light that if I wanted to fill in the shadows here, I could, but I don't care if it's filled in for the live stream per se. You know what I'm saying? It's not doing a whole lot. So when you look at the lighting, go through that step of what is the light doing that's already in the room? Where is it coming from? Where am I sitting my talent that looks the best? Then I want you to start lighting for, now this is a little different, a little bit kind of next level. If you need to have a pretty background where you can see the window behind you. So a whole nother different setup for that, because then we would expose the camera for that window first. Then we will go into exposing the talent, but that's another step of how to do that. But yeah, if you are just recording the talent, positioning them for where you want them to sit, then look and see what are your lights doing that you already have, where's light coming from, do you have any window sources someplace or something like that. Then start to light for that talent, make sure you fill in any shadows. If you want an even looking lighting scenario, if you want a dark setup, then you're not doing as much. You may not need all those different lights. You may just use like one, maybe two. So it just depends. But lighting is, it actually can be pretty fun depending on what look you want to go for. If you want it to be more dramatic and moody, or do you want it to be like super light and vibrant and stuff like that. So it kind of depends like that. So to answer your question, that's how you kind of place your lights. Like I said, have one here, maybe at about a 45-ish degree angle off from the camera here, light source there. Just don't blast it at 100%. Do the palm test, kind of bring it down some. And then adjust your camera settings. Then you can have your side light if you want a brighter environment. You can have that other side light. It can be at 45 degrees, but then your face may look a little flat. So you can take it a little bit behind, kind of do a little bit of a rim lighting around the person, kind of outline them, and then go from there. Stephanie saying, thanks, you're very welcome. And then saying, what is your opinion on a lavalier? I like them. Just get a good one. I like lapel mics, just get a good one. A lapel mic is not something I've had to buy a lot. I have a few, but I've settled on the Rodecaster. It's the Rode Smart Lav Plus. And I went with that one because it's good for a smartphone when I am needing to do something with that. But I could just add on the adapter and make it work. So let me show y'all that real quick. So what I'll do, this right here that you see on the end of this is not what goes into the camera directly. It just don't work. You can't put those 3 rings in there, that TRRS, tip, ring, sleeve. 3 rings goes into a phone or a computer. 2 rings on the tip goes into an audio mixer or device or your camera. So you would need a little adapter to make that work, but I have plenty of those. And I like to have a smartphone lapel based microphone first. Personally, this is just in my workflow and how I like to create, and have the adapter for my camera. So no matter what I want to do or how I want to make something, I'm good either way. It's harder to find, in my opinion, the smartphone connections from a regular camera one. But yeah, you see those 3 rings, tip, ring, sleeve. 3 rings goes into your camera, not camera, excuse me. 3 rings, it goes into your phone or it goes into your computer. 2 rings, it goes into an audio device, traditional audio device, or your camera. But this is the one that I settled on that I like to use. I've used it for years now. And it just works really, in English, really well. Love them actually. But lapels can be great. Just, you don't need to clip it here. On a shirt like this, you kind of don't have a choice, unless, I'm gonna give y'all a secret hack of all days, toupee tape. If you watched Seinfeld at any point, and you remember seeing, what's the name of George, had a piece, he had a unit on to cover his bald spot so he didn't have the deacon cut. And so it would fly off. Okay, well, you stop that with toupee tape. And toupee tape is great for skin. I've seen stuff where people like, oh, just use duct tape or just use this. That's not good for skin. Nor is that adhesive built to be pulled off. And Lord forgive if you have a man with like hair that you're doing this for. But if it's for you, even like your natural hair on your regular skin, it can start to hurt or it can adjust. Toupee tape, I've had to wear a piece for up to like 18 hours for a very long day where we're like doing a ton of stuff. It does not hurt when you take it off. It does not pull skin for the softest of like sensitive skin people. It doesn't rip their skin, which is a thing, especially if you're looking at like an older demographic or if you have really sensitive skin. Toupee tape. So don't clip your lapel here. You can, that's just kind of like the lazy man's method, but it's not great for audio. Your audio is not coming from your throat. It's coming from here, coming from your chest. I know it sounds weird and it obviously comes from your mouth, but you don't need to have it there. Just your chest. Toupee tape underneath the shirt, or if you have an undershirt on, put the toupee tape there, put the lapel mic just there, press it down so it adheres to the clothes, and you're good to go. So that's my hack. I talked about this, it's been a couple years now, but toupee tape, amazing. Saying spell check NY bad. So no problem. Good morning, JFK Productions. Good to see you. Glad that you are here. Saying good morning on this blessed white chocolate day. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Same question, what's a good solution for clamping a power bank to my camera cage? I want to avoid those huge V-mount batteries, so going with a power bank and USB dummy instead. Okay, so we have a camera cage and we need to do a battery bank. So I like to do a different method. I'll give you two. Number one, there are adapters for you to actually have the battery bank on the cage, or you can use something with a smartphone clamp. It just needs to have a 1/4 thread through the middle, or 1/4 adapter thread. So let's do just a battery bank holder is what they're called, allegedly. And so this is what we're talking about. This, you see how Small Rig has it where it's a thread in the middle? The smartphone ones are great, but I like the Small Rig one where you kind of got both. But these are really good for this. It's contoured enough to hold what's the name of it? But this can go directly on your cage. They're showing that first one on the smartphone, so we'll go to this one where you can see it on the cage. So it depends on how you have it set up and what your setup looks like, but this can work. So you can use a battery bank. I like to do something a little bit different depending on what you're doing. If you are rolling mobile and you need to be on the go, do this, because this can hook into anything. It's a cable. It's a double-sided 1/4 thread screw that I like to use. So that way, I can twist it on and off easily, or I can put something else on, or you can just do like what comes in this kit. So this will work for you if you need to do some kind of mobile on-the-go setup. What I like to use, very different, very simple. I would like to do if I'm stationary, and if I'm using this for a stationary setup, what I would do instead is that I have a strap that I attach it to, like you get on a book bag or something, or I'm trying to think, it's so like, but usually like a book bag, a computer bag, something like that. If you got parents, aunts, uncles, somebody that have a laptop bag sitting somewhere in there, is a little strap, whether it be Velcro or whether it feeds through kind of like an old school belt used to. I like to just attach those to the tripod, and then I will position on the grip, the spongy part. All tripods at least have one leg that's like that. I'll attach the battery bank there, so that way, no matter what I need to do, or if I need to pop my camera off, then I'm switching to a battery scenario. But it sounds like, in my opinion, you're not going to be stationary. You might be mobile and you don't want to do a V-mount battery scenario. Then at that point, I will go with that Small Rig kind of thing. I'll drop the link to that in the Chizat, so you can grab that if you want to. But that's what I would recommend. But if you're stationary, you're not going anywhere, you just need to make it work for what you're doing, That's exactly what I use. And then when I take the battery bank off, because on a lunch break like that, usually what I'm doing at that point, just to bring you into the workflow of how this would work, you got your camera running off a dummy battery. It's on sticks. It's on a tripod. You got the battery bank attached to the leg, right? What I'll do now, because I don't need to disturb the camera, I don't need to disturb the angle, I don't need to disturb my setup, I'll flip the little switch so I can release it, pull the battery bank off, and I can top it off over lunch. Or just get a really big one that you don't need to top it off. But I still like to top anything off over lunch. When everybody's on lunch, usually I'm gonna try to hang back because I'm dumping footage or I'm converting stuff from the SD cards over to the SSDs for what needs to be transferred. So I at least, even if I'm not gonna clean the cards, because I'm not, the way I have two is one is none. I don't want it stuck on the SD card, and I don't want it only living on the SSDs because both can corrupt at any point. So I have it in two places. I'll flip those SD cards over in my case so that you know that those are full or used. Put in new SD cards, and you can do this before lunch or whatever, depending on how your content day is going. But that's my workflow. Then I can just put the battery bank back on, or if you don't have big enough ones, you can just swap it. But that's what I like to use. If you're doing that kind of a scenario, it just depends on that particular flow. Let's see what we got going on here in the Chizat. All right, I'm catching up. Yeah, nothing's changed. It seems that, like, I'm doing my best, but nothing's changed with how long it takes to get to some of these questions. Marcos Marroquin, is that right? Let me know how to pronounce your name correctly so I can say that right. Saying I have a camera, lens, cop light with a softbox, tripod, and a microphone. Any accessories I'm missing to start production? Nice talking head content? Yes. SD cards, SSD drives. Data is going to be the most important thing. I don't care what you're doing. And 2 is 1, 1 is none. So if you only have one SSD and then something goes wrong with that, you have no SSD. You only have one SD card and that card gets corrupt, something goes wrong with it, or it breaks like my one did last week. It just normally happens. You have no SD card. If you're not getting something like those Sony Tough cards, which I'm not saying you need to get, but if you're not getting something that's like built to last in that way, SD cards in about a year's or so time of normal everyday content creation use or whatever will wear down. SanDisk Extreme and Extreme Pro cards, I love them, but they will wear down. It's just simple plastic. And so once that plastic starts to split, 2 is 1, 1 is none. You don't have an SD card. So you need at least, don't get these 1 terabyte cards. You're putting everything on one card. That is a disaster waiting to happen. Because once that card goes corrupt, there goes whatever you recorded. And good luck re-recording some stuff that can't be represented again. So SD cards, get at least 2, even if you're just like getting started, just get 2. If you don't have like a huge budget for something, then that's fine. Start with like 64, or at least, I recommend at least getting 128 gigabyte SD cards, at least. Then let your backup be a 64 gigabyte SD card, and then you'll be good. Main SD card, 128 gigabytes. Backup SD card, 64 gigabytes. So do that. So what else you say you got, or you don't have? My bad. I'm skipping the wrong question. So you got a softbox. Okay, cool. You got a tripod. Cool. You got a microphone. Diffusion you got for the softbox, I'm guessing, being a softbox. So make sure that's adequate. But yeah, SD cards, SSD drives. The one thing I would encourage you to, this right here. Let me block my face. Sorry, you can't see that. Okay, this is a UHS-2 SD card reader, but depending on what brand of SD card you buy, if you read the fine print, which nobody usually does except for me because I'm a nerd, they will tell you the numbers on the front of the card and how fast they're saying it can work, essentially. The only way to get the fastest speeds when you're transferring that data from your camera, that like on that SD card, transferring that SD card now to the computer or to the SSD drive, sometimes is to use their own specific SD card reader. SanDisk is like that. Other brands, some of them not so much, but SanDisk I know for a fact is like that. So what you want to do is get their branded SD SD card reader. Makes just life a little bit easier and transfers that data a little bit faster. It's not life or death or whatever, but if you're going to get one, get a reliable one. And if you're going to get one and time is of essence, or you're working on projects and it's like speed and efficiency matters, then do it. If it's not, and you're just at home creating, whatever your computer has would work fine. Just make sure it's capable of doing whatever your camera can do. And then an SSD drive, the solid state drives, I cannot explain to you how much this is such an efficiency thing when you're creating. It does make a difference. It makes a huge difference. Most of the time when you buy cameras and you're getting into video and you're like, I'm gonna do 4K, I'm doing all the stuff, most people don't have a computer that can match what they're now trying to do creatively. So what they run into is issues with the computer slowing down, or when you try to export a file, if you can get through a timeline without it, you can't see this is slow, or you play the video back and you're like, dang, is my audio and video out of sync? Like, what's the problem? You know what I'm saying? Like, you run into all these issues. SSD. Why? So when you start the editing, what you want to do is, and you'll hear this a lot, but nobody rightly explains this. When they say edit to the from an SD drive or a solid state drive or whatever from SSD, what they mean is when, like Final Cut Pro, for example, when you first create a project or you're first creating a library where everything is going to be housed, think of it like a book. This is the shell of that book. Everything is encompassed inside of that, right? You're creating a new library like in Final Cut. Put that library and start that library, not on your computer. Start it on the SSD drive. Why? Because you will take all of that data, all of that information, all of that, so many hundreds of gigabytes that you will acquire over time as you add in a title and you add in music and you want to do this effect and you want to do that. As you start to build out your videos, as you're editing, all of that processing is now bogging down your computer unnecessarily. You want to start that library file, that brand new project. When something is created or something is saved, it now goes to the SSD drive. So on the back of my stand, this is another great fun fact about toupee tape. I took toupee tape because it doesn't leave the sticky glue stuff when you pull it off. So I'm like, this will work great. I took 2 SSDs. I use this Samsung T5 SSDs. So I took 2 of those. One is 250 gigabytes. That's just like a backup spare. And then one is 1 terabyte. I think that's all I've ever needed. And I'll put these together using toupee tape. And so I put that on the back of my laptop stand. I take those cables and I run those into my CalDigit device thingy-mababa. And so any stuff that I add or anytime I create a new library, that goes to the SSD. And it helps when I'm getting ready to travel. I don't have to worry about dropping a bunch of stuff or taking a bunch of stuff off my computer. It was never on my computer. It's on the SSD drive. And then I have that second one as a backup or stationary stuff that otherwise would need to stay on the computer all the time. It doesn't need to stay on the computer anymore. It now is on that SSD drive. So when I travel, I just unplug those 2, pull off the toupee tape. There's no sticky residue craziness left that you can't just wipe off easily with soap and water and a rag. And Bob's your uncle. And so there you are. That's what I like to do. Otherwise, don't buy anything else. I'm giving you the stuff that you need for storage and data or whatever. Don't buy anything else. Don't watch no more videos on what else to buy. Don't buy nothing. You know why? Because you will overbuy and undercreate. It is one of the biggest problems when people are just getting ready to get started creating content. They will overbuy and undercreate. Wait until you start producing videos and then start making videos every single day. If you make videos every single day, you will find what else is missing in your workflow production based on how you create, not based on how I create. I'm giving you the stuff that I blanketly would say everybody needs to do no matter what they're doing. That's why I say 2 SD cards, get you an SSD drive, and you're good to go with what you have. But from there on, don't buy nothing else. Don't watch videos on nothing else. Go watch and make videos on how to maybe make better videos with just what you got. That's it. Don't watch nothing else. Don't watch no more tech videos. Don't watch no more coverage of nothing. Go make content. So when you're creating, you will figure out, what else do I need? Oh crap, I needed this. If you plan on streaming, Yeah, you can start with USB through your camera, USB-C usually most of the time, but through the USB port of some fashion. And then you're like, oh, I want to do better quality. Then you realize like, oh, I want a Camlink 4K. You know, say, okay, it's like, then you add that on after you start creating for it. Otherwise, you're just buying stuff to sit, collect dust. Then you add on the mindset of, dang, I don't know how to use all this stuff. Then you like, well, let me go watch videos on how to use it. And then you get back into the versus and comparison videos on YouTube of, is this better than this? And should you buy this over this? And now at 2024, is this still good? And you ain't made a piece of content yet. Pause for the cost. Go make content first. Make content every single day. Even if you're only using your camera and making stories, that way you at least are getting and figuring out what that workflow looks like, okay? So that'll save your life and your bacon. Saying stabilization is overrated. We watched Ferris Bueller's Day Off yesterday, and one of John Hughes' greatest movie, and the stabilization is horrible, and nobody cared. Even the opening credits wobbled. That is 100% true, and I see that same thing with noise in the shot. I started rewatching The Walking Dead, and it's a specific section that really caught my eye. And Escape from Alcatraz is another movie. Those are two of the noisiest, and Downton Abbey. Those are three of the noisiest shot films at different stages of like production tech stuff. And this noise sprinkles all in the shot, all over the place. And everybody's like, man, I need a camera that's good for low light. Why? Turn the lights on. You indoors. Turn the lights on. It's like, or these are shows that have cult followings and stuff. It's like, nobody cared it had noise in the shot. Who noticed? So I get what you're saying, Doc. Stabilization is overrated in some regards. I still want it. I still think it is like something that makes people digesting content easier. And that's the difference, because people are like, those movie and film producers are way better storytellers than a lot of the most people that are buying these cameras. And I get that. I know. But at the same time, when I'm looking at stabilization, I'm like, what is going to help me as I'm learning to constantly become a better creator? What is going to help me become a better storyteller? What is going to help not detract away from that as well? Because it's like, it's been stuff where the audio is off, but ain't nobody judging the film or watching that film every week and stuff like that. So that's where it's like, it becomes the difference. If we making content, we invested in stuff, let's invest in what makes the most sense for the kind of content that we're trying to create that does not become a distraction and a detraction to the content. That is from my personal opinion. Saying camera stats and specs ain't creating what stabilizer was used for the Blair Witch Project. I ain't even ever watched that, but it looked a mess to begin with, but it did add to the story. And it's saying babies. Doc Rocket, if y'all don't know, as you see, he got a wrench. My brother from another mother. He said, say that again. Heard that. Saying I'm the brand that just realized Miss D may be older. Just realized it may be older than Miss D. You know what? I'm gonna let you have that one. Whatever, Doc. Mind your business. You always bothering me. Shoot. He said this might be off topic, but how ironic is it that the crowd strike mess up ruined shopping for online shoppers right after Prime Day? You're gonna have to educate me on that one, because I missed it. Number one, I rarely, and when I say rarely, I mean extremely rarely, watch mainstream media news type stuff, because most of the time it's a distraction. Number two, it's always negative. So if something else happened, let me know. I didn't catch it. If you have a woman in your life that is has that monthly drip, that's what I was dealing with this week. So I'm like, I ain't got time to watch nothing. Saying jalapeno Cheetos was not on sale for whatever. There is a story, allegedly, of a trip where Doc and I spoke at People of Video, the first one, and we was in Doc's room hanging out. It was me, him, Luis. Allegedly, I'm being accused of eating Doc's jalapeno Cheetos after he gave them to me, and I asked him. It was like this much, y'all. It was like this much in the bag. I was hungry, okay? I wanted something to eat. He was like, "Oh, Miss D, go ahead and eat them, eat them Cheetos." So I ate them, okay? I ate them, and every year since then, Doc has been like, "Man, Miss D ate my jalapeno Cheetos," because I ain't gonna lie to you, I smashed them. I took them to the head. I had a great time. It was a wonderful experience. And so like I say, allegedly, I'm being accused of eating jalapeno Cheetos, but they were gifted to me, okay? So whether or not they were on sale on Prime Day doesn't matter, Doc, okay? Shoot. Then agree, Prime Day in the UK and Canon R8 at 50% off. I held back from buying as I followed Boss Gladney's checklist. Hey man, rent before you buy. So you make sure you try before you buy. Otherwise, sometimes you just end up wasting money. Say mahalo, sis. Doc, I know, brother, I love you. I miss Albany. I wish that event was still a thing. Saying those look dope. Yeah, Doc Pops, man. Check it out. Saying I bought the Canon M50, GoPro 9, iMac 27 in 2018. All of this was purchased with good intentions, but I guess I'd rather just stay scared. So here's the thing. You could take, if I started making videos right now, if I went, got me a Canon M50 today, Mark 1 today, I could still make the same kind of content. 10 toes down, could still make the same kind of content with very minimal differences, because it's really not about, this is where people say gear doesn't matter. And I would add an asterisk to that to say, yes, it does. But in the process, and I'll explain that statement in a second, but in the process of what it takes to actually make a video and stuff, you can do it with what you have. You lethal with what you already got. My MacBook Pro is a 2016 MacBook Pro. If Judd is still in the chat, he can tell you. He's like, when you gonna update your computer? I'm like, when I need to. When I need to. Because when I bought it, it wasn't even in 2016. I bought it in, it's like 2021 or something. I think I got it. No, it's like, so like I said, I live a real life. I don't live in some fantasy YouTube world where I just buy a bunch of stuff all day, every day. And that's all we ever do is just buy things. That's not reality for most people. I actually pay my bills. You know what I'm saying? So you can be lethal with what you already have. Matter of fact, most people's message and what they want to talk about is lethal. You just got to get past that hump and that hurdle that's in your head. That's the only hurdle that really exists when it comes to content creation. The hurdle that's in your head. If you can get past that, you can be a lethal content creator. I probably started making more videos once I was happy with my purchase. If you're not happy with your purchase, I get it. But here's the thing, you already made it. And you got to tap back into the reason of why you created and why you bought that stuff to begin with. What was the original intent? And so being scared is the hurdle. But here's how you beat that bully up in the head. Here's how you get over that hurdle. What is way more important for you to achieve in life, that is the reason for why you bought that stuff and what kind of content that you want to make? What is the original reason that you wanted to do it? Not say like, oh, I want my kids to be like, live a better life. I'm gonna say something else that's like a hard pill for people to swallow. You had a purpose and a reason for being before your children. Your children are beneficiaries of you realizing whatever purpose and stuff that you have. They can be a beneficiary of your reason why, but most of the time people make their kids their reason why, and that's why they don't never do the stuff. I've talked to tons of people. I've counseled many people for business and content creation and stuff, and events and stuff. Oh, my kids are my reason why. Then why haven't you? Nobody can answer that, because the kids are not the reason why. They are the beneficiaries of you achieving the why. That's all. They can be important to it. I'm not disagreeing with that. And I'm not saying that they don't energize you. But most of the time, people still can't get over the hurdle. So to get over the hurdle in your head, what is the thing you want to accomplish and why you wanted to show up and create? For me, it didn't become real until after I had my death scare with the stage 4 endometriosis, emergency surgery. I found that out afterwards. And then they tell me like, oh, you almost died. This could have happened and this, and then your intestine was pulled over here by this, and then you had appendicitis, and then that was rotted out, and then that was pulling on the intestinal wall. So you could have died because of this, this, and this. And I'm waking up like, huh? What are you talking about? I hope it never comes to that for most of all of you. I hope it never comes to like some like life or death thing. And it's like, holy crap, not that I could have, but that I almost did die. That's the difference. And so I didn't start YouTube and stuff and making content or anything until after that happened. Then I'm like, going back to work didn't mean the same things. The used to be's and I almost did and could have beens didn't mean the same thing to me anymore, because those days was almost just like disappeared in an instant. And I had to ask myself, what could be said of my life had I gone at that point? What could have been said? What did I do? What did I achieve? What difference did I make? I made a good peach cobbler at work and for the family. I crack jokes and people like it or whatever. I was an auntie and, love my niece and nephew. What could be said of my life? I had done nothing. None of the things that was like in my mind, in my head to do or whatever. And so I went back to work different. And what I mean by different is I'm no longer looking at work stuff the same. People saying stuff at work, whatever, didn't have the same effect. Why? Because I'm like, I got to figure out why I'm actually doing this and why I'm here. I wasn't doing YouTube yet. What am I doing here? I got a second opportunity at life, and it just made me really want to realize, what am I here for? Like on some for real stuff. And so I started praying about that. I started to like really take some time away from like, no, I'm not going out to eat or what. I just need to like it shook me. It absolutely shook me because I went back to work different. So me's like looking at this, like, I don't think working a job is going to be it for me. Like if I do anything, I know I want to like have my own business, and I know I want to like figure more of my life out. And that was all the best I had. Praying about stuff, and it's like, do video. And I'm like, that's dumb. That's a dumb answer to a prayer. I'm like, what do you mean do video? That doesn't make no sense. But that was the answer that I got. Just those two words, do video. I'm like, okay. Start leaning into that. Hired a business coach. Guess what comes out of his mouth? Do video. I'm like, you're insane. But I'm like, I didn't hire this person for me to remain the same. So I'm like, okay, I'll do video. So starting to take those daily progressive steps. And if there's anything that I can encourage you about, take daily progressive steps. Just remember that as your mantra. I'm taking daily progressive steps, not fake ones, not busy work, or I'm just researching online. I need to learn this first. Take daily progressive active steps of, I actually did a video that was a short. It was only 30 seconds long, but I took my camera, put it in vertical, and made a video, and I posted it. That's a progressive step. And then it's like, oh, I noticed my audio was wrong in that one. So tomorrow I'm gonna make a different one, and it's gonna be about X. Oh, and it's like, crap, the lighting was off. And it's like, okay, tomorrow I'll make another short that I'll post on my Instagram stories so they disappear in 24 hours. But you're taking daily progressive steps. Then you like, okay, I'm gonna set a date. By next week, I'm gonna post my first YouTube video. Because I've done 3, 4, 5 different vertical videos. I posted them, and I'm like, okay, let me do something with this. The only hurdle that exists in your head, once you figure out what that hurdle is in your mind, the fear of like, why am I here? What am I trying to do? What do I want in life? Let me try to figure out how to uncover this, not discover it, uncover. Uncover is meaning finding what's already there. Discovering means I got to go out and find it. You don't. It's an uncovering. Uncover whatever it is that you really want to do, or why you want to do it, or what makes you happy, what makes you full of joy. You right? What's fueling you? What fills you with joy? Do that. And then if that's not the thing, change your mind. You do something else. So there's nothing lost in executing, but just execute. So learn to take those daily progressive steps. And that fear ain't gonna be nothing. I may never be seen on camera with them, but I ordered 2 Doc Pops. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to I'm the Brown. That's what I'm talking about, saying I will do this. Yes, you will, Stephanie. Yes, you will. Luria, it's good to see you. Saying it's Diana. I never catch you live. Yay, Luria, it's so good to see you. I started to, okay, honest. It was like maybe a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks ago, because I did see your last video you just posted. And I'm like, I should text Luria. And I'm like, do I even have Luria's phone number? So Luria, we have to connect. I just want to talk. Just want to see how you're doing. Okay, you always occasionally come across my mind, but it's always so good to see you, Luria. Shout out to Luria over at Live Streaming Pros. Want to get your live stuff together? Luria is one of the best out there in these real and digital streets. Eddie Martinez saying, I like your content, very helpful for noobs like myself. Thanks, you're very welcome. Eddie, good to see you, glad that you're here. Saying greetings from the UK, good to see you, glad that you're here. Wilderness Adventures UK. I got a feeling I want to check your channel out because I love me some outdoorsy stuff. Am I going to get out there, hike up a mountain or something? Okay, go look at a bear in real life? Probably not, but I enjoy watching it on YouTube. Saying hi from California. Good to see you. Glad that you're from California. Saying thank you, Diana. I have watched several YouTube videos, but yours stand out. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Saying, Mama, I made it for the lighting master class with Alexa. It's a white chocolate day. See, that's what I'm talking about. Brother David Hunt out here in these real and digital streets. Saying, sweet small rig, always coming in clutch. 100%. They really do. 2 brands that I like to go to for 3 now that are really, really like always like on it with accessories. Got to give it to Small Rig. I think they've been doing it for some of the longest amount of time, and they've been on top of it for a really long time. So shout out to Small Rig. And then I would say Ulanzi is number 2. And then the third one I would say is recently Falcom, Falcam. Falcom is one of the smartest, I think, like the way they engineer their stuff. They're thinking about the creative process, kind of like how Small Rig does. I really like their stuff. I've been converting a lot of my things over to Falcom's accessories. They're really good. So what's the best earpiece to wear in talking broadcasts which isn't visible to viewers? It is Doc knows by heart, but it's a piece. Oh man, I'm trying to think. It's like an in-ear monitor is what they're called. And so what you want to do is get in-ear monitors. Here's the thing with those. They are not for bass. And so if you're coming from like even these iPhone headphone kind of joints, these are going to hear more. You're going to hear more bass. Your audio is going to be accentuated differently. You're looking at something like this and hissin. So these are like in-ear monitors. If you look at like live productions that churches do when they're doing like their worship thing or whatever, or even like concerts and stuff, you'll see them have, looks like a hearing aid in their ear. These are what these are called, in-ear monitors. There's 2 ways to do these. Buy ones from these. I would have to look into which brand I actually got. These look more uncomfortable. Like I like Shure a lot, but these are the more like traditional ones. These are not going to emphasize audio in the way that you're used to. So that's something to get used to. But this is what you want to use, is one of these in-ear monitor joints. I can't remember the exact brand, but these are usually great. Another variation of these is to get you can get a custom mold for your ear. What that does is you go to like whatever the ear doctor is called that I can't recall in this moment. You go to the ear doctor. They will put like a clay-ish, or depending if an audio studio is near you that does it, they'll put like a clayish kind of a mold in your ear. And so they want to figure out, especially like if you have smaller ear canals, a little bit like I do, they'll put that mold though specifically in your ear. That's why I don't wear mine. They kind of hurt my ears. Even these can at times. Again, it just depends on your ear. Get the mold, and they'll put the mold in, they'll pull it out, they'll do the other one, and then they will make you a custom set. This is what worship leaders will do for churches and nonprofits when they're doing their worship set and stuff. Usually, I say like 7, 8, it could be close to 9 times out of 10, they have custom in-ear monitors, and they don't cost that much, but you can get them custom done, and you can connect them to whatever cables and stuff like that. And then those loop around the ear, and then those go down behind your back and stuff like that. And the cable length is up to you. Just get the ones that detach. So if something goes wrong with the cable, you can toss the cable out, replace it, and you can keep your in-ear joints. So that's what I recommend. It's called like an in-ear monitor essentially, but it just depends. All right, so saying, yeah, I'm going to be mobile. Man, V-mount batteries and the rods and the cheese plate just make things heavier. So I have one thing to suggest to you, and this is coming from Caleb Pike, that it could be allegedly the thing that might be helpful. I haven't tried this personally, but I support his work and what he's doing. Now, he made something called the Cineback. And so this is the Cineback series. And so you don't have, he's made a couple different ones recently. You don't have to use the specific V mount. He makes it with another mount as well. Let's go to the A7 series, which is currently in stock. They just came, I get the alerts, they just currently in stock today. So he has one for V mount, and he has one for like gold mount batteries. The size of the V mount battery, you don't have to get the big chuggers. You just need to get one that's relevant for what you need. But you can see this on the side here. These those little gold pins are called D taps, and so you don't have to use a USB-C. You can do it a different way, but he has them for a lot of different cameras, and he's constantly making them. This is something out of what he's doing. I'll drop the link to this in the chat real quick. But this is it's called the Cineback though. This is that particular product that he's made. He makes them for the FX30, and he has other ones for other cameras. You just have to get on his list where it says like notify me when available. And what'll happen is you'll get an email like the day before, because some of these like sell out uber quick. And this, he also has a pack where you can just do it yourself. It's more universal. I don't want the one for the A7 series. I just want, let me see if I can, let's go back, all cameras. All right, so he got some ones for, I'm waiting for this to see what this one with the ZV E1 comes out and looks like, but I don't need it, tell you right up front. But what happens is he'll tell you how to build one. There is a normal base set, this A7C2 one. And so what you can do, you can buy this or you can 3D print it yourself. It's only like $10 if you want to do that. And you buy the small rig pieces. Part of my camera airboat that I was telling you about last week is using one of these type of plates that I was telling you about. It's a little bit different, but you can buy all the stuff yourself and just do it yourself. But this is what you'll get in the pack, and you'll get it with a fan or something like that. It's not as intricate as the other ones, but it's enough to honestly be kind of lethal with it. And so this is like the setup that you would build. It's just a bunch of cheese plates from small rig. Trying to think of that other one. It's like UU Rig, which is another variation of Ulanzi. They have some, and I'm trying to think of another company that doesn't, but it's like different size cheese plates. He even has a YouTube video on it where you can make it and it'll look like this when you're done. So you don't have to use those big old chuggers for the V-mount battery, but you can get the smaller ones. He even recently worked with Small Rig on making a smaller, well, no, he made a big one, he made a way bigger V-mount battery. But there's a lot of different sizes and different variations of how you can accomplish that. So you're not stuck just, you know what I'm saying, using V-mounts. You can do it a couple different ways. All right, so let's go to some more questions we got in the chat. Okay, so I'm so fascinated by all this. It makes me feel like I'm in the mix. Skills are needed. Yes. Your cameras are always going to be able to mostly outdo what 9 times out of 10 what most of us can do skill level. I say even 8 times out of 10. But it's like the reason why some of us allegedly buy a new camera is because we want to do something or buy something that makes a skill not necessary. Like it used to be back in the day, back in my day, where you like needed to be a good gimbal operator. If you're going to do wedding films, if you're going to do any kind of videography work, a gimbal was a necessary thing. Having some of those bigger, larger, like even drones have gotten way smaller now. It used to be part of, you need to start adding that to the package. And so it's like an expected thing, but content creation kind of goes through waves and ebbs and flows, and the market changes are usually the same. But right now, you really don't take much. But I like stuff like this, which is why I brought the Friday Live Helpcast back, because community is important. That's one of the things I will tell you. I learned that from Doc Rock in a way I honestly didn't expect to. It's like community is something that's essential. It's something I look forward to that was important to, I would say, my formulation as a content creator, coming up through the ranks, if you will, trying to just learn certain stuff. And it does help because you'll get like y'all answering each other's questions in the chat, y'all having conversations, I'm answering certain stuff live or whatever, and it is a really amazing communal thing. I used to do live streaming, like I said, once a week for years, since like, it's like 2016, I think I started on Facebook. So it's like, but that it's like doing this kind of stuff, it makes a difference because you do learn a lot, and skills is where it's at. Doc Rock saying, I'm all about Samsung Pro Ultimate SDX C cards. They are fast, and Sammy been making memory for decades. So are those the mini joints, Doc, or do they have the full size ones? Because, well, I think they do, but anytime I've ever seen them, it's always been the micro SD cards. Let me pull this up and put that in search, because anytime I've seen Samsung SD cards, they're like the uber small ones. So let's put this in and let's take a gander. So these, okay, so like these are the cheapos. We're not looking for this. Do they have UHS too? They would have to, or V's. Let's do V90. No, these are just the regular joints. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Let's see if they do V60. For me, it's like I hear you, Doc, but it's like I can't. I don't know. I don't trust them. I don't work with them long enough to be like, I don't know. So I always see the mini joints. That's what I'm saying. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I personally hate these. Unless I'm putting them in like a Rodecaster or something. It's like the mini joints, or like a, what do you call it, Osmo Pocket, or, well, those don't take them, but GoPros or whatever, something like that. Then that's one thing. Oh, I'm tripping. Does the Osmo Pocket take it? It might, allegedly. But I don't know. I like the when it comes to SD cards, what are they called? They are called the Kingston. Let's see, V90. These are what I like to use. So I go with these. These are some of my favorite ones here recently that I'm really enjoying. Are these Kingston React or whatever, but the V90 ones. These are some of, like, in my opinion, some of the best budget-friendly SD cards. Those are really cool. I like those a lot, and they've been really good and reliable. In the last year, I've used it nonstop, so I like those. But that's the whole thing. I love having options. Iman's World of Geek, good to see you. Glad that you are here. That almost looked like a Darth Vader icon. Said, hi Diana, enjoy your recommendations. I watched your ZV-E10 video, and though it's a fantastic camera, I went with the Canon R8. Your video was informative enough for me to make the decision. Thanks. You are very welcome. And that's what I love to see. Making the right decision for you. And making sure you have the right information to make the right decision for you. So I appreciate you sharing that. I really do. Because that's good. And that's the thing. When you find out what's right for you, you will make content 10 times faster than if you're trying to force and like using something that you really don't like and don't want. But you're going with it because it's recommended. You know what I'm saying? So love that you found out what works for you and that it is working for you. Saying, don't buy HDDs, get SSDs. Yes, and HDDs are fine if you just want to store something, not edit from. You're storing it. SSDs, yes, you're working from them. Anyone didn't purchase an SSD during Prime Day, not to worry. They go on sale frequently. Just keep your eye out. 100%. Definitely can do that. Saying, stop learning and start creating. 100%. 100p. Saying, what do you think is the best monitor with high nits for outside and inside for an A6700? So we're talking about camera monitors at this point. Be honest with you, not my cup of tea. It just isn't, personally. Honestly, for most people though too, if you're just looking for a monitor, you're gonna find uber budget friendly ones that will be bright. I don't think, and again, this is just in my experience, you can take this with a grain of salt. In my experience, it's not about brightness of the screen, because you can get the hood for that. So it's not really about brightness. It is an extra piece of gear that's, you know, like micrograms of added weight, but get the hood so you can see. But it's not really about the brightness. It's the color rendition that you're getting on the monitor. Because if you're making additions and you're making like all these adjustments to your camera based on what you're seeing on your monitor, and your monitor is not as color accurate as it can be, you're gonna get footage back in the editing bay that's gonna be a mess. Ask me how I know. So monitors is not something I like to roll with 100%, but I like to go with what's tried and true. And for that, we're gonna go over to B&H Photo Videos. And this real quick, if y'all do not have and didn't apply for the B&H creators program, you can get like really good deals at any time. It doesn't have to be sales or Christmas or whatever. You can get deals at any time. So sometimes the pricing of what you may see for some of my stuff for B&H, if you see this like B&H creators thing or whatever, is that like going to be sometimes a discounted price. So if you create, you may recommend gear, talk about stuff or whatever, apply for this program, especially if you buy stuff from B&H all the time. See about getting into that B&H creators program. It's actually really cool because you'll get discounts you otherwise wouldn't get. Okay, so let's do camera monitor. All right, so Atomos is one of like the tried and true. If you just need a small joint, this came out some time ago, the Shinobis, but these are really, really good. But like I said, don't just bareface it. Get you a hood if you need one, like the one that covers it so you can see it. And those are like a dime a dozen or whatever. But when it comes to this kind of stuff, I don't like to go the cheap route, because when you buy too cheaply, you also buy the problems that come with being cheap. What comes with being cheap with a monitor? Yeah, it can be bright and yeah, it can have features, but how accurately are you seeing like the sharpness? How accurately are you seeing and judging the color? I like to use Atomos, like, or if it's an opportunity, I'll rent and get these, but most of the time I'm not using this. I just go with what the flip screen is on the camera. But if you need more real estate or whatever, Atomos. Reliable. Is it gonna hit your pocketbook a little bit deeper? Yes, but at the same time, you get what you pay for. So like you can get one of these cheapo joints or whatever, but just know sometimes, I'm not saying that that's cheap either, but just you can get a different brand that may not be the go-to. But if you just need to see, you need bigger real estate, any monitor will work. You check the nits and the brightness for whatever you need. I don't know what that would be. But Atomos, otherwise, especially if you need it to be recording and stuff, those can be good. It's like with this one, I don't know too much about this one, but it's one specifically that records. Small HD is another good brand. Blackmagic is another good brand. You see these prices are getting up there. Portkeys is another one that's solid. I'll see a lot of creators, freelance videographers using this one. So this is another one that's good. But here's what I would recommend above all things. When you find a model that you like, especially depending on the use case. I don't know what your use case is going to be, so let me guess. Let's say you are doing freelance stuff. You need to float and be able to fly. If you're just solely needing to see the image on a bigger screen real estate, go and look up a freelance videographer and look at what they're using. Or a wedding filmmaker that's using one. So there's plenty of them that make tons of YouTube videos. Go and look and see what they use. Most of the time it's going to be in the descriptions of the videos and stuff like that, if they're making stuff around them being a freelance filmmaker. Not a tech person specifically, you know what I'm saying, like myself. I'm not a wedding film person or whatever. I ain't never going to film a wedding. Never. So I can't give you advice on that. So go look at somebody that is doing it and see what they would use and recommend, because sometimes the workflow differs. Number two, if, like I said, if color rendition and stuff like that, you are going to want to go look at more of a color accurate type brand. Like I said, the ones I talked about are good. And you will see some other ones. Feel World, I think it is, has some cheapos out there, saying price wise. How accurate the color rendition and stuff like that, I don't know. So that's a preference you're gonna have to look into a little bit more. Unfortunately, that's the best I can do right now on the stream. Saying you are moving a library in this. How long did it take you to learn this? You mean like the moving a library to Final Cut Pro, or just like a bunch of knowledge and information? You never stop learning. Honestly, it's a constant process. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it is a daily progressive process. I don't know. I've been learning stuff the whole time. Like, I still learn stuff. I learn stuff from y'all too, you know, or comments even. I don't know. It's just as long as I've been creating is as long as I've been learning, and that process hasn't stopped. I literally still learn something new, literally every week. Literally every week, and it may be from somebody in the comments that fact checks out. Or like I said, I watch people that do that, and then I'm talking about channels that are like maybe 100 subscribers, 200 subscribers. Sometimes the best wealth of knowledge is in the least known channels, because they just making it because it's fun for them. They're making it because they want to document and make like a video diary of sorts of what they're doing. So I like watching people recently that are news videographers, and they do stuff like that. Because the one thing I'm looking to improve is audio in noisy environments. It's just like an ongoing thing. And who does the best? The news. So I watch the videographers behind the scenes that not just work at a news station or something, but just like who in their videography work in their catalog of content, they do that. So there's a wealth of knowledge on YouTube. I will profess all day long, I'm a graduate of YouTube University. That is how I got free in life. That's what helped me quit my job and do all this other stuff, finding in my friends like Doc. We found each other through YouTube. Literally, a ton of y'all found each other through YouTube. So you don't sleep on what you can learn potentially through that. But hell, the stuff that I'm sharing now is stuff that I either learned through experience, you learn by proxy of being close to other people, and like they learn, or I can call Doc and be like, Doc, how do I fix this? Or he'd be like, Miss D, how you do this? Or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So we learn together. But yeah, it's like learning is a collective energy project, if you will. Just keep doing it. So I bought a refurbished 12 terabyte Seagate hard drive to dump my 4K 10-bit ProRes footage, and ironically, it's fast enough for me to edit off that drive. I know what you're talking about. I got one of them joints, but I wouldn't keep doing it. I wouldn't keep doing it because it's some stuff with video artifacts that you don't notice. Sometimes you don't even pick it up on your screen. And so, yeah, you can, but just because you can don't mean you should. So you might be getting away with it now, but sometimes artifacts come over, syncing issues come over, and just sometimes weird stuff you can't rightly explain. So I get it. I've had one of those HDD drives before. I got one sitting on the back shelf back there, but I don't know about that one. I mean, enter at your own risk at that point. All right, let's see what we got. We're coming to the end of the comments, I think, allegedly. Saying overbuy and undercreate. Ain't that the truth? Saying CrowdStrike is a software that is used by Windows. Okay. Yeah, whatever happened with that recently, I have no idea. I caught none of it. When I log off for the day and I'm done working, you know what I watch? Video games. If I'm not reading a book, if I'm not studying something, if I'm not like journaling and doing whatever, like hanging with a friend or something, if I'm not doing none of this stuff, I'm watching video game replay. You know what? I'm watching Persona 4 Golden gameplay because I like the game. I like the Persona, what is it, PS on the PSP. It's like Persona 3 Portable, I think it was. Love that game. So you know what? Some of that stuff is like, does it impact me? Do I need to know about it? And to what degree? Because like I said, most stuff news-wise, sometimes it's just a distraction. It's like, well, you don't know about this. What difference would it make? Not about that necessarily, but that's my initial intake. And then two, what am I going to do about it? How is it going to impact me or whatever? You know what I'm saying? To a degree. So if something happened like that, I know Windows is a major corporation, got their hands in all kinds of stuff. We'll see what happens with it. I'll look into it though, but I appreciate that. Saying regarding CrowdStrike, saying they essentially broke the same internet for Windows users, planes, bank, emergency. Like I said, they got their hand in too much stuff. Of too much stuff, maybe the right stuff, I don't know. Said uncover. Yeah, it's like a lot of stuff you'll do is not discovering. It is an uncovering. It's already there. You're just pulling the blanket off of it. You may walk around it. You may step on it. All you gotta do is pull the blanket off of some of that stuff. Saying, please find time and watch my programs on Chat Night Africa and let me know your critique. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not going to, but I will right now, and we'll look it up. Because we ain't done channel reviews in a very long time. So let's take a gander and we'll see what is going on your channel. We'll do a quick little channel review. So first of the first that we want to look at is when you type in your channel name, what comes up for like your channel. Specifically, when you're looking at your channel, you want to see, like, when you type in your name or something like that, if you said, like, today, go check out my channel, see what's what. The first thing I'm looking for, do you have your name come up? So you do, so that's good. And that's, you got one right here where you got somebody, you on somebody's show, and then you have another one that looks like Wonder Woman on the thumb. And then you have another one that's actually from your channel or whatever. So if we click on over, let's pause because I want to be blasted and turn that music down too. So let's see, we bring Africa's voices to tell stories of Africa. That is because information is currency. Okay, cool. You got your stuff here, email address, dope sauce. All right, so basics are there. Only thing I'm gonna say is probably like thumbnails, initial impressions initially, thumbnails. And sometimes for like podcast type stuff, yes, that works. But otherwise, it's like when you're looking at some things, it's like you do have consistency in the type of thumbnails. Like if anybody sees that frame, they watch your channel a lot or whatever, or they're a regular viewer, you have to think about human psychology as well. When they see your channel and that type of framing, which is kind of where you see that same pink and orange-ish kind of theme, like my background lights, or you'll see me with some variation of the background of my show sometimes, is that brand, essentially like brand recognition, but you're getting people to look like, oh, that's when you come up in the feed, when you come up on the thread, they should be able to see and recognize your stuff apart from anybody else, or at least you want them to. So you do see some consistency there, but let's look at, let me move this out the way. We go to videos. So we just don't have any thumbnails per se. And so sometimes it's like, whether that's a screenshot from something, only thing I would say here is like stuff like this. And thumbnails is a two-edged sword a little bit, because when somebody sees your video, you see how I scroll over it and they're starting to see stuff, they don't see the thumbnail anymore. So a couple things I would do there: be careful of contrast, like in thumbnails. So that's a bright background, white text makes it harder for people to see. And so even though you got your brand colors and stuff like that, even just something as simple as you got that orangish gold color and then black font, that's contrast. It's easy for people to see and to watch or whatever. But I would say probably find a thumbnail, because sometimes you can bring life back to a video, especially if you know that video is really good, you covered a lot of stuff that your audience would care about. Put a thumbnail that represents that specific thing a little bit more. So that's the only thing I would say specifically for that, because if you got 3,000 subscribers, you got enough consistency where people are saying, I want to watch this about X, or I'm coming to this channel because of X, and they're wanting to engage or what have you. And so yeah, I was like, just like get somebody to go through, find a theme that you like for thumbnails or what have you, and go for the gold on that. This is another something where it's like, it's hard to see what that says. This is another one where it's like, it's hard to see what that says. So the topic can be amazing, but you want it easy, make it easy for people to see and to read your content and your channel and stuff like that. So that first initial impression, just quick overview of the channel, and take a gander at it. And that's what I would suggest. You know what I'm saying? So just, that's the thing. You got to think about it from the perspective of the person that's on the keyboard. Based on that, you need to see, would somebody, number one, be interested and enticed or intrigued to click on the thumbnail? Why? What's on there? You don't have to copy the title to the thumbnail. You don't want to do that. Title is already one thing. You got another type of real estate. So let me break this down for y'all. Let's go to YouTube real quick. So I have all of these options that pops up right away. Okay. So I'm getting more into, I'm not even gonna lie and say fasting. That's not my ministry in life, but I'm getting more into organic eating foods, like doing some bits of workout. Like I said, I watch video gameplay, stuff like that, whatever, cameras, you name it. So now I'm getting recommended more of a mix of stuff than what I usually would do. So different industries, and I love this now, because different industries will expose to you how is your content perceived on YouTube. Number two, based on your industry, your niche, and your topic, what do they want to see the most? So you don't always need text. There's no particular formula to make that thumbnail pop. but I'm looking at every title and every thumbnail slightly different based on the industry and the niche. If we look at the one about the pizza, stuffed crust pizza, that will help you lose weight, right? Because I'm looking at it's like, okay, if I'm doing a higher protein diet, or making just sure I get my normal protein intake, which I've been able to lose a bunch of weight now, getting this weight off of me, like I was telling you about last week. All right, well, I'm not looking for a text saying this is the best pizza ever, or try this pizza. No, I'm not looking for that. Show me the food. Show me the food, not because I'm hungry. I'm looking to see how good does it look? Do I want to make it? Is that something I want? You know what I'm saying? So I look at that stuff. If I'm looking at the video game play, YouTube is smart. It's going to show me more of what I want. This is the stuff that I'm saying. Think about your viewer psychology and your intended viewer. Who are you making this content for? What do they want to see the most? What would entice them to click? Okay, so for this one, you got chewy oatmeal cookies or whatever. Show me the cookie. I don't care nothing about nothing. Show me the cookie. They show me the cookie, got a little room for text. Cool. Video game replay, slightly different. Why? Because YouTube has learned I like watching full game playthroughs with no commentary. So I'm looking for on a thumbnail like that because my viewing history has suggested to YouTube and told on me that I like watching full game playthroughs where it's no talking, no commentary. And the way that they signal that to me, the thumbnail that makes me click on it, I would likely watch that video. It says 111 hours or whatever. Amazing, because I can play that on and let it just roll in the background, catch up on whatever video game versions of the Persona series that I didn't watch, see the whole thing, where do you find all the stuff, whatever. Not because I want to play it, it's just something I enjoy watching. But I don't want no talking. I just want to hear the gameplay. I want to watch the story. And I'm looking for on the thumbnail, full game walkthrough, full game playthrough, no commentary. Those are keyword triggers that I'm looking for as the viewer. Whereas this YouTube, looking at my buddy Andrew Can, okay, his now needs to differ. If I'm watching his videos and I'm checking them out, what am I looking for? Text. I'm thinking about whatever my problem, not necessarily my interest is per se only. I'm looking at what's the most important thing that I want to get help with. What's the most important thing I'm interested in? This is a recent addition to his channel. It's an upcoming stream or whatever that he's doing later today, actually in a couple minutes. And so I'm looking at that. Jake Sloan, I know Jake ain't going nowhere but outside. He ain't going nowhere but outside. I'm used to his channel. So when I see him outside, I'm like, oh, what's Jake up to? I'm gonna watch the video, right? And so he's talking about a camera, running gun interviews. No text is necessary. Why? Because it makes sense for the context of the video. He can change that and that's cool. But you see how like all of these themes stand out and for every industry and niche. And I like that, you know, I'm watching different stuff on my account now so you can see this. But every industry is a little bit different. But now I have all these options to choose from. It's just a matter of what do I feel like watching the most or what looks the most interesting. So when you are making your thumbnails for your YouTube channel, those are the kind of things that you need to consider when you're looking at the viewer psychology of how is my audience perceiving this? How are they looking at this? Are they interested in this or not? What would make them want to click? That last video I did, I'm trying to pull the website up, my bad. Last website I did, not website, geez, the last video I did, last two videos, talking about the camera, right? What do y'all want to see? You don't want to see my face so much. You don't care. Your interest is not there, even if you don't know me. This is what you want to see. Show me the camera. Do you have it? Does it look interesting? Is that the one? Is this like all kinds of questions? Then they're looking at what's the topic about? Are you going to talk about something I'm interested in? Or are you just saying whatever, something I don't care about? So it's always like, if you look at like this pen, like a timeline, your audience interest is somewhere on that line. Let's say it's here, okay? And this is the beginning and this is the end, all right? Or this is moving forward and this is going backward. If your audience interest is here, you want content that's a little bit in front. Or just right on the nose is fine too. But you want content that's a little bit in front, not in the past, moving forward towards the future kind of stuff. What do they care about? What are their interests are? What are they, you know what I'm saying? Like think about what they're right here on the line. Go a little bit before that. Make your thumbnails speak to that thing that makes them the most interested in or what have you. So that's the kind of stuff you got to consider with that. So something to think about. Alrighty. So I understand what you're saying. Don't buy nothing else. Yep. What's up, Lulu? Good to see you. Glad that you are here. So okay, basically I have a whole setup. I just purchased this stuff because someone on YouTube said it was bomb. Well, here's the thing. If you got it, use it. You already bought it. You've had it for a long time. Use it. Don't buy nothing else. Just use it. Just use it. Actually run into the problems. Don't listen to other people have problems that you don't have yet. Just use it. And here's another thing nobody's going to tell you. Let yourself run into the wall a few times. Not once, not get close to it. Hit the ceiling creatively quite a few times with your gear. Why? Because number one, if you constantly are hitting the ceiling, consistency is there. Number two, if consistency is there, quality of content likely is there if you're hitting ceiling wise. Number three, is there really a need for going past that ceiling? If there's a need or want, because want is a real thing, to go past that ceiling, creative ceiling, then get something else. But most people be down here. Ain't made nothing, ain't did nothing, just like watching stuff. I get it. I've been there. But hit that creative ceiling a couple times. So the next time, it's just like when something comes out or something goes on sale or whatever the case is, or it's just time to make that upgrade decision, you can confidently make that decision and you're comfortable with it. Most people be down here struggling on what to buy and what to do. And it's just like, the problem down here is creating. Creating is the only thing that needs to matter right there. Create, period. Keep creating until you hit a ceiling. Because sometimes you can drop down, make some more, hit the ceiling. Okay? Then you closer and you like, oh man, every video we're hitting a ceiling, it's time to upgrade. That's how you know. Otherwise, don't buy nothing else. What's up, Sam? Good to see you. Glad you're here. I love that image. Looks beautiful. Saying, hi, Diana. What camera lens would you recommend for hair tutorials on myself and in a salon suite? So, depends on how large the salon is. And if I'm thinking correctly, I think you might have been the one that left the comment, but I'm not sure about, you asked about this. But if not, somebody else did ask about lenses in a hair salon, but it could have been you. How much space do you have? How big of a cubicle-ish do you have that you're working with? Because if you got a stall that has, like, it's just you, maybe you got a little bit of a space next to it for like a drawer or something like that you keep accessories in. At that point, most of y'all have good lighting in salons that I've seen. You got some window light, may even have some skylights, but you don't have much space, right? And lighting can be fickle, it just depends. But usually most of the time, so y'all can see all of what you're doing and the intricacies of a scalp and hair and all the rest, you probably usually have good lighting or bright enough scenarios. So at that point, what I'm looking at is two qualifications. Something to handle the smaller space, but still look wide so you don't have to have your camera way back. And then number two is going to be a lower aperture so that as you can bring in as much light as possible. I don't know what camera that you would have, but depending on the sensor size, the sensor is this square that you see in the camera. This one is an APS-C sensor size. If you got like a GoPro, you can't always see that bare sensor, but on cameras where you can swap the lenses out, you can. So what you want to do is think about what sensor size do I have and what would probably work best for that. You can, if you have like a Sony APS-C, I'm gonna stay in the Sony ecosystem for this question. If you want to go really wide, so you can see yourself, you can see the person, you can see the whole stall behind you. They have a 11mm f1.8 lens. It's a prime lens, so the only way you would be able to zoom in is using clear image zoom at that point. When you're using clear image zoom, you'll be fine. You can still see the quality and stuff, but you're just zooming in, like let's say with the zoom rocker or whatever for clear image zoom. But it's a digital type of zoom, kind of using the sensor or technology just so it's clean all the way through. So, I can show y'all something I just did on my website that I honestly forgot about, but it's coming in handy right now. I just added this to my blog because I got some older blogs that need to be updated. So I have moved the website so I can show y'all this. Let's do, so if you go over here, clear image zoom, I think this is the blog post. Yep. So over here on the website, I made a clear image zoom calculator. I literally just did this week, updated so you don't have to download anything or whatever. So if you come over here, there is a clear image zoom calculator. And I just give you the example, that's the old version. This is the new version. So with clear image zoom, if you go to 11 millimeters and you type that in, just hit enter. Here's how this works. As you zoom in on the lens up to a 1.1 times, you now can get 12 millimeters, 13. You can keep going all the way up to, if you're in 4K, if you're recording in 4K, then you can do up to 1.5 times. If you're doing 1080p, then you can do up to 2 times. So if, let's just say, for sake of example, you're staying in 4K. If you get that 11 millimeter f1.8 lens, then you can go from 11 millimeters up to 17 millimeters in 4K because it has a 1.5 times crop. If you do, let's say that 10 to 18 f2.8 lens by Sigma is another lens that now doesn't have an f1.8 aperture or that f number on the lens. So it won't let in as much light, but it's not gonna be bad at all. So f2.8 is like the bare bones minimal I like to go with personally. So at 10 millimeters, if you do clear image zoom on that lens, you now can go at 10 millimeters. You still at 10, you still crop in some more until you get to that 15 millimeter. If you're at 20, if you need to zoom in for some reason, you can now go from 20 all the way up to 30 millimeters. So anything between 10 millimeters all the way up to 30 millimeters is within your range if you're using that Sigma 10 to 18 f2.8 lens. You'll hear a lot of people recommend and talk about and love the Sigma 16 millimeter lens. That's another prime lens. It doesn't have a manual zoom on it. There's nothing to zoom into. It's only 16. If you do clear image zoom on that, you're going from 16 millimeters all the way up to 24 millimeters. Okay. If you want to play with this, I will drop this in the chat for this blog post, and then you can play with that calculator or what have you. You don't have to download anything. I just wanted to put it on the site so it's accessible. Finally figured out a way to do that this way that looks nice. So clear image zoom calculator is at that blog post in the chat if you want to check that out. But you know what I'm saying, some people will be like, oh, all you need is something else. What if you get the 30 millimeter lens? It's too long. It's too long of a focal range. Yeah, clear image zoom is great. You can go from 30 to 45, but it's too close. This is 35 and I at least still need about 2.5 feet on a full frame camera. So just take that into consideration. I would recommend though, go to Sigma 10 to 18. You're gonna be on a tripod or something anyway, or a monopod. You can do the 10, if you want wide and you want to stay wide, go 10 to 8, Sigma 10 to 18 f2.8 lens. Pull that up on the Zons, and then that'll work. If you want even like the Tamron, the Tamron 11 to 20 f2.8 is another one. It's just more or less, they all more or less gonna do the same thing. It's just preference. But the Sigma lens I have tried, it is very sharp and it is very good. So this is the lens here. A little bit pricey, but it depends on what you want to do. So it's this lens here. Then if you want to do Tamron 11 to 20 millimeter f2.8, that would be this lens here. So pricing wise, like I said, I like the Sigma 1018. I would not recommend the Sony 10 to 20 f4 solely because it's an f4. And you can get the Sigma 10 to 18 at an f2.8. It lets in way more light. F4 is fine if you're out vlogging. Indoors, it still wouldn't be bad because Sony cameras look great regardless. It's just less work that you would have to do trying to add more light to the camera and stuff like that. It's just a little bit easier, I find, for a lot of folks. So this is the other one. So those would be my recommendations. You're in a stall type thing at a salon, you're at a tight space. And then just make sure you still get a kit lens somewhere in there, because believe it or not, you can zoom in. Kit lens go from 16 to 50 millimeters. Let's say you just need to get a really close-up shot somewhere. You pop that kit lens on there, put it at 35, 45 millimeters or something like that, and you'd be surprised in 4K it doesn't look bad. It's enough for you to get the shot that you need without needing to buy something else. So that would be my recommendation, Sam, is at least to start somewhere in that ballpark. Range-wise lenses, and those that I share, for the most part, are universal. Sigma will work with other camera brands and stuff to make different things. So it depends. But that's what I would say. If you're in a salon stall, wide is probably going to be your friend a little bit, because you're working in a small space. You got the chair, you got the person, you know, stuff like that. Put your phone up though too, and take a picture. Your phones can sometimes tell you how much space you need. Just be like, do I need wider than whatever your phone focal range usually is, or do I need less? So sometimes that's a good way. Said I'm lost with it all. So I'm pumping myself up again with your knowledge and community. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, give it up for Stephanie. Gonna be making some content this week, posting some Instagram stories with her camera this week. Just turn your camera vertical. Don't be afraid, Stephanie. You got it. Here's the thing. You're not a weakling, right? It's like, you're not a weakling. You're not a wimp. Strong person, and you've done way harder things in life. Think about that. Most of y'all got kids, okay? Period. Don't need no more kids. So much so you'll describe them as, I got the kids, like they're a disease. You say, y'all got kids, and sometimes plural. Period. Y'all done way harder stuff in life than making a video. I promise you. I promise you, I've done this side by side with, like, I've been at a mastermind, and I'm like, everybody pull out your phone. I'm going to help you make content, because I'm going to help you make it. I'm going to record the video for you with your phone, so that we can get past all the hurdles. Because at that particular time, nobody had a camera with them in the room or whatever. Make it with your phone. Today, Stephanie, you could pull out your smartphone, make some stories. Be like, I'm on Diana's stream right now, and we talking about some stuff, and I've been so hesitant about making videos, but this is my first one. I'm finna go for the goal. So y'all can be expecting content from me any day now. Tomorrow's story, I'm gonna be making it with my camera. Peace. In the video. In the video. That's all you need to do. That's all you need. You're not a weakling. You're not a wimp. You've done way harder stuff in life. Hell, you've dealt with way more difficult people. Think about who is the most comfortable person that you could talk to. Sometimes you gotta paste, you know, a photo of whomever underneath, or paste the name of a person on like a sticky, and post it underneath the camera lens, so you can look into that lens and talk to the who it is that you need to talk to. Because if you're just imagining a bajillion people on YouTube and possible strangers are gonna find you or whatever, girl, don't be worrying about that stuff. For real. Most first videos never get more views than you and your mama. You know what I'm saying? Like, we be watching our own stuff over and over again. And you get to coming from your mama, or like my auntie. I love my auntie so much. And she'd be like, this is auntie. I love you. Just keep going, baby. And I'd be like, thanks so much. And that's everything. Shoot, ain't nobody else watching. But then you keep talking. You keep talking. You keep talking your message. You keep talking your message. You keep talking your message. And eventually, people will show up. You know what I'm saying? Like, keep speaking your message. You can do it. You ain't no weak person. You got this. 100%. You got this. I'm not lying. I'm not trying to pump you up and psych you out. You got this. You've done way harder stuff in your life. Promise that you have. Okay? It ain't stressful. It ain't difficult. It ain't hard. You are who you say you are, and you are you have what you say you have. I 100% believe that. So if we can be and have and do anything, why take the sucky version of it? You know what I'm saying? Like, take the best part of whatever exists. You know what I'm saying? So I'm telling you, my first couple times, like, having to go live ever, and first few videos, I'd be walking around the house, be like, okay, ain't no punk. This is my language. Okay, this is my language to myself. Calm down, everyone. And be like, but that's what I would say to me. Okay, I'm not joking. This, if I could do verbatim quotation marks, that would be me. And that's me talking to me. And I'm like, I got this. I ain't no weak person. I ain't no chump. This camera ain't finna punk me. And I'll be like, okay. And I sit down, boop, hit record. And then I start talking. That's it. You say whatever language to yourself, good stuff to yourself or whatever, but that's what I said initially to myself, verbatim, quotations, whatever stuff, calm down everyone. It's what I would say to myself, right? You gotta psych yourself into believing what you want can be possible. It is possible. It can be a reality in your life. Like, it's not weird stuff. It's not wishing. It's not dreaming. It stops becoming wishing and dreaming when you take action on it. Then it becomes a realized, it can become real. Then once you get to it, it becomes a realized goal. And then you move on to the next one. That's how you keep moving. Keep the ball rolling. Just go for it. Go for the goal. Sam saying I got the Nikon Z30, but I want to switch to Sony or Canon for more lens options. Okay, got you. Got a different recommendation for you then. My recommendation for you would be, this would be my personal, this is what I would do. If I was in your shoes, and you can let me know if I'm off here and you need something different. This is what I would do. I go to MPB, because I don't care who recommends whatever, or who's selling whatever. Like, you gotta look and see what's working for you. All right, so let's go to Nikon Z30. This is how I price check. First thing I want to do, how much are these cameras selling for used? Because that'll give me some insight into how much I possibly could get for it if I sold it. Also, can I just quell my emotions and just get a lens that's close to it? Maybe I'm not in the Sony camp. Maybe I'm not in the Canon camp, because I don't think you might get a ton of money for this in a trade-in, but I'm gonna look it up. But sometimes it is telling yourself, I don't need to switch. Counterintuitive to my pocketbook, you know what I'm saying? Making money on affiliate income or whatever. I'm telling you the real deal Holyfield stuff. Do you actually need to buy a new camera, or do you just want one? Because it's fine if you want one, but the need and stuff for more lenses, is it really there if you're only going to get one lens? Because sometimes you can kind of quench those desires just a smidge of a bit to, you know what I'm saying? So before I talk about trading in and stuff, I want to find, just to see if it is a right decision for you to hold on to what you got and just start creating, because that's what I would recommend. The Z30 is not a bad camera. Like I said, Nikon is not just my cup of tea or whatever, but so the camera still works. You still make money with it. You still build a channel with it. You know, like, it's nothing holding you back from that. Let me go to B&H for lens options real quick, because I don't know who makes lenses for them or don't. But I do want to see, but more of them are coming. So it may just be a patience thing. Sigma lens for Nikon. Can we get some stuff? Nikon Z, what is it? Nikon, no, it's Nikon Z right now. Their lineup. Okay. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what I thought. All right. So let's use wisdom here. Okay, Sam, it's not probably what you want to hear, but let's use wisdom here. I know you're saying you want to switch, more lens options, but here's what I'm saying though. Let's see if you can just keep what you have, make content, make the money to make the switch first. Then let's just take that approach first. Okay. So here's my recommendation. What lenses are available? Sigma 16 f1.4 that I talked about, it's available for the Nikon Z. They even got, this is a older one, you probably need an adapter for it, but that Sigma 18 to 35 is goated for good reason. The Sigma Trio, what was it, 16, 30, and a 50 millimeter or something like that, 56 millimeter. Yeah, so the Sigma makes lenses for them, for the Nikon Z. So that's a lens that you literally could use. It would look great, meets those two requirements that we talked about earlier. Let's see if the Sigma 10 to 18. Yes, I want millimeters, but Z, Nikon Z, is that a thing? So I see it for Sony. Do they make it for them yet? They make it for Fuji. I feel like the answer to this could be a yes. if they have it, allegedly. I don't know. You got a 26 millimeter, that's too close. Ooh. They make a wow, 14 to 30 f4. That's not bad. Price is up there, but focal length, that's not what I'm looking for. Maybe they don't yet, but Nikon just bought Red. If you can be a little bit patient, Nikon's finna crush it. Like, I'm not even joking. Nikon's finna crush it. All right, let's look up one other little lens real quick that I talked about. Tamron 11 to 20 millimeter. I just want to see if they do a Nikon Z for this or no. 35 f1.4 Nikon Z. It's not bad. It's not what I'm looking for focal range wise, but yeah, like, and the fun fact is this: Nikon uses Sony sensors. the software is going to differ, but Nikon uses Sony sensors. So like, quality wise, it's not a degradation in quality. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finding what I want to find. 14 to 24 f2.8 is sick, but not at $2,000. Yeah, they don't. So Viltrox makes a 16 f1.8 lens for the Nikon Z, and the Z mount, I don't think that they differ between their APS-C and full frame, so that may be a thing. But so that's one route. So they at least make the other lens for it. Like I said, that's one option. That's one option if you could sit still, allegedly, maybe. If not, I understand, but all I'm saying is, let's just use wisdom here initially. I don't see what I want to see with this one. I'm gonna do one last check, y'all, and then we'll move on to another one. No, I don't want to do a certain brand. I want to let's just do Nikon Z lenses. I don't know what they have. Like I said, Nikon is not my particular cup of tea, but I do want to see their lenses. And can I get within a certain range, focal range? Allegedly not. And then we're going to go price low to high. That'll get us closer to, what's the name of, do we have? I need more search options and stuff. B&H. Savings and stocks, no. Brand, no. So these are manual focus. Won't care nothing about those. Those are everywhere. It's a bajillion of those. It's not what we want. Okay, Yongnuo making some stuff. TT Artisans making some stuff, but those are too wide. We can't do a focal range or per focal range short search. Not yet. 7 Artisans. I didn't know they made a 12 millimeter f2.8. So this is a manual focus lens though. Not my cup of tea. Yeah, I'm not a manual focus person. Not that the lenses are bad. It's just easier. Maka, whatever they call it, they're okay. Viltrox making some lenses for them too. So like I said, it's more stuff coming. I can tell you the Viltrox 20 millimeter f2.8 lens, most of my videos recently have been on that lens. That's an autofocus lens. 20 millimeters, a little bit, you'd have to push the tripod back a little bit further, but that's not a bad lens either. So like I said, you just have to dig a little bit deeper. If I could get away from these manual focusing lenses, we'd see some better autofocusing options. 28 is too close, 40 is too, or just to make you be too far away. No, these manual focus, man, get out the way. Do we have anything to say autofocus? 24 f1.7, so that's not a bad lens. It still would make you push your tripod back a bit more, but that's one option. So like I said, before we play the let's switch cameras game, it's like, can we use a little bit of wisdom, calm it down a smidgen, and go from there? So here's what I recommend if you are going to switch. If you're looking to switch camera brands, is what I always do. I want to price and see where the camera is selling at right now. You can sell it yourself and get way more money through some website like Gear Focus. I don't play with eBay, but some people like to. So to each their own. So we're going to do, actually we want to do a trade-in. We don't want to just sell it. We want to do a trading type thing. Let's say we want to get, let's just check what they got first. Let's do the ZVE1 or let's do A6700. They may have those in stock. So it's $1,200. So $1,300. So you pick whichever version. These are actual pictures of the real camera, which is why I really like MPB. They don't just give you stock stuff, which is why all of these look different. So you look through the camera, see is it whatever you want. Let's just pick one of them. Or let me go back. Let's be realistic. We want to go cheap to lowest. Yeah, cheap to highest. Okay, $12.99 like new. Okay, let's take a look. Does it look like something's wrong with it? Got a little bit of specks on here, just wear and tear probably. Screen looks fine. Like everything else more or less looks fine. It's just a little bit more wear and tear like on that dial. Are we okay with this? Personally, I would be okay with this. So if I want to pick one, then let's say I'm going with this one. So we go up here to trading, and I want to see how much am I going to be able to get my camera for first if I'm selling it. So I'm going to go Nikon Z30, and let's say it's in like new condition, because it likely usually is if you take care of your stuff. So we're going to add it to quote, and I want to see how much I'm going to be able to get for this. And let's say I'm also going to sell the Nikon Z. What's the kit lens? What is it? Nikon Z kit lens. What even is theirs? I don't think you'd have the 28 to 75 of 2.8. What is the one? 12 to 28. So let's say this might be it. Nikon Z DX. Is their APS-C line? I think so. See, this is what I'm saying Sony needed to do. The 12 to 28, but lock that in at a f3.5 for a kit lens would have been awesome sauce. I would have loved to see like a 12 to 35. So let's just say we got this lens. Nikon 12. So let's say we got this one. Let's say it's also in like new condition. All right, we're gonna add that to the quote. Then we want to go down here to buying, because you will get more in the trade-in than you would just outright selling. So I'm gonna say I got, did I pick a Z30 up here? Yeah, selling, say I'm buying now. Say I'm gonna get the Sony a6700, just for the sake of that. So yep, that's the camera. Then we're gonna go like new. They're gonna ask you which one. We're gonna say the cheapest one, whatever it is that I viewed. So I wanna get this one, okay? So now I can see what I'm looking at potentially for doing this. And then let's just say, like, just to make up the difference or whatever the case is, just get an instant quote. Oh shoot, my email. Hold on, we gotta switch. Please don't spam me. Good Lord, I hate it. It's not the email I'm going to use anyway. But let's see here. Let's put in this. We're going to do a quick quote, and I'll show you what the real price difference is on your stuff right now. Let's do fake email address that I use for this kind of stuff. And then what we are going to do is get you a quote. You're just going to go with MPB for today. Let's get a quote, saying creating your quote. Give it a second, and then I'll drop it to the comments, and we'll go from there to see what is what. All right, so this is what we're looking at price-wise. So price-wise, if we were to trade it in, like I said, the reason why we want to check and see what is it selling for right now, which is a really good cheap price if you wanted to buy it, but that lets me know we're probably gonna get somewhere around 50 to 60% of that, if that much. And you can price at different stores like B&H. I never find where B&H is the most. MPB or KEH.com is what I find usually gives you the most on a trade-in. Don't just sell it, trade it in. Because if you at least buy something, it will speed up the process for the processing on doing this, because you bought something, and you'll get more value than you would just selling it and not buying something. Even if you just bought like a battery, an SD card, a camera strap, or whatever, like you do that. So we're looking at now, instead of paying $1,300 in tax, we're at least looking at $900 of a difference. If you go find a fellow creator on YouTube that has a brand deal with them, I don't with MPB. We should, as much as I talk about them, but go find a promo code from a creator you watch and support that has a brand deal with them, and they're like, you get 10 to 15% off on your trade-in, or whatever the case is, or on your trade-in, or credit towards your whatever. Tony and Chelsea Northrup is one creator couple on YouTube. Tony and Chelsea Northrup, they have a deal with Adorama, and they have a deal with, which is another camera store you could look at. But their process is different. You would need to send all your stuff in, they evaluate it, and then they decide if you get whatever the number is, MPB, KH, they just tell you based off of that. You send your stuff in. When you're ready to go with them, they'll rate it to make sure what you said and what they got matches. Sometimes, why I like MPB, they'll be like, this is way better condition than what you rated it for. We're going to bump it up again, and you actually get this much more money back. Not because I'm a creator. They don't know me from Adam. Excuse me. So that's what I'll do. Tony and Chelsea, Northrop has a brand deal with KEH.com. You can also do the same kind of process like we just did now. And what they will do is give you like 15% towards a credit or towards your trade-in credit. So you get a little bit more money. But you just got to check their videos. Sometimes it's in the videos, sometimes it's in the description, and it may be a certain series of words or letters or something. It's just not going to be Tony and Chelsea. It's usually something different. So you got to check whatever the latest videos. But that is how you get like the best deals, and then you can get some that, but that's if you're buying used. You just want to buy brand new, you can, from like Adorama, KEH, and B&H photo video. You can do that. So you got to check that out. All right. Let's see here. Make a quick note. Okay, 2422. All right. Block email. Got to go back and fix that, because Lord knows these spammers don't never take a day off. Saying thank you, Diana Gladney, for all you do. Always a pleasure, David Hood. Glad to be of service. Saying it's a rolling shutter in the ZV-E10 Mark II. As much rolling shutter as there is in the A6700 and FX30. It literally uses the exact same sensor. So you're going to get the exact same performance sensor-wise. So everything from, like, you can watch any video if you just type in that camera, rolling shutter. You'll see any amount of tests that show you what that looks like. But here's what I find to be true. Very few people in their actual recording and content do this. So that's a dumb test. I recommend watching people that actually make a type of content that you intend to make. If you're filming race cars, you're not really going to see that rolling shutter that much at a higher vantage point, unless you got a 70 to 200 or 600 millimeter lens, and then you're like uber close on the action, then you may see some stuff. Or you're right up recording sports or something like that, then you're going to probably see some stuff. Most people probably won't. So the amount of rolling shutter conversation, it really is a meh kind of a thing. So just look at somebody that's making the kind of content that you're making, then go and look at rolling shutter in that video performance, and then that'll give you an accurate representation of what you're looking at. AJ Trucker in the building saying, I just updated from the ZV-E10 to the ZV-E1 for 4K streaming. Did I make a correct decision? Did you? It depends. What did you want? Why did you buy it? So I told you last week, I made a camera airboat for mine, which I haven't done the video on yet. Didn't have a chance to this week, but honestly, it's up to you. Depends on what you're doing. 4K live streaming via like ZV-E1 or ZV-E10 versus E1, you're not going to see much of a difference. Not for me personally. I use HDMI streaming. I don't do the USB-C streaming. It's up to you. Why did you buy it though? You know what I'm saying? 4K streaming. What are you going to do within the context of that stream that would make that necessary? That's what you have to ask yourself. I stream via HDMI, so there's no amount of any real difference that you're going to see if you look at this stream versus one that was done on the ZV-E10. So it's up to you of what feels right to make that decision right for you. You know what I'm saying? So I got a 14 terabyte Seagate drive, and it is slow and crummy as dark chocolate. See, that's how you know. Saying the Persona game. That's what I'm talking about, Roderick. That's what I'm talking about. I love that show. Not show. I love those games. No, saying, what do I do to prevent stuttering videos when I'm on screen? Stuttering in speaking, or is the image messed up? If the image is messed up, the first thing I'm always going to go check is the cables. Cables need to be replaced more often than people think. you just need to, like I said, pay attention to the cables. How long has it been? How long have you had those cables? And how long have they been in use? It's not that you're pulling on them, wrapping them up, tearing them down, whatever. It just may be they're old. They're starting to get some wear and tear on them, getting some miles on them. So check the cables first. The other thing is, if most of your stuff is plugging into a USB port or your computer or something like that, how much processing can that thing take? Just like I can wave my hands, the video ain't gonna stutter. You're not gonna see me like like I'm popping and locking kind of. You're not gonna see that. You can see my hands, right? Because number one, the cables are updated. The cables have been, I do swap my cables out fairly often-ish, in the sense of 12 to 18 months. 12 to 18 months, sometimes I can get away with 24, but it just depends, depending on the cable, but it may need to be swapped out. So check cables first. Number two, check your cable ports. Sometimes there's wear and tear on that port. Sometimes you're asking your computer to do too much. So it may be spacing that stuff out, or getting something like I got the CalDigit docking station thing. All of my cables and stuff go in there. So I'm not wearing the ports out on the computer. And then I have some stuff that needs to be more direct, straight to the computer, plugged into the computer. So I space out my stuff between the CalDigit and the computer. And I'm talking about the Mac Mini that I used. I think it's like the M2 Mac Mini. So some stuff is going into the computer, some stuff is going into the CalDigit. Otherwise, look at connection points as well. Every new point of connection is a new point of failure in a live streaming type setup. So you need to take that into consideration as well. Number three, how process intensive is your stream? Like, we're doing 1080p now because, what is it? Instagram, when we stream, Instagram only goes up to an hour and then it cuts out. So Instagram needs 1080p. I don't know about LinkedIn, but most of the time I think those require like 1080p. Otherwise we'd be in 4K and it looks the same between 1080p or 4K. It don't matter. So because of that, just look at your stuff and see what's what. Is your internet speeds fast enough? Number 4, are your internet speeds fast enough? If they're not, upgrade. May need to upgrade your Wi-Fi. Number 5, matter of fact, number 0, Ethernet live streaming, not Wi-Fi. Don't live stream via Wi-Fi. Get an Ethernet cable, run it from whatever you need to, wherever the box is, whatever connections are necessary, Ethernet. That's the one thing. That's the only stuff I do with live streaming. I keep my setup very, very simple. Any live streaming setup is always very, very simple. So that's what I would recommend. Check your cables, check your points of the cables, like your connection point. Space out your stuff. Check your internet speeds, because you may need more internet for your data consumption of what you're trying to do at the speeds and the resolution that you're trying to do. And then, like I said, go back to number 0, Ethernet. Don't live stream via Wi-Fi, do Ethernet. What is up, Mr. Camera Junkie? Good to see you. Glad that you are here. Sam saying, thank you. I did. Saying it's like the size of a bedroom. Okay, so your hair studio and stuff like that. Okay, cool. Cool. People say a camera body doesn't matter, it's the lens, but I say good camera body is also very important, especially when it comes to shooting for clients. What's your take on this? It's a pairing. I don't necessarily believe one is more important than the other. I think it's a couple. Like, they have to be like. Here's what I mean. Is a part in the Bible to say don't be unequally yoked. Same thing is true with cameras. Don't let the setup be unequally yoked for what you're trying to do, depending on your goals. If I have a freaking amazing lens and a bomb camera, it's an amazing pairing. They both complement each other. The camera has enough resolution and quality and features and whateverness going on in it to make sure when I put that lens on it, every element of the lens is represented in what you're seeing, right? Sometimes you can take an amazing lens and a not so great or a really, really, really old camera, and even though it has some quirks about it or whatever, that lens is still going to shine because it has its own value that it's holding up to here, regardless as to what you put on the back of it, right? Is it going to be the same as the first pairing? No, but it'll get the job done. Now, let's say you got an amazing, freaking awesome camera that can do best of the bees and these Hall of Fame stuff and a terrible lens on it. The camera will carry some of the weight, but the lens is still going to detract from that overall image because it's just not a great lens. It doesn't have great optics, not great clarity. It needs more help to make it look great and to represent what the camera body can do. So I don't think it's one is better than the other per se, or one is more important. And you will have people that say the lenses are way more important. Just pay attention to the lenses, screw the camera body. The camera body matters to the point, and this is why I said earlier in the show, if you're hitting a ceiling constantly, creatively, and on the regular, gear is going to matter when you can no longer be efficient in your content workflow. A content workflow don't work if it don't flow. So it's not working. In order for a workflow to work, it needs to work and flow. If you're missing points of that, it don't matter. So at the point to where your camera body, because it's inefficient, something breaks or a port wears down, your clients are requesting something else if you're doing any kind of freelance work, and you can no longer meet the expectations and the demands of what your clients and customers are requiring, or what that package requires, or what they're saying they're the baseline limits of what's necessary, or whatever, or just even your own goals and stuff creatively, you're hitting a ceiling. How much money are you willing to lose because your camera body no longer meets the demands of what you're asked to do? If it's just solely you and you making content for yourself or whatever, I upgrade my cameras based on the workflow. How much easier is this going to make my life and content creation? If it's going to make things worse, buy, easy buy. That's why I'm like, when I had the A6400, amazing camera, loved it. But then it became the live streaming stationary camera only, and it would 100% stayed there. And I swapped to the ZVE10 because it made the workflow process easier. There's no access to Catalyst Browse in the A6400, but there is in the ZVE10, talking about the Mark I. So I made this swap and added the ZVE10 onto the workflow because it would make the flow faster, make me able to do work easier. So it increases the efficiency. I'm a big person that's all about efficiency. Systems and efficiency. If something's not working and it's becoming an inefficiency, it goes, period. Cameras, lenses don't care. Lenses hold their value more than camera bodies, but you know, it's neither here nor there, but it has to be a pairing, a proper pairing between the two. So it's you can have a good lens. Lenses are a dime a dozen. Like, you're gonna find amazing ones all the time. Camera bodies, those will need to be updated if it makes sense for your content workflow. Sometimes you get creators that have been like photographers or whatever for a bajillion years, and they've been in their profession for a bajillion years, so they don't need to upgrade their camera body. Clients demand and stuff like that, their needs, wants, goals can all be met with that. It could be a 7-year-old camera body by now. They don't care, it don't matter. They just swap the lenses out to optically keep adding on to what they need. But as a video creator, it's always about workflow efficiency, and then the lens is fine from there. Saying, what camera body would you recommend then? I don't give blanket recommendations. It's got to be based on what are your needs and wants right now, and what are your goals? What are you trying to do? Any camera body can work. Any of them. Any recent camera body would be great. But what are you trying to do? What are you trying to accomplish? What are your goals? And is that camera body going to suit you for the next 2 to 3, maybe even 4 years? Because there's not really much of a need to swap cameras like that. So it depends on your goals. Saying, I'm up to switch to Sony. I have a ZVE10 in my cart now. It would be ideal to take photos with 2 of my clients though. Okay, I'm gonna say the uncomfortable thing to hear. You can do the same thing with that Z30 that you got. You want the Sony, like you said, it's in the cart. You're feeling the itch to I gotta swap. I'm gonna be happier with it. It's gonna be able to do this better and blah blah blah. But are you going to do, what is it that camera can do that the one that you got can't do now? Now, if you mean the Mark II, that's different, because it's way more feature sets and stuff like that in that degree. But if you mean the ZV-10 Mark I love Sony. I would always still choose Sony over Nikon, personally, my personal opinion. But you got the Z30. There's not going to be a ton of difference between the two. Is some benefits of the ZV-10 over the Z30, but not, I don't think, in the intended use case that you plan to use. but you're gonna have to tell me what is your intended use case. How do you plan to use your camera? Because the uncomfortable answer that you may likely hear, at least from me, it's not gonna make a hill of beans. It's just a preference at this point. And I will say this to close that bit off. If you simply just want it, and you're buying and swapping something because you want it and you can afford it, get it. Because ain't no amount of what I say gonna change that. If you just simply want it, you need no justifications. But if it is it needs to make sense, is the hairline's difference between the two, it just becomes a matter of preference, really. Unless you're going to use those differences, those slight differences between the Z30 and the ZV-E10 to make the difference, or you just want to get into the ecosystem. Like I said, again, very different responses if it's need versus want. You know what I'm saying? So the need may not be there greatly with the intended use case. If it's just the want, then you always gonna rule that out anyway. So I'm using cheap Canon 3000D with my clients because I don't have the cash to buy the new body like Sony. Then invest in glass. You can crush with good glass and good lighting and good skills. Because here's the thing I love to think about. Love the basketball analogy of put a basketball in my hands and let me go play in the WNBA. How much is that basketball worth? $0. Okay, it might even be in the negative or at the cost of the basketball, right? In the negative. Because what money are you even gonna make a team? No. I would love to think otherwise, but no, not at current skill level, right? Now, let's go back in the day. Put that basketball in Cheryl Swoop's hand, right? Put it in her hand. Put it in Lisa Leslie's hand. That basketball's value becomes infinitely higher. Why? Skill level with the tool. So if your skills are amazing, you can take that same camera and put it in some whatever professional, whoever you look up to photo wise, and they would make a masterpiece. You're like, dang, the camera can do that. The camera can do it at the skill level of the person whose hands it in. Same is true with video. So at that point, get more clients, make more money with what you got, and enhancing the skill. I would probably invest more money probably in a really good dynamite, solid, no matter what gig you're using, lens. Buy a lens that is like the most you probably ever have spent to date on it, because it is that good universal lens that you do. For most people, that's a 24-70 or a 70-200 lens, depending on the type of work that you're doing. And that's usually like an f2.8 lens or something. And make money, period. Go make money. Because then you can afford, but let your skills now start to overcompensate for what the camera can't do. Photography is not a ton of updates between like camera to camera. It's not a ton of updates for photos. Like it's really capped off there. So, and depending on the kind of photography work you're doing, it's really not much of a difference, honestly. You know what I'm saying? Like it's really not. So the skills and then like lighting, composition, all that stuff is like gonna get you way more clients than just simply swapping the camera, because clients don't care. It's just certain projects. If they say we need a Sony workflow and you like, oh, I got a Canon, you be like, no, that's not gonna work. You need to have X camera at least, because that needs to fit the workflow depending on what projects and stuff you go for. Saying too much gear guy. Love that channel name. So I use the Tamron 11 to 20 millimeter, works far so well. It's a dope lens. It's a dope lens. Mother Oats in the building saying, you got this, Stephanie. See, that's what I'm talking about. Since Sam, the ZV-10 is perfect for that. Now it's $100 off. Get the Sigma 16. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it's just what you want, if you're just buying a want, buy the want. Saying definitely was looking at the 11 millimeter, but I like the idea of a zoom lens. I will vlog with it occasionally. Yep, I hear you. Kevin Cox in the building. Good to see you. Saying hello, all. So thank you all for appreciate the time. Appreciate it. Saying late to the party. Yeah. What's up, Derek Roberts? Good to see you. Glad that you're here. Saying if you have a Sony ZV-10 with a Sigma 16 f1.4, what lens would you recommend for cinematic gym videos and talking head videos like you're doing now? You already got it. You already got it. Only difference is the focal length can sometimes like depending on the range, impact compression. You have to look up a video because the way it's too nerdy for me to explain it clearly live. But explain it compression wise, it's either like the face starts to morph and look different. Like your face, like got somebody plus size like me, right? You're recording them or whatever in the gym, because let's say it's for you getting more clients for fitness or something. Okay, the Sigma 16 actually in that case would work well, because if you have, and you're working with most, I find this to be true with most women that you're filming on camera, they want to look skinnier than they actually are. I don't care how skinny they are or how wide they are plus size, they still want to look skinnier in real life on the camera. So at that point, it kind of complements, because there's certain ways that you're going to be seeing them through the lens based on that focal range and compression and how all that nerdy stuff works. They will see themselves look slightly slender on that lens. So you already got the setup. That f1.4 is nothing to, you know, sneeze at. Use Catalyst Brows to knock out the stabilization and you golden. The other thing that I freaking love above all other lenses on the market, don't care what comes out, is the lens I'm using right now, which is the Sony 35mm f1.8, and that is an APS-C sensor size lens. And it's just, this is my personal opinion. You can get the Sigma 30mm, I think that one's still at an f1.4 as well, and that one would be very close optically, but get you something that's like between that 30, 35 and 50mm range. And then, like, even if it's a budget friendly one, it's just you're looking at glass optics more importantly. They're usually going to come in at an f2.8 or an f1.8. When you start to really get that razor thin depth of field, because you can always increase the aperture, you can get some amazing looking B-roll. For B-roll, personally, for me, my personal favorite is the Sony 35 f1.8. I will never get rid of this lens. Like, they're gonna have to remake it, make something way better to change my mind. But I've had this lens since 2019 and it's going nowhere. So this Sony 35 f1.8 it's just optically, like I said, I can't rightly explain why or what goes into it or whatever, but to my eye personally, with anything that I film, I can try any other lens, and when I put this lens on, I'm like, dang, that looks good. I've used it with the A6400, A6600, A6100, ZV-10, A7 IV, A7S3, you name it, ZVE10, ZVE1. I've used it with all of them different cameras, and it looks amazing on all of them. The next closest one optically that I loved, personally, I'm just gushing about the lenses, is Sony 7200 f2.8 Mark II lens that they have. Oh my gosh, amazing, beautiful, freaking beautiful. But yeah, get you something between that 30, 35 to 50mm range, and like, it's something magical that happens. Yes, it's closest to what the eye normally would see or whatever, but you get that at like an f1.8, chef's kiss, chef's kiss. See what I'm saying? Thank you. You're very welcome. Saying thank you. Thanks. That's all the folks from me. Saying, oh, you are in there. Saying I definitely needed that. I think I want it because I was looking at getting like an adapter for Sony. If it's just a want, I was concerned about autofocus. There's ways around that. Again, it's not, and I tried this Nikon Z30. I just didn't make a video on it because I didn't like it. And I don't like to bash a camera if nothing's really wrong with it. It just is quirks and stuff that I look forward to. Coming from Sony, having come from Canon, having tried and worked with and had Panasonic cameras, and I don't even know how many Panasonic cameras I had. It's just certain quirks and stuff that I was just like, I'm not going this route because it would be counterintuitive to other stuff that I've recommended and talked about. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't talk about it. I sent it back. So I didn't cover it on the channel, but I did have it, and I was like, I don't like this. That was just my personal thing. But autofocus wise or whatever, is it as good as Sony? No, but is it like unnecessarily bad? You can't work with it or do something? No, you'll be fine. You'll be fine, honestly. And if you put it on the wide, sorry, I'm trying to adjust this window. There we go. If you put it on a wide thing, how can I explain this? So wide autofocus mode, not the spot, not the center. If you put it on the wide one, it's paying attention to the stuff. And there are times when, if you're going to be close to the camera, number one, you don't need a razor depth of field. So you're not going to be doing hair and you want it at an f1.4. That's not going to happen. You're going to be at a wider aperture. It's just having the f1.4. So when you do want to get those shots where you're showing how you healed somebody's scalp, and you showed how maybe how much gunk they had when they first came in, or how damaged their scalp was 3 weeks ago, and you've healed their scalp now, and this is what it looked like, and you're getting a really close-up shot, that kind of stuff. That's where like a shallow depth of field, it only is like a razor thin line of focus, but you're going to be at a wider aperture anyway. So autofocus is not even really going to be a problem. So even if you are at an f3.5, 5.6, whatever inside, so you have not a razor thin depth of field, you want a lot of stuff in focus, is not going to be hunting for autofocus, because the plane of how much is in focus is wider. Okay, that's how that works. So you don't have to worry about autofocus there. So I have this 24 f1.7 in the kit lens. I saw the Viltrox 13. Try the Viltrox and see what's what. But 24 millimeters is still pretty close on APS-C with that Z30 is. What is up, Cost TV saying hello, stopping by to say hi. Well, I'm glad you did, brother. I appreciate it. Glad that you did. Saying my 12 millimeter f2 is the bee's knees. Are you talking about the Samyang? I got that mug. Said, just wanted to say your streams are so informational. Thank you for dropping all this now. My pleasure, Marcos. Glad to be of service. Saying recommended camera plate and mount system for all the cameras. Okay, we got more comments. I need to use the restroom because we've been going for 3 hours. I'm like, this was supposed to be an hour live stream. How we got 2 extra hours? So here's what we're gonna do. I need to stop away for about 30 to 45 seconds to use the restroom. I'm gonna put it back on the countdown timer. It's not gonna go for the full time, but that's just something because I did make a be right back screen or whatever. So if you want your questions answered, you still have not had them answered, you can drop in the chat. I'll answer them because I said I'll answer all the questions on the live helpcast today. So we'll do that, but I need to use the restroom. And so what I'm gonna do is put it on a countdown timer, go to the women's restroom, come back, and then we'll keep rolling. All right, so we'll be back out here in these real and digital streets.
Big dog status, I'm a big dog vet.
I'm back. Whew. I'm looking at the clock. I'm like, dang, gone. We going for 3 hours. This is not, I repeat, this is not finna be a 5-hour energy live stream. I'm not even joking. We're not doing 5 hours. If you're new to the channel, we used to do what I call 5-hour energy live streams, where we literally, because I said I'm gonna answer all the questions on the stream. So even if you gotta leave and you come back or you watch it later on, you know your question got answered somewhere in the stream or whatever, okay? Somehow, just like today, we went to 3 hours, and I was like, I wanna do a stream for 5 hours. It was just a goal, right? Then we hit 3 hours, and I said, you know what? Let's go for it. Today we're doing a 5-hour energy. We're going for 5 hours. Keep the questions coming. And we did. Hit it. Surpassed it. We've done it a couple times. This is not a 5-hour energy live stream today. We're going to stop as soon as I get to the last comment, but it's not going to be 5 hours. Okay? Shoot. So, all right, we left off at Too Much Gear Guys saying recommended camera plate and camera mount system for all the cameras. This is what I took mine apart because you can, and I was doing something with it, but let me see if I can kind of put this back together for demonstration's sake. So this, or some version of this, because I took it apart because you can, but this is Falcom's, yeah, not a good representation, but this is their camera cage or whatever. And like I said, I took it apart because you can, because it can be just a right angle type addition that you want or need, or you can take that part off and just have a camera base plate. Then on the bottom, you have an F50 and F38, and then this is a F22. So 3 different mounting adaptions, plus Arca Swiss at the bottom that you could want. Plus you have up here on the top, right there. And I have not covered this well on the channel, so I apologize. Up there, you got another one where you can actually slide on an F22 adapter, and also has all kinds of points all over this thing for more connection, in addition to another one on the side and another F38. This is by far the best camera cage ever. I'm not joking, ever. Puts the small rig ones to shame, and I have no qualms about saying it. Small rig camera cages are great. I got a few of them. I've given some away during the holidays when we do our game show that we do when I have stuff to give away, which we gave away stuff courtesy of Falcom, so shout out to them. Thanks to Small Rig, they sent some stuff, shout out to them. We had a bunch of stuff that we gave away. Ecamm, shout out to Ecamm. We gave away a bunch of annual accounts, so people got like a year free of Ecamm and stuff. And so we did a huge giveaway. The Falcom cages and stuff that they make, freaking amazing. So I took mine apart because I was playing with it this week, but this is by far like the best camera cage on the market. And like I say, you can take it apart if you want to, if you only need certain stuff or whatever. So if you're gonna get a camera cage, I highly recommend the Falcom ones. I pulled it up on the website so it's a bit easier to see. But those, man, those are freaking amazing, and they're so smart. Falcom is so smart about how they do it, because that's why I switched my quick release plates. I switched everything once I figured this out, because I'm like, dag, I don't need to use the Ulanzi quick claws. They sent me the ones too for the quick release plates. I'll show y'all that in a second. But they make them for a ton of different cameras and stuff. And it's really cool. Like I said, Small Rig is still dope. They make some dope stuff. Tilta is really good. I just have not really got off into Tilta like that, but I'm gonna have to find it on, let's just do Falcom F38 ZV-E1 camera cage. All right, so Ulanzi, Falcom, they are like, just call them brother sisters kind of a thing. But Falcom is the brand that they use for this stuff. So this is the camera cage that I have that I was telling y'all about with Don did that. And so this is a freaking so smart. Like when I say you look at all the different stuff, because then you don't need to add a quick release plate to something. The quick release plates are built into the unit. It has adapters, quarter 20, I think it's like 3/8 or 5/8, whatever it is. Those larger holes, those are on there. So if you want to get one that's a little bit more, brandish or whatever, you can. And like I said, I switched to the F38 plates away from the Ulanzi Quick Claws because it has all the stuff built into it. When I'm using my Mantis Pod for vlogging, I don't need a quick release plate on it. It already has one built into it that fits for this. So it don't matter if I got the cage on or anything else. These mugs are serious business. Like I said, I haven't properly covered it on the channel or whatever, but this is the best cage. Like if you're going to get one for cameras or whatever, this is the best one. If you want a universal joint, it's one of them like literally you could put any camera in that one cage. Then you're looking at one of them like big ones off of Amazon that's just like a big square essentially, but you won't be able to get that closeness for stuff. But if you want one for your cameras and stuff and just want like ultimate flexibility, it's gonna be Falcom hands down. Like nobody's doing what they're doing with stuff, not even Small Rig. And I love Small Rig. They're a great company with the products that they make, but this is the best gosh darn cage I've ever used, I've ever tried. It is definitely goated on my Bee's Knees Hall of Fame list. So Falcom, 10 toes down, best thing ever. It's definitely worth checking out. All right, let's see what else we got here. Saying full size HDMI should be standard on all cameras. I don't have that complaint. You know, I don't have that complaint. Like I get it. It frustrates people to all no end, but maybe because I do something a little different than everybody else does. I've never had a camera port, micro HDMI port go bad on me. I've never had one break on me, as much as people talk about their stuff breaking. And I think I can tell you the reason why, because this is probably the only difference. Let's go away from here. Amazon L-shaped micro. I'm gonna pull it up for you if I can find it. HDMI cable. So this and hissin. So this is what I use, and it's a set of right angle. I don't know if they relisted this or if this is the one. I'll look at that just in just a second, but it is a right angled one. So even got the Gerald Undone's. Doc should have had that purple one. You should have let that one be Doc's for Condor Blue. But it's okay. Here's the one I got. This is the set. I've been using this same set, as you can see, since November 2017. All right. So I've had this. This is one cable I have not had to swap out literally since 2017. I only switched it this past year because it wasn't long enough for me moving my desk and stuff, so I needed a longer cable, and they didn't have a longer one. I didn't want to adapt it, so I went with a different one. That's all. But this cable, that when I was showing y'all the stuff last week and all that, like I used these cables, and this is the set. One side of it goes one way and another side goes the other way. And what this cable does is allow me to keep pressure off of the port no matter how I have my camera. And every camera, when they do the micro HDMI port, has it slightly different. Some are facing towards the front and some are facing towards the back, just the way the port flips in. Like USB-C, it's one oblong type shape, so it doesn't matter. But with the micro HDMI, you notice how on certain cameras, if you've played with different cameras, you got to put it in one way on one camera and you got to flip it around and do it the other way. This takes care of both ways. So if it makes the most sense for me to take pressure off of the cable and have it go over the camera onto the other side or whatever, depending on how it's rigged up or whatever, that's what I'll do, which is what I've done with the ZV E1, because there's a battery door that flaps down. There's no way for me to let the cable just hang down and keep pressure off of the port. So it needs to go up or just off to the side. So in this scenario currently, it's just going off to the side because the battery door holds it for the most part. But other ones like the ZV E10s, the Mark 1s, for example, or the A6100, 6400, 6600, whatever, A7 IV, they all are slightly different. But depending on what the setup is, I will use one or two of these cables. And I've only just had this one set that I've used for forever. and they work amazing, and it keeps pressure off of it. So if it makes more sense for it to hang down and hang that cable down, then cool. If we need to flip it, the way, depending on how the port is, and just let it rest over the camera or over the cage, and use little cable clamps or something to take pressure off of the port, that's what I do. I've never broken a micro HDMI port on any of my cameras. Canon, Sony, Panasonic, none of them. I've owned a tremendous amount of cameras. None of them have ever broken. So when people say they break their stuff, this is the only difference that I could think of as to the reason why. I'll drop the link to that if y'all want this cable. I'll drop a link to that in the chat, and y'all can check that out if you want to. But that's the only difference. So, you know, for me, too much gear guy, that's it. Are we in preview mode? What, publish? What happened? Okay, so how we get in preview mode? Back to live view mode. Okay, how we get in preview mode? That was an accident. I don't know what y'all been seeing then. If it didn't switch, but here, I'll show you again. Because I thought it did, but it didn't switch. How we going to preview? I must have hit it on accident when I came back, but heck, not that. So yeah, okay, so we're good now. All right, so this is what I was showing y'all. It's just this. You get this text off the screen. So it's just this cable. This is what I was showing you if you didn't see it because I was in preview mode, or at some point hit preview mode on accident. But this is just it. This L-shaped adapter, a right angle rather adapter. And I've had this for a very long time. They say it's November 2017. I haven't bought a different one. I haven't had to replace these. These cables have just been an amazing purchase. It's just one of these cables, one of these things that I've bought. Some of the stuff I've had, I've literally had it since when I start first creating or first time live streaming type stuff. This is one of those purchases. This is the only difference that I can think of between myself and other creators that do live streaming or have a monitor hooked up or whatever. I don't care what it is. That's the only difference for that. That was not the question. Not too much gear. It was somebody else's question that talked about cables. Hold on. Dang, where I'm at. I got lost in the chat. Oh no. Okay. Wait. Okay, 12 millimeter. Okay, seen that. Okay, Mother Oats, that's who it was. It was right under too much gear, guys. So it's Mother Oats, my bad. All right, so got it. Said I use Prime Day to upgrade my USB cables, 250 watt, 400 gigabytes per second. That's another great example. But that's not like, for me, it's not stream worthy to be like, hey y'all. But I could have done it, but I just, for whatever reason, I felt out of integrity talking about it this year, being like, hey, and let's do the live stream on, here's a bunch of stuff to buy, because it just would be stuff that either always is on sale at different points or whatever, and it's not a big deal. That was just my personal thing this year. So I didn't do a Prime Day stream like we usually do, but maybe next year, we'll see. But yeah, like I said, cables is probably something every 12 to 18 months. Have more on hand. 2 is 1, 1 is none. It is not worth the frustration and hassle of your stuff going bad and you don't know how to swap it or you can't, stuff like that. All right, saying quality stream today. Thank you. You're very welcome. Glad to be of service. Saying I hate when people stream in Wi-Fi. I said I watch a very, I guess, buggy YouTube channel, and one of the guest panelists always has bad Wi-Fi. So I told him several times to get an Ethernet cable and stop using. So it's Wi-Fi, who's like, we'll F you up, essentially. So most people are saying Ethernet makes it sound more technical than what it actually is, or whatever. Poor Ethernet port just don't get used, especially if you close or somewhere close to it or whatever. You can run a cable and, you know, switch from Wi-Fi to Ethernet and it'll be great. Saying Wi-Fi on my phone. Yeah, on the phone, mobile, whatever, then that's one thing. But yeah. So thanks for your answer. I just have gas. The gear acquisition syndrome. I get it. Saying the other option was to buy the Streamer X, but I didn't know if I could stream 4K 30 via HDMI with the ZV-10. Via HDMI, yeah. Whatever the camera can do, you can do it via HDMI. Actually, on the ZV-E10 Mark I, you can do 422 8-bit via HDMI. Most people don't know that. They think it's whatever the same, what was it, like 420 bit? I think it is 8-bit, just regular recording the SD card or something like that, I think. But you can get 422 H bits. So you get a bit, bit better color rendition a little bit through the HDMI via USB-C on, or is it USB-C? I think it's USB-C on this one. Yeah, USB-C on the Mark 1. But yeah, you can get 422 8-bit. So you will get a little bit better. But I don't know about the Streamer X. It was never, I don't know. I'm kind of weird with certain stuff. It's like, I don't know. Like I said, I'm kind of weird with just certain buys. It's like the Streamer X is not a bad product. It had a lot of bugginess initially. And so that was an initial turnoff, and I just never looked back at it. So it was like, meh. So having a great camera with a bad lens, it's like getting LASIK corrected for surgery and then getting poked in the eye. Dang, that's graphic. I hear you, but it's like, it depends. It's a pairing for me. Saying for the camera body, saying, okay, for the use case, for camera body, I want to use it for hair tutorials, fashion videos, and vlogs. I want to take client photo. There's nothing that you cannot do. It's just solely if you want it. If you want it, conversation over, get it. We're adults. Y'all ain't got to justify nothing to nobody. Tell your husbands, tell your wives. Yeah, I ain't got to listen to you. I'm just kidding. Don't say that. Don't say that. We're not giving marriage advice. I'm just kidding. But if you got to run it past somebody, that's one thing. I don't have to worry about that out here in these real and digital streets, so I'm just saying. But no, don't say that. Have some of y'all be like, Dinah said to tell my husband or tell my wife. Don't do that. Okay, I ain't start sparking no frustrations, okay, in the home front. But if you simply want it, buy it. Why? Because you're never gonna stop looking at it. You're just getting it for what you want. But if we're looking at need and use case, there's nothing that you would likely do with the Nikon Z30 versus the ZV-E10 to really make that difference, make a difference. It's really not. It's gonna be on a monopod probably, because you don't need that much floor space to hold that camera, or like you don't need some big setup. So you use a monopod, a good monopod, as long as your lens is not going to be too heavy. You can use it, which most of the stuff we talked about are small lenses that'll be perfect for it. Get you a monopod that's just a single stick. Just keep other people away. If you got kids, then maybe a tripod or something that runs around, or potential, then yes, then a tripod. That's my only difference. If you're working with all adults, there's never no weirdo stuff going on, or nobody that's accidentally gonna knock your stuff over, a monopod is fine. If you got clumsy people that tripod, okay? But otherwise, there's not, if we're just being realistic here, there's not anything you would do on the Nikon Z30 that on the ZV-10 that the Nikon Z30 can already do. But if it's solely a want and you want to buy it, you don't need my permission in order for you to pull the trigger on it. It's just a want. And then at that point, get what you want. That's it. That's all it is getting what you want, period. No justification needed, no use case needed. If it's just a want and you want to get what you want, get it. If you're trying to look for a justification like, oh, I could do, your clients ain't gonna notice. They used to seeing most stuff with a smartphone anyway. You're gonna have good lighting, you're gonna have a good lens. They won't know a difference one from the other. And like I said, Nikon uses Sony sensors anyway. So, I mean, it is what it is. Personally, I still like the Sony. But like I said, we're just being realistic. You'd be fine. But if you just solely want, get your want. And then you can just be done with it. You know what I'm saying? So, yes. And I can keep the Z30 though. Saying I might just need to learn the camera more. I'm hoping the Red acquisition will give me more variety of lens. Yeah, it's like that's the thing though too. Like I said, when you're doing what you want, what you feel like, there is something about being happy with the brand that you're with. You know what I'm saying? And I get wanting to switch because you're not happy with them. Even at an entry level position like with the Z30 or any of those other Z50s, whatever. It is something to be said about like, I don't like the brand. I don't care what they do. I don't want to be with them no more. There is something to be said about that. So if, like I said, again, if you feel like you would honestly be happier coming over to the Sony squad, you do what you want to do. Do what you want to do. I switched from Canon I switched from Canon to Panasonic because they had 4K and unlimited recording and live streaming via HDMI. But I got frustrated over time when they kept just like, no, contrast detection autofocus is great. Contrast detection autofocus is all you need. Contrast detection autofocus is fine. I'm like, y'all lying to yourselves about this for video, and I'm not gonna play this game. And I'm not waiting for you either. This ain't a marriage. I ain't gotta wait for you for nothing. I can go someplace else. So the M50 came out. I'm like, I can get around some stuff and do what I need to do. Picked up the Canon M50, switched back to Canon, and stayed there. Didn't even bother upgrading. I'm like, now I'm fine for now, but where I go next is open. I'm not locked in with anybody. I'm not buying no whole bunch of lenses that I can't sell easily to make the trade-in value make sense, or just hold off on it if it doesn't financially, and then buy something else. And I wasn't happy with Canon. I wasn't happy with the decisions. I was just happy with what I had at the moment. That was the difference. And so for me, I'm like, well, I'm gonna do what whoever brand I'm like. I like what Fuji's doing. Didn't care with what Nikon was doing at the time. They only had the Z6, Z7, I think at the time, or something like that. Not happy with like Nikon, so it's not even an option. Fuji autofocus is always random. It feels like, even if them it for me for video, I'm like, I don't want to play the guess game. So I'm like, that's going to be Canon or Sony. Now, who has the upgrade path if I ever wanted to buy better? That is stuff that I want to buy and cameras that I would be excited about, kind of a stuff. It meets my goals and stuff that I want for my content and ceilings I may hit over time, whatever. It wasn't Canon. They still playing the, we'll give you this, we'll take that away. We'll give you this, we'll take that away game. Y'all stay there. I'm finna go to Sony and see what's happening over there. And I did. And then after using the cameras, I'm like, dang, I really found a home at Sony. It's like, I don't like all their decisions that they make. It's not like I don't have any criticisms of them, because I do. But I'm like, I really like Sony. I'm like, I'm having fun with it. I enjoy the cameras. I like what's coming out. I'm like, they do have an upgrade path that I like. The lenses are dope. You get third-party options for other places and other brands and stuff. Canon still kept making stupid decisions. Nikon still kept making stupid decisions. Fuji still is fluttering with their autofocus, even though they've worked on it. And then Lumix comes up out of nowhere. And I'm like, well done, Lumix. I'm not tempted though, but good job. Not until the S9 came out. And I'm like, that looks like fun. But otherwise still though, I found a home with Sony. That's the difference. So like I said, it's something to be said about, do you like who you're with or not? Feature set wise, to a price point, and feature set wise, more or less, you're gonna find the same playing field no matter who you go to, with minimal differences, unless that minimal difference makes a major difference to you in your intended use case. So it's like having a camera that can't live stream, and live streaming is a big part of your content ecosystem. Then that little bit of a difference does make a huge difference in your life. You know what I'm saying? So that's the perspective that I come at it from that. But it is something to be said about being happy with who you're with. I'm very happy with Sony. I may get another brand camera because it looks like fun or I like it or whatever, but it's not because I would hate being with Sony. I don't foresee me switching. Like, I don't see them doing something that I would hate so bad that I'm like, screw y'all, I'm out. Like, I don't see that. Can that change? Of course. I'm open to changing my mind whenever I need to change my mind, but I'm happy. I found a home with Sony. So that's why it's like, Canon camera came out and I'm like, oh, that's great. Good job. I'm like, Nikon drone, oh, okay, it's great. Good job. Fuji, all right. Good job. You know, it's like, I'm not enticed until that S9 came out. And I'm like, dang, that looks like a lot of fun. So get what you want. Get what you want. So can you recommend a good battery for the Hollyland HDMI receiver transmitter? Which one are we talking about? Because they got a few things. So let's pull this up on the interwebs for David Hunt. And let's take a gander over to the Tubes U. All right. So if we look over yonder and look at what they got goings on. So the Hollyland system, like which one? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, let's just go with the Mars 400S. Okay. General seems, or I don't know which one. Which one do you got? That's the problem. But more or less it's gonna be the same. But let's go with, say you're gonna do a 4K option. Let's go with the one up yonder. Let's just go with this one. All right. So let's say we got this joint here. Most of the time on the back of these, you can do a ton of stuff. So let's pull up the biggins. So comes to batteries, what do these even take? I think these are going to be those, what do you call them? I'm trying to think of the name. Gosh, and I have some sitting back here on my shelf. For battery, it's either going to be one or two things. What do you need for the length of recording or the length of the project or the day that makes life easier and more efficient for what you're doing? They still have like the Sony battery joints that hook on the back, but if these are like gold mount, V mount batteries or something like that, then you have to look into it. This is not a space where I'm like uber educated in or anything like that. So you take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, but I don't know. It's like if you're looking at a V mount battery or whatever, the small brick joints that have recently come out look great. If that's what they take, if they take them Sony joints, then that's something different. But this is not something, like I said, that I'm like uber familiar with, but that looks like on the back of here, it looks like that Sony battery adapter bit. That's what that looks like to me, because I don't see that V mount imprint that you look for that. That looks like those, what's the name of joints? And I'll show you the ones that I got. They are a bit bigger, but again, workflow wise, efficiency wise, these knees, they're right here. Good thing my charging station is right behind my desk. So these are what looks like those take. And this is by Wasabi. I like Wasabi is a dope accessories battery brand. If you're gonna get third-party batteries, these are great. And these are the NPF 730. What are these? The 730 or 750? I thought these were 730 or 750, but it says it replaces the 730H, the NPF 750, and the NPF 770. So I think these are the 750, but let me pull these up real quick. But these are what I use, and I've had these for, man, I don't know how long now, but maybe since 2021, I think I've had these particular ones. And these have been great for me. So I use these with lights and stuff too. Like I said, they're universal. Wasabi, here we go. And so the reason I use these is, number one, like I said, it comes with a charger or whatever. Wasabi is good. If you look at any technical results for camera batteries and like how well they work, these are ones that are less likely to swell. They do use the better cells in their batteries versus other third parties when you look at the technical testing and stuff like that. And Wasabi is goated when it comes to third-party batteries. So if you're gonna go third-party, Wasabi is the go-to. Now I will show you why I don't use that Wasabi charger, and I use something else. This came with my light kit that was by Waylight, and this, matter of fact, let me put it in there so you can see what I'm talking about. And so on here, it shows me the battery life and all of that, or whatever. You got this in and out button, because not only can I run this out and connect directly in through a DC, but I can charge it. Let me block my face. I can charge it via USB-C. Hold on, let me get this in closer, because I feel like I'm struggling to hold it up like I got T-Rex arms or something. Shoot, let me pull this up real quick. Here we go. And zoom, bazinga. There we go. So now you can see a little bit closer. There we go. All right, so you got this Type-C port, and this charges to the thing, and you can reverse charge with it. Let's back it up because that's a little too close. So I like this by Waylight, and this is what I travel with when I'm using these. And you can get these if that takes those, what is it, they said NPF 750 or somewhere in that ballpark for that Hollyland stuff. Like I said, I'm not super educated with that. because that's not something I mess with or have had to mess with. So again, as I always recommend, not Doc Pops, but again, as I always recommend, definitely check out what somebody that's in your field or in that space doing the thing with that stuff. So a worship tech team comes to mind, for example. They do those. An event, if they do live stream events like for entrepreneurs, stuff like that, and they need to send signals to a camera and stuff or what have you, any of those things where you see the camera is live at a different location and they're usually using like that Hollyland stuff. Look at what they're using and stuff like that. So because it may be something else in the process of that workflow that I may not be aware of that they will, that's like super clutch when you're doing it. So like I said, I'll use these Wasabi ones, but I'll use it with this Waylight charger. So it just plugs in via USB-C. And I can also use this to power other stuff with these batteries. So that works for my workflow. And if these are the right kind of batteries, which I think they might be for that kind of a setup, but like I said, look at somebody that's in that space of doing the kind of stuff that you're thinking about or considering and go that route. All right, so Derek Roberts saying, thanks, Diana. Are you using the Shure MV7 for your microphone? Your audio is clear. Also, are you using an amp, a cloud lifter with the XLR, or is it USB? Also, do you offer one-on-one coaching service? Okay, so let's break this down. Let's go from bottom to top for a second. Let me jump to the one-on-one coaching. Yes, I do one-on-one coaching. You can go to dianagladney.com, hit the contact page. There's a little form right there just to let me know what's what. And yes, you can schedule a coaching call like that, or we can discuss on what you need or whatever if you need to do something more than that. So that's available on the website. That's the shortest answer that I can give. And then we'll do a rundown of the technical questions. I think it's just dianagladney.com/contact. Let me check that real quick. And that'll send a message to myself and the team to let us know what is up. So when you come here, you'll see this button, say schedule a call with Diana. You can fill out this form and then it takes you through if that's what you're trying to do, or if you need to like go over more details, then down here on the contact form, then you can submit it. So just, you can do it that way. So that is the answer to that particular question. I'll drop that link in the chat, but that's the shortest answer for the question. So next question that you had based on all the things. All right, let me scroll back up and pull this back up again because I got lost in the chat. All right. Am I using the Shure MV7? No, this is using the Shure SM7B. It's like the big brother, big sister to that MV7 microphone. The Shure MV7 uses that same internals as the Samson Q2U and the Audio-Technica ATR 2100 I talked about earlier in the stream, if you were here for that. Use that same like Shure SM58s, handheld microphones that you see rock stars using and stuff like that, or churches or whatever. Use the same stuff. So all of them use that same internal. That's more or less the same capsule. If you take the foam off, that's the same thing as that one. So I don't use the MV7. I just got this one. I wanted to buy my last microphone. That's why I got this one. It is not USB anything. It has no USB-C connections at all. It is only via XLR. It does not require, to your next question, it does not require a cloud lifter or a preamp with the setup that I have. The next element of my setup in English is I use the Vocaster 2. And that has essentially built into it the same thing that I would have needed with using a FET head. I don't like the cloud lifters because it requires another XLR cable, and that just adds to the workflow. And if you're traveling with it, that's more crap to take because you got you got the microphone and XLR cable to the cloud lifter. On the other side of the cloud lifter is another XLR port that you now need to take another XLR port and then run that to whatever your audio interface is. That system to me is dumb. I don't want to do that. And I'm saying dumb because it's inefficient. I don't want to take a bunch of stuff unnecessarily. The FET head cancels out that whole extra XLR cable. So I would use the Triton FET head, which has, since we were pulling up a ton of stuff, on here. David, let me get you those Wasabi battery packs. My bad, I forgot that I dropped those. So I will drop you this link, this and hissin. So these are the Wasabi ones that I'm talking about that I picked up. All right, so those are those. Then if we get rid of that box, Triton Fathead, which I did a video on this back in the day, it was with the Rodecaster Pro 1. This is what I use instead, because it cancels out the need for that other XLR cable and your audio quality is still great. There are different versions of this, so like you would need to use the one specifically that I was talking about in that video. So this like the microphone preamp, okay? This one specifically. So I got this one, so it connected to the back of the audio interface, at that time being the Rodecaster 1. So there's no need for another adapters, and it's all kinds of little ones that kind of look like this that are great, but that's what I use. I now use, instead of the Rodecaster Pro 2 or Rodecaster Pro 1, what is this called? I just said it. Vocaster Pro or Vocaster. I think it's the Vocaster 2. I don't think it's a Pro in there. This is what I use. Oh, it's cool. They got some sales going on. And the Vocaster 1, it just has one XLR port. So if it's only you ever, you're never going to have a second person, you can just go with the first one. The Vocaster 2 has 2 XLR ports. So this is the one. And what this has built into it, everything I would need in such a smaller package, no need for a FET at all. It has it built in. It has the 48 volts for phantom power if you had a different microphone that needed it. And so let me go to, if they got one for the back of this. They do not. But in the back, it's like it can connect up via Bluetooth. It has a USB-C thing on there. It connects to your computer. It's just super easy, super small, lightweight, and it's great. They also have a software that has some features. It's called the Vocaster Hub. Let's see if I can pull that up somehow real quick for you without overdoing it unnecessarily. Screen share? Yeah, okay, so that'll do it. So you see that Vocaster Hub? This is what I was saying when I say check the audio levels and all of that. This comes with the, it's a free program, it comes with the thing. So that's what I use. And that runs, whether that program is open or not, it works great as soon as you turn the camera on or whatever. So I don't need to have that app open. I switched to a different kind of a workflow for my audio, just because I wanted less stuff on my desk. I wanted more of my desk real estate back. And it was annoying with the Rodecaster Pro's size. Even though they have the other joints and they made other stuff, I get it. I didn't need to spend no money on this. Vocaster just sent it to me. So it was like a smart deal. Plus, one last thing that was a frustration still was the fact that we still needed to do audio processing in post to get rid of noise and background and stuff. So even though the Rodecaster Pro series is goated, period, it's goated, it's great, it really is. In my particular use case, I still was finding the need to make corrections to audio to get rid of noise. And the noise just kept becoming more and more frustrating. So I invested in Crisp.ai that I talked about earlier on the stream that completely removes it actively. So I switched to a little bit less of a workflow that requires hardware, you know, heavier hardware or whatever. Just got the Vocaster, and that is a much cheaper workflow. Yeah, I'm paying whatever it is, like 70, 80 bucks or something, whatever it is per year for Crisp per year. And I was like, it's worth it, because that's less time that I would have to pay my video editor to keep fixing videos every video. So for my workflow, it's less time for him. It's less stress for me thinking about the audio, because it just is none. It's been several planes, several jets. Yeah, I've heard 0 of them. Big car, dump truck comes by picking up the trash. They were cutting grass yesterday. Nobody hear that stuff. So it was 100% worth it because it drastically increased our efficiency in the workflow for myself and for my team. So that's why I went with that. So to answer that question, I think I answered all of them. But yeah, and the thing I liked about Crisp, it doesn't interfere with the noise. Wait a minute, let me go to the jump to the bottom real quick. 2 to 4 hours. We getting close. I said this is not a 5-hour energy live stream. We're not streaming for 5 hours. We're getting dangerously close to 4. Okay? Dangerously close to 4. We're not doing that right now. We are not doing 5 hours. So we're not doing another hour. We got 90 minutes. I'm finna rush through the comments like a fiend. I'm like, we're not. And I'm saying it's like, do a throwback. No. I ain't doing a 5-hour energy live stream. Let me figure out where I left off at in the comments since I jumped to the bottom. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. We are not doing it. All right. Let me skip past. Okay. Saying, yep, I have the Rokinon. Okay, yeah, Rokinon Samyang 12mm f2. That lens is dope. I just wish that they had fixed some of that ghosting issue when you get to the light or whatever. Otherwise, it's a great lens. I like it. Saying, okay, answered that one. Got it. Saying, well, you have definitely learned me something today. I said I didn't know about that about autofocus. Yeah, it's like most of the time you'll see most autofocus jumping the more shallow the depth of field, but some autofocus systems back in the day used to be so bad it didn't matter if it was a razor thin line of focus, so you do in a shallow depth of field, so maybe this much of a something is in focus. That's why you would see people that's like, oh, it went from the eye to the nose. It's like that thin. We don't see depth of field when it's happening this way. Like, you don't see it that much. But if you turned it to the side, and I've done a video on this, I've done so many videos on, I couldn't tell you. But if you look at the depth of field sideways, if you could, it's doing this. So when you have an f1.4, it's like this, razor thin, but you don't see it because your face and you like that. But if you look at it sideways, f1.4, you say you got like f2.8, f4, f5.6, and so on and so on. Then you're like, oh, all of this stuff now is in focus, right? So the camera don't need to hunt as much. So yeah, it's like sometimes if the autofocus system is needing some help, you know, you just have to sometimes dial in the settings. And that's the other thing I personally didn't care for with some other stuff is I don't want to play with autofocus settings. I'm not like, oh, increase the sensitivity. I don't want to do all that. It's annoying. So as much stuff is annoying, I'm like, I'm not getting involved. So but that's how that works. And thank you so much. You're very, very welcome. Saying hello from Mr. Cheese / Stevo in sunny Dorset. Well, hello, Mr. Cheese. Good to see you. Glad that you're here. I see you out there in the garden. See you out there saying your break video is better than the real videos. I also liked than the music piece. Well, I appreciate that, Steven. I appreciate that a whole lot. See, I do reaction videos and I'm torn between the ZV-E10 Mark II and the A6700. Any advice? If it's sitting on a tripod, you're not going to notice much of a difference. You can spend less money and get the ZV-E10 Mark II. But if there's something that about photos, if you are taking that camera off the tripod and you enjoy the more buttons or think you would enjoy more of the buttons and the price is close enough for you to just make the jump to the A6700, then go for it. Reaction videos though, honestly, you could do that with anything. You know what I'm saying? But like, I get it. You'll still be in the Sony ecosystem, lenses wise, whatever. But some of the concerns and complaints between the two different cameras is not huge. It's not that big of a deal, you know? It really isn't. Honestly, it's minimal for your use case. But what else would you do? What else could you foresee yourself doing in the next 2 to 3 years with your camera? What would you want to do? That's the kind of stuff then where you're like, oh, well, this one has this feature that this one don't, or vice versa. It's like, are you going to touch any of the stuff that everybody's complaining about online? Would it matter? Because for a lot of people, if we're being honest with ourselves, it won't. But you look at beyond just reaction videos, I can do reaction right now. I don't need nothing better. I could have kept my ZV-E10 Mark I on the thing. It wouldn't have mattered. It would have looked the same. Lens is great, lighting is great. It would have looked the same. I could swap these cameras out right now and you'd be hard pressed to find a difference. And that's the Mark I. So for this kind of a stuff, ain't nobody gonna notice. Not really. They're not gonna notice. There's nothing to notice. But look at what are some of the other things that you might want to do, Amanda, and then from there, let that make the decision. Don't let, myself included, don't let online creators that have a bias about a particular use case sway your decision if it is not also in alignment with your decision of the kind of stuff of what you would need and how you plan to create. Even if you've never made a video, just look at day one, what kind of videos would I make? I'm gonna set the camera up on a tripod and I'm gonna do this. Video on one side and I'm gonna do this. We're gonna talk. Case in point, let's go back to Doc Pops. Doing a pre-sale for these right now. Brother got these out. I should have grabbed mine from the mailbox when I took a restroom break. But if this is the video or this is going on, I'm doing a reaction right now. We talked about these earlier. Go to dyna.link/DOCPOPPS and get the Doc Pops. And so if we're doing that, I can do this right now. I don't need much in order for me to do this kind of a scenario or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And so that being the case, cool. Amazing. Don't need to do much. But what else am I going to do? What happens when the stream is over? What happens when that video is over? What else are you going to do? That's what you need to ask yourself. They're like, no, we ain't doing no 5-hour energy. We ain't doing no 5-hour energy. We're not doing a 5-hour energy. Okay, wait. Isn't Falcom and Leon in English? Isn't Falcom and Ulanzi the same camera? Are they the same brand? Yes and no. Is Falcom still like a part of Ulanzi or whatever? Yes, but it's like, imagine it kind of like a brother sister company that's just like right a little bit under the umbrella, a little bit. Yeah, it's the same thing or whatever, but they doing different stuff than just Ulanzi as a whole. And it's like a different aesthetic, a different market. It's just like a little bit of a different arc. That's all it is, slightly different art, but yeah, same more or less brand for the same thing. Pabs TV Vlog saying, hi Diana, is there a near comparison of the ZV-E10 Mark II and the between the FX30? I would have to get those cameras in hand. So right now, before we do any more camera to camera comparisons of me, like I have some decision buying making processes, accessory type stuff videos that will be coming out, but until that camera actually ships and then I can get my hands on one, then I would be able to compare it apples to apples, oranges to oranges between the various different cameras. So yeah, we look at the ZV-10 Mark II and FX30. If that's a video you guys want to see, we could definitely do that one. There's definitely one coming out with the A6700, and even looking at it between the Mark I and then the ZV-E1, and then some other secret squirrel cameras that we'll be talking about as well, that would be interesting and fun, I think, for the channel. Saying 3 mounts in one. Saying I have a small rig for the ZV-10, so don't want to trade out yet. What else would you recommend? For camera cages, it's like I said, unless you just want a really big universal camera cage set, that's the only thing I could think of. I'm be honest with you, I'm not a person for just buying whatever and just sitting on gear. It's like, it's got to have a use. Every piece of gear I own has a job, and if it doesn't have a job, I'm high pressed to get rid of it. Because it's just sitting, losing value or whatever. So most of the time, or it's getting old and you need to replace it anyway. So it's like you can get like a universal one camera cage, but those are just basically big cheese plate grip systems. That's pretty much it. And these are these kind of joints where it's just one huge big thing. It don't matter what the camera is. It's just one big cheese plate grip system type deal. And then at that point, you can put whatever kind of base plate on there that you want and just fit anything. Only problem is poor use of real estate. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you take, for example, so Sam earlier was talking about recording in a stall of a hair salon kind of a thing. So if that's the case, and she's recording in a small space, I don't want a big setup that's this big and my camera's this small just for it to be universal. It's just I think at that point a poor use of space, because now my space when I need to go into something is this big. All right, so just lost LinkedIn because they can only do, I guess, so long. They're not ready for the 5-hour energy live streams, even though we're not doing a day. But my setup now becomes this big with everything else around it, all the accoutrements. But now I'm this big unnecessarily, not doing it. Come in here. Plus, when you're trying to pan stuff, you're driving a big dump truck size steering wheel at that point. Ain't nobody out here trying to live like that out here in this real industry. Just keep it right where you need to. The closer you are, the tighter you can get your shots, the more creative you can be versus no. So you can get the universal joints. I just don't find those to be worth it in certain use cases. That's all. But yeah, Falcom's my go-to. Small rig is this next up after that. So I've gone through 2 Nikon Z6 IIs with broken HDMI ports, and I switched to the Z8. Sometimes it just is a thing. You know, sometimes it just is a small thing. It's not always like super common, but sometimes that you do find it there. Like on the ZV-1, let's be transparent here. It's a little bit, I feel like it's a little bit more wobbly. Like, I'm like, you shouldn't be loosening up at this point. It's a year now, nonstop daily use, whatever, just constantly using it. But it's not abuse, you know, it just is using it. But the HDMI port, just like, I don't know. It just depends. Okay, what's up, Jason Moore? Brother, I was talking about you earlier. Good to see you. Shout out to Jason Moore. If you watch Sony content, you've probably seen our brother from another mother over on the other side of the pond. Probably seen some of his videos. Saying, I need this. I have broken 2 in the past year for this very reason. Yeah, there's that L right angle power HDMI adapters. These needs Hall of Fame. And the other thing is just, if you get the small rig clamps, let me pull that back up. Or I don't think I showed you guys this one, but the small rig has cable clamps that will go onto a cage. And if you're wise about how you do this, you can even rig up a monopod with 1/4-20 adapters if it doesn't already have the hole on it, but that's a different conversation. But you can get these are the small rig cable clamps, and it's not specific to small rig cages or nothing. You can get these, and these will snap back. They open and they close. So depending on how you have your stuff angled, you can add this on, especially if your cables are running over your computer, or maybe they're running towards the back over the screen or something like that. It just depends on how you have your stuff done, and this will hold your stuff in place. Yes, you have the ones where you can clamp down on it, but if you're running a fairly competent setup where you have a bunch of stuff on it, but most of the time it's like you have the HDMI cable, then you may have something running via USB-C, or you have the microphone thing in use. Let's say you're not using the MI shoe with a adapter. Most of the time, most productions you're not. Let's say you're using an XLR setup. You got all kind of cables running through something. So like I said, this small rig cable adapter system, this is amazing. And it just snaps back. It's great. So I'll throw this in the chat for y'all if y'all want to link to this, but that's what I would recommend. If you're doing that in them L-shaped cables, I've never broken one. I can't even count the number of cameras, because I know at least at some point I had probably 6 Panasonic cameras. I was in love. I was in love, but not anymore. Not anymore. All right, y'all, where we at time-wise? Because y'all not finna play me today. Y'all not finna play me today. I knew it. We had 4 hours. We're not doing 5 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 hours. 4 is sufficient. I'm gonna run through these comments like I never could run in track, okay? I'm in my mind though. I'm getting there. Where I'm at in the comments. All right, so I'm getting close. Where are we at? Let me catch up. Okay, we passed those. We talked about those. Okay, we talked about that. Got that question answered. Just running through. Manny saying thank you to everybody that's helping her as well in the chat. Appreciate that. I love when you all have conversations. We got Pab's question answer. We got all this. Got to Jason. Okay, Mother O saying I never used autofocus on a Z6 II, but with the Z8 autofocus is fantastic. Interesting. I said Nikon, I think is like my creative opinion and prediction a little bit. I think Nikon is about to do some stuff like we have not seen in the industry in a while. Their acquisition of Red, I think, is going to be an industry disruptor. And I don't mean just them making a good camera and a camera body and then it comes out. I think Nikon is about to really go into the lab, put on some some goggles, and like have a think tank and be like, how can we disrupt the industry? We got Sony sensors. They've already had for a long time a very long following, and then just be like, how can we crush it on every level? And if they're not stingy with features, people would switch to a point just because they have raw video. Raw video is the equivalent, if you're not familiar, like with photos. If you have, like, you can adjust the white balance, you can adjust all the settings for the most part. You have like ultimate flexibility, right? But in video, you can only adjust some things, which is why we wanted the 422, we wanted the 10-bit, and we wanted this, and we wanted that. And you want greater resolutions and whatever. Wonderful. But here's the difference. Here is the difference. We don't have RAW yet. That's that next level of stuff that even if you haven't touched it, haven't used it, maybe not need it, would become something that becomes more of an industry disruptor. And Nikon has all of the elements to do it if they want to. It's just a matter of if they stop being stingy, drop some more lenses, open up that lineup and start working with like Sigma, Tamron, Broken On, Samyang, whomever, and be like, hey, how can we make this work? What lenses can you make for us? We need to just update this. I think in the next 1 to 3 years, Nikon would be somebody just to contend with. I said, sorry, I was answering the question and you were asking her. I said, I'm just stick to Nikon Z30 and best in list. Okay. Like I said, I'm not trying to encourage you to spend money all the time. My thing is what makes the most sense. Just what makes the most sense. And if you want it, then you just want it. But if you've come to that, okay, here's what I'll do. This is what I do. Put it in a cart for 48 hours. Not just 48 hours to pass time, but just to make sure that initial itch of buying, as long as it's not like a sale, discount thing or whatever, if that initial itch is gone in 48 hours, you know, it wasn't a want, it wasn't a need, it was just a right now want. I've had that feeling various times, and I'll put it in a cart for, sometimes depending on what it is, I put it in a cart for 4 days. And I'm just gonna wait and see what happens. Cause I'm like, if it, like day one is still like, oh man, and then it starts to subside and I'm like, you find something else to look at. Then in 2 days, it's like, do I really want it? It's like, I think that big of a deal. And that's how it goes. That's how I get rid of gas, put it in the cart and wait. Okay, so that, what's the name of joint takes NPF batteries. Okay, cool. So yeah, the 970, 750. So yeah, these are like the 750s. David, these are like the 750s. So that will help if that's what you're trying to do. And these last for a long time. I have actually used these in, like that one video I did with the gimbal for Zhiyun. That was like an all-day production thing. Super clutch for that. I was in Spokane for an event and I needed them for something. I don't even remember. Used it for that. And the Seymour, whatever that thing is, the Seymour something, where it connects your phone and your camera to use it like a monitor. I use it a lot for those. Like I said, those are great. Those are great. Saying thanks, Diana and Luis. Shout out to Luis Vega in the building. So you dropped so much info in this live stream that I'm literally going to have to go back and rewatch. I've been watching the, see, Solomon, that's what I'm talking about. Watch it at work. Watch it at work. I appreciate it. Glad that you are getting some value out of it. Man, we coming close to the end of the stream. We're not hitting that 5 hours. We are not. What is up? We got a super chat in the building. That's what I'm talking about. 20 bucks from Yolanda. Saying thank you, Diana. Awesome stream. Why, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I truly, truly do. saying Chris has allowed me to travel with good audio. That's the only thing you need Wi-Fi for it, or not Wi-Fi, you need internet for it. I wish that I found out later that they had a smartphone app that they canceled. The next iteration for Crisp needs to figure out how to integrate with cameras and content creation mobilely. That's why they need to bring the app back. I know they didn't have the time and infrastructure to keep it going longer, which is why they shut it down. But man, if they can figure out how to centralize that into being like somewhere with your phone, and we can connect our phones to our cameras or something like that, or some device. They work with DJI to figure that out. They need to partner with somebody. DJI is the closest, or Sony's MI shoot stuff, or even Panasonic's been really good with that for a long time. They need to figure that out, embed their system and however they work into one of these MI shoe adapt. Freaking, that legit would change the industry. Not a game changer, it's an industry disruption. That'd be amazing. Absolutely amazing. Paul Mitchell saying, good show, ma'am. Thank you. You're most welcome. Glad to be of service. Saying, oh my, went and ran some errands and I came back we are not doing the 5-hour energy live stream. I repeat, this is not a 5-hour energy. We just so happen to be streaming for a really long time today, answering questions. It just wind up being, where we at now? 4, Jesus, we're getting close to it. We're not doing it. We're not doing 5 hours. We're not doing 5 hours. I'm gonna go get something to eat. We're not doing 5 hours, okay? It's not happening. It's not happening. I'm getting close to the end. I see this much comments left. So we are not doing a 5-hour energy live stream. Saying Falcom and Ulanzi are different companies. Falcom is Japanese. I think Ulanzi's Chinese brand. But they work together. And when I say this, let me clarify. Umbrella company, not because I looked at their corporate structure, but it's like Ulanzi and Falcom are either whether they're partners, whether they're under the umbrella, truly corporate rise. I didn't look at their financial reports and see how they doing stuff, and I could not tell you. But Ulanzi and Falcom work together. So it's not a different company, which is why they have their stuff there, but it's like they work together. However they do it, I don't care. I just like that they do. But yeah, it could be different ones, but Falcom is legit. Abbott Smart saying, hi Diana, thanks for the massive value you are dropping. What do you use to split your screen when you want to do an illustration while talking like in a mobile kind of view? Oh, you mean this? When I do this is using Ecamm Live. So this is literally Ecamm Live. This is what I see on one monitor on my screen or whatever. And so over here, so I have my scenes for stuff that I do. So if I was doing an interview, if I brought my brother Doc on, who we're showing his Doc Pops right now, if I'm showing that, I have that over here. If I wanted to do this kind of a scenario and setup, then this is what I would do. And I could bring guests and put them along the side just with different framing and stuff like that I want to do. If I only want to do the screen only, I want no music. Like this is if I'm doing tutorial stuff. So usually company videos and stuff like that I'm doing, I don't need to be on screen for. So sometimes when I'm recording an SOP or standard operating procedure for the company or something like that, then I can do that. This is when I learned at Creator Camp, where you can bring the comment up and then I can show different stuff. And so you see me blurred in the background, like I'm actually back here. It's not a video. And so you say, what's the best camera placement for the such and such, whatever kind of stuff. So I could bring that kind of question up. But overall, it's just Ecamm. It's based on you and your creativity and what you want to do. And even like the tilting that you kind of see that it's doing, all Ecamm. I don't need nothing else. It's just Ecamm. If I want to bring your comment back up, Ecamm. That's it. Just Ecamm. Your settings, I can adjust that. So when I was playing earlier, saying I have the Sony. If I want to play around with the comments, this is what I would usually do. Then saying I have Nikon, and I think I need to switch to Sony. Help me spend the most money I can. And so if I wanted to change the literal comment, then I can, I could change that to whatever I want. I could adjust that comment, bring it in here. Oh, I got this way too long. I dragged it off the screen. I got this way too long for some reason, but I can double up on the comments and make it 2, right? So I do all of this with Ecamm Live. It doesn't require a whole lot. You know, I can make this small. I can do whatever I want to do. So like I said, I can bring that in, make it smaller for Instagram if I'm worried about it being centralized or whatever. I can do a ton of stuff. I can bring in another camera. I can do whatever I want to do. Whatever I creatively imagine to do, I can do it with Ecamm. And that's how. Diana.link/Ecamm that'll give and use. I don't know if my promo code is still going, but if you use the promo code Diana, the number 2 MOS, then you'll get 2 months for free. I will drop that in the Chizat real quick. But that's what I use. I've been using Ecamm since 2018, and it's only gotten better over the years. And then the promo code, I'm typing this up for you, DIANA 2 MOS, and that'll get you 2 months for free. Let's go there. So you put this in for Ecamm, go to the link, and then you use the promo code Diana 2 MOS if it's still working. It still should be, and that'll get you 2 months for free, so you can do an extended free trial. I actually need to do an updated video on Ecamm actually, but yeah, you can do that and give it a go. So yeah. Oh, we got another super chat. Shout out to Derek saying go get yourself a coffee. Also, what music are you using in the live stream? Saying yes, I snuck in a question. Y'all playing. We had 4 hours 17 minutes. Y'all playing. All right. So because we're still talking about Ecamm, this music comes from Upbeat. UPPBEAT, Upbeat. I'll pull it up in a second. And so I'll drag the music that I want in here. And so, I'm not even showing you, my bad. Oh, yes, I am. I'm thinking about something else. I'm like, it's not showing the screen, but it is. All right, so that is what I use. So I just drag the songs here, order them however I want to. You can extend this out. Here we go. So you can extend that out and like whatever songs, whatever folders and stuff that you want. And that's how I do it. I just do it in Ecamm. I put it in a folder. It's like my live streaming set, or when I was writing my book, I did some streams live, like on my vlogging channel and like in our group, where I was just like to hold myself accountable to doing it, number one. But yeah, that's all I use. I'll show you Upbeat in a second, but no biggie there. It's like Upbeat is dope because quite frankly, I've become absolutely annoyed with subscriptions. I want the least amount of subscriptions as possible because it's just annoying. If it makes sense financially, if it is something where it does make sense. Ecamm is one of those things, makes sense if you are doing a subscription or whatever, because they actually add in features all the freaking time. Whatever people ask for, it's like, hey, Ken and Glenn, can we get X? Can we get this? They'd be like, yeah, we'll throw it in the next update. I'm like, and there it is. So stuff like that is cool. So let me show you where I get the music from. I use Upbeat, and I've tried other ones. I just really like Upbeat. Like, it's like, what, 60, 70 bucks per year? You can do a subscription, and it's like $6.99 or $7.99 or something like that per month. And it's been like that for the last several years. So I'll do, let's see, whatever. I don't know what it is. Let me turn my music off for a second. Okay, can you hear this? I don't like this, corny. But they got some different stuff. Bring that down. But yeah, they got some different tunes on here. Hold on, let's see here. Just different songs. I don't like this, corny. Skip ahead. Yeah, those are kind of corny, so I won't worry about that kind of stuff. But usually, where's my playlist? So I have like my favorites, I have my playlist and stuff like that. Like if it's certain video idea or just like, again, certain songs or whatever. Download. So let's say I want that song. Then I'm like, okay, that's cool. which we already downloaded it before. No, is this the wrong account? Let me sign out, sign into the right one. Uno momento, but I'll sign out, sign back into the right account. Yeah, this is for the vlog channel. That's the wrong account. Okay, sign in. And then let's make sure we're on the right account. You the right one for me. All right, yeah, there we go. So now I see my stuff. So if I'm over here, I don't think I have that song. So let's just go to a different one. So Dope Vibes, it's a different one. So let's see what we got over here. Definitely not. Some songs is cool just because they have a nice song. So let's say I want that song, and we're gonna add that to the stream mix. I'm gonna download it. You don't have to do anything because I have all of my channel stuff logged in. So I was doing some blog stuff. So let's just go here. I'm gonna download it. I'm gonna save it. So then I can drag and drop literally that directly into my thing in Ecamm. And then I will go back. Let's go back to the Doc Pops thing because that's less distracting on the screen. And so from me downloading it, you saw that pop up from the download, I dragged and dropped it over. I'll bring this into Ecamm like y'all saw, and that's that song. And it's gonna play. Here's the song. It's just that quick. And so for me, I like upbeat because it's just cool. Like I said, it's songs that you could listen to in the background. It's not annoying. And they have good artists on there. So that's what I use for all of my stuff. No biggie there. So that's what I use. That's how I do it. Exactly. Put a live streaming mix and go for the gold. We're not doing 5 hours. And let's move on to the next question. Shoot. Okay, where I leave off at. Golly. All right. Saying those delicate HDMI ports is why I get the SmallRig HDMI adapter. Yeah, I have one variation of that where you plug in the micro HDMI, it converts it to a full-size HDMI, and that connects to the cage, and then you don't have to worry about it. Saying that they also have full-size HDMI to HDMI micro adapters that screw into the cage. So that's the one I have that you mentioned. Got another super chat coming in from David Hunt saying the Wheel of Wonder music, please. And thank you for the David. You've been asking for this for a while. I can't play the Wheel of Wonder music right now. It's not in the folder. And it's with, I think I got those particular songs from Epidemic Sound, and I canceled my subscription with them. So if I play it, then it screws up the stream today. So I apologize. I'll have to get it, and I'll just have to buy those songs from whomever if they sell them elsewhere, or just get the subscription back when we do the Wheel of Wonder game. But we're not doing the Wheel of Wonder. Okay, David, we're not doing it. I appreciate the super chat. I appreciate it. We're not doing it today, okay? And then too, it's something about that Wheel of Wonder that triggers y'all. It just becomes aggressive in the stream, okay? Shoot. All right, so saying their acquisition of Red was top tier pettiness. Was it? Or is it like, I think that's one of them big boss moves though too. You bought Red. Put some respect on their name now. You know, it's like, I think they're progressively shifting the way people perceive them as an old school brand versus them being, you know what I'm saying, like the Nikon essentially. So I was just adjusting the ISO and white balance in raw footage for my Z8 and Final Cut Pro. Is so cool. I wish I could feel everything. See, that's the difference. People don't have raw to miss it. They haven't experienced yet to miss it. But once you experience it, you're like, what the hell? What have I been doing this whole time? The more they get that feature into more people's hands, the more people are going to have their jaws on the floor and be like, man, I need to look at what they're doing. Saying it's good to know. We're at 4 hours 25. We're not going 5 hours. We're not. I wouldn't be surprised if the owners of Falcom, Ulanzi, and SmallRig are all cousins. They are. I don't know who the parent is, but they are definitely related. Definitely related. Saying, what's an icon? Nikon Schmicon. I hear you. Oh shoot, we're getting close to the end. Okay, saying thanks a ton. You're most welcome. Saying, tell you what, Diana, you've built a fantastic community. Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I'm glad to bring back the Friday Live Helpcast. It used to be like a big staple on the channel, and that's exactly what we did for a long time. But it's been a while, but I brought them back, and we're having a good time. It's going great. Did not expect to be streaming this long today, but I don't know what's gotten into the chat, but we're next week, 1 hour stream, 1 hour stream. Saying, David, why you gotta go there with the Wheel of Wonder? Said it triggers me. Hilarious. Saying Red was suing Nikon, then Nikon pulled an Uno reverse and bought Red. That is 100% how it went. 100%, because they won the case. They won the case enough for them to just get the usage rights and stuff for whatever, because they dropped it into the camera and did it and asked for permission later. And they like, we both have big dollars, or Nikon maybe has deeper reaching pockets. And it's like, we can afford to go into a case if that's what you want to do. And Nikon won it to the point to like, they got a chance to use it. I don't know what happened to make them put enough money on the table to say, we will buy you. Think about that for a second. We will buy your company and give you more than you can eat with financially. You know what I'm saying? Like, we will buy you. We will buy you. This is major motion production level company. We will buy you. And then they bought them. They bought them. Are you kidding me? That's why I'm like, Nikon, give it 1 to 3 years, 4 years max. Nikon is going to do some stuff we haven't seen before in this space. And I like that Sony has the A7S III coming, A7S IV coming. A7 V probably still won't be off the Richter scale type stuff, but they're gonna have to do something with the A1, A9 series of cameras that's gonna have to contend for whatever Nikon finna drop. Because if they let that touch anything around a $2,000 price point or more, like with whatever, I'm saying new features, because they are known now for doing more firmware updates. It's about to be a software game. The camera space is no longer finna be a hardware game. It's 100% finna start being a software game, because everybody ain't buying camera bodies every year like they used to have to get whatever the latest was actually coming to market. Now it's a software game. So whoever can win with the software and keep up competitively software wise, ultimately, and manage to keep their users happy based on the camera body. But this buying new camera bodies every so often, it's finna go down the drain. It's not happening. It's like Nikon is about to be a serious player. Saying it's okay, I understand, no worries. Let me find that song. I'll play it for like a hot second, David. And then they're gonna be like, and YouTube's gonna say, you need to mute that video. Let me see, do I even have it? Some of y'all don't have no idea what the Wheel of Wonder is. Here we go. I'm going to make a folder. This part of the video is probably gonna have to get cut out, because they're gonna be like, oh, you still have those songs and you don't have an active subscription with us. And I'm gonna say, no, I don't. I've been working with Upbeat, but because David paid the super chat, we will play. And if it has to be muted after the fact, you now know the reason why. Let's see what we got here. This is what happens. This is what K-Walk comedy. It's because she would lose all the time. I'm sorry. Kathy, you know, I appreciate you, but it is so funny. She would hate that song, because if you lose on the Wheel of Wonder, we'll have to get some stuff in to give away again at some point so we can play the game. But that's what happens if you lose. And K-Walk comedy, she done heard that song so many times. It's hilarious. But this is the Wheel of Wonder music. Just fun, joyous, corny as hell, makes you just like, it feels like the price is right. You know what I'm saying? So when we would do the Wheel of Wonder, this is what we would have, what we would do. And if you lost, you just have to wave. This is what we do. You just wave, because it's so sad. You went to the wheel and you didn't win. So David, that's for you. So you get your fix for the for the Wheel of Wonder. That's so funny. But if we had to mute that part of the stream out now, y'all know why. So I'm gonna have to find the Wheel of Wonder again so I can pull it up, because it's been a minute. But since we're moving websites, I don't know if I made that page yet. We already did move the website, but it's just a fact that it is so funny. But that Wheel of Wonder, it's a fun game. If you've never played it with us, if you weren't around, then I'll have to show you what that looks like. But we are moving away from, what's the name of? So let's go here, and I will show y'all if I can. So this is the Wheel of Wonder. This is what this would look like. So we go to the Wheel of Wonder. This is a game I made, okay? And so this is what would happen. We would go to the game. When we go into the wheel, you gotta turn it up a little bit, because it's fun. And so we would put stuff on there and say, Wheel of Wonder, spin, spin, spin. Show us what it is that Kathy might win. And okay, you got to spin again. All right. So we'd also do like pick a number between 1 and 10, for example. You put that number in the chat based on if you picked the number I picked already. Then we would go to the Wheel of Wonder. We take all the winners to the wheel. The Wheel of Wonder, spin, spin, spin. Tell us what it is that Kathy might win. Hey, she won a free ebook of the One Right video. So I would send that out. And so if she lost though, and if it went to, that's what happened. Okay, I'm done. But that game brings out the worst in everybody on the channel, because they's like, the wheel is like, we've been playing this game for years on the channel now. You just have to catch it when I'm doing a giveaway, because that's how we do the giveaway. It's a whole lot of fun. People cheat. I have to have moderators to help manage the chat. People get like, I vote. I'm like, pick a number between 1 and 10. They be like 7, 9, and 10. It's like, you can't pick all of those numbers. It doesn't work like that. You pick one number, one, and then that's it. You got 45 seconds on the clock to pick your favorite number out of the 1 and 10 that you think it is. Because if I say that number is 2 and you pick 7, you don't go to the wheel. Everybody that picked 2, we go to the wheel and we spin to see what you would win off of the wheel. And that's how we did the Wheel of Wonder game. And so that's what David is always talking about. If you're new to the channel, you haven't played the Wheel of Wonder game, that's how I do giveaways, because it's so much fun and it is so ridiculous how like I picked 5. So you know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Saying the Wheel of Wonder hates me. So, and I have no say in whether or not it is I have no say whether or not it went. Like, I don't have a secret button. It's like, okay, stop here. No, it's like all 100% random. I just put the stuff that people would win on the wheel. That's it. 4 hours, 34 minutes. Are we doing this? Are we doing this? I said it at 3 hours and 55 minutes. We're not doing a phone. We're here now. We're here now. 14 people, 13 people left on the stream. Are we doing this? 4 hours and 35 minutes. Are we doing this? Are we serious right now? We're not supposed to be doing a 5-hour energy live stream. It's saying it triggers me. It's saying, David, why you gotta go? It just is funny. Saying I remembered the like button this time. I appreciate that, Paul. If you have been enjoying the stream, would you watch this live on the replay? If you got this far, make sure you hit the like button. Appreciate it. Saying, do you have a video about custom modes 1, 2, and 3 on the dial? Yes, it is about, it's called memory recall on Sony cameras though. If it's a different camera, same principles or what have you and rules apply. So it's actually 2 different videos that I did talking about that. I'm just laughing in the back of my head because the Wheel of Wonder is so funny. Let's go to YouTube right quick and go to the channels at Diana Gladney. Right. So if you go over here, all right. So you go to here, memory recalls, probably a little old. Yeah, it's like 2 years ago. So this is what I talked about in this video. Let's do share, copy. So this is video 1. I'll just do a 1 and a colon. And there you go for that one. And then there's another one about, it's like something like I don't remember the title, but it's something about like how I create. So let me see. I think this is this video. Yeah. So this is the other video that I did. This one's kind of like an updated version to that one. So I'll put 2 in the chat, and this is that one. So those 2 videos, the one on the memory recall and then this one on the be ready to record any video, like my go-to video setup, those use and those show exactly how I personally prefer to use like your memory recall or your custom modes and custom settings on your camera dials. That's how I do it. Just to give you a simple breakdown for that is whatever the first and most thing that I use the most often is number 1. The next one is number 2, so that may be back there or off to the side or whatever. And number 3 is for vlogging. And so based on the kind of environments, the type of lighting, is it a set light up and I'm never changing it, this room never changed, I could just put it in C1 or your memory recall 1 for that custom 1 mode and you're off to the races. Number 2 is a smidgen, very slight differences. And then number 3 is vlogging, and then that's different settings for that. And then like those videos go into the mindset for that. Saying David saying yes. Said don't tell Fulgens won. What we do like that year we did a Rode pod mic. He had just got the Shure SM7B. He had won a Rode pod mic and he won something else. And I'm like, Fulgens, like, you keep winning. I was like, do you want to gift something? Because sometimes people be like, oh, I already got one of those, I don't need that. Or because we're giving away microphones, we give away camera cages, we give away camera straps, we're giving away books. My audiobook is not out yet, but it's like that. Maybe, I don't think I'm gonna do that. We're just gonna do that because we got my branded water bottles that'll be in a package, audiobook package. So that'll be a thing. But I've given away a bunch of stuff. Only thing I haven't given away yet is a camera and like camera kits and setups and stuff like that. But we've done all kinds of stuff, gift cards and whatever. Like we've done a ton of stuff. And Fulgens kept winning so much. It's like, Fulgens, you like, some people was giving other stuff away. I was like, you want to gift something to somebody in the chat? Because sometimes people do that. And Fulgens said, yeah, my address is. I was like, hey, Fulgens, you do what you gotta do. You do what you gotta do. All right, y'all keep playing with this chat. Saying, do you have, okay, did that. Saying I just bought the Viltrox 16mm f1.8. Do you have experience with it? Or I guess that's what you mean? No, I've never actually even tried it yet. Looks to be a good lens from what I see with everyone else's video on it, but it was never something that was like worth me picking up to try. Because on full frame, 16 is still a bit wide for me. On the ZVE1, so I was just like, no, it's no point for me personally. Is it a good lens in general? I think so from what I've seen. I don't have anything that's like, don't get it because of X. It just still looks like a heavy Betty like the Sigma 16 is. Yeah, saying any experience with it, yeah. Saying JFK Productions, saying 5, no, oh gosh, okay, fine, we're 20 minutes away. Keep the questions rolling. We got 20 minutes that we need to make this stretch. So whatever questions y'all got, whatever stuff that you've been running into creatively, you got 20 minutes. How we did this today, utterly by mistake, purely and utterly by mistake. This is how it happened the last time. We're not doing this next week. Drop some questions. Drop the questions. Golly, I cannot believe this today. This is insane. This is how it goes, though. Saying, we're here, Diana. Just let it happen. Y'all are nuts. Absolutely nuts. But we're here for it. So we letting it roll. We got 5 hours somehow this week for whatever reason, and why, I don't know, but we're here for it. So, man, saying thank you. Loving the chatting. Next week, 5 hours. No, we're not doing this next week. We're not doing, I don't care what any, like, it's 12 of y'all left. And we had like 20 something at one point. So y'all gonna have to make it stretch for like 20 minutes. Okay, you got 19 minutes effectively left. So we're gonna have to run it and figure it out. Because I don't have anything else that I need to talk about today. There's nothing I need to say. If we don't hit that mark, this is on y'all at this point. You want the 5 hour energy live stream? We're so close. We're so close. Okay, this is how much time we got left on the clock. Let me show you. See that? 4 hours, 41 minutes. So now you down to 18 minutes. Y'all better make it happen, Captain. All right. So any thoughts on ClickUp, Monday.com, or even Motion, the AI calendar to help organize content, workflow, support, etc.? I have tried all of these. Motion is really freaking cool. It is really freaking cool. The thing that I find with all of them that are pros, somewhere in the midst of trying all of these, you will figure out what that universal feature is that you commonly would use among any of them that make it make sense for why you're using it. Motion, I find, it is exceptionally good whether you're by yourself, and you start to see it be better because the efficiency is greater on a greater scale when you have multiple people. The truth of the matter is this, though. You do not, it's not too many things that you're gonna find where a revised SOP or standard operating procedure, I'm gonna take it back to solo in a second, solo content creation, instead of like team-wise. You will not find where there's anything that you can do in Motion that would not be solved with a more efficient system and workflow. So as a solo creator, it is fantastic and it is great. But what I find is the least amount of necessary systems help you to become a more effective creator and more consistent creator, because you're like, I'm a very efficiency and systems person, okay? You don't need a ton to be efficient. The least amount of systems that you have, the more effective that you can become, because you're not constantly hunting down better workflows. The flow you have works, ergo the workflow works. But the work won't flow if there's too many systems. Does that make sense? So because of that, I find when I used Motion, because for a time I did, when I use Motion, what I would do is I'd look at it and it would help me to find, we could just make a better SOP, less steps, less need to do whatever. Sometimes it can be, who can do this? That is like in their wheelhouse, something that makes them happy, they're cool with doing it. Who can do this? Already, you know what I'm saying? So like you find a way to be more efficient, or I couple that. ClickUp, Monday.com. I personally use Asana. Like I said, I have used Motion. Motion is really cool. It's just really freaking cool. And I've tried all of them. And I've done ClickUp and Asana team. Well, I've done ClickUp, Monday, and Asana with a team. The thing is this. Excuse me. The thing is this. A lot of times, your basic workflow for how you do stuff is efficient enough. Sometimes it's just a need or a want to have more things or access to more stuff. But if you're never going to use it, you're never going to use it. Personally, it's like if you're never going to use it, you're never going to use it. Most of the time, though, like I said, what Motion will expose for you, though, is probably how to use one of those other tools as well, or even just Asana or ClickUp. I don't know if Monday has a free account, but I know Asana and ClickUp do. Just your bare bones structure of basic. Keep it simple. The more efficient a simple workflow is, the more efficient it becomes. They work together. So it's a preference of what platform you use. ClickUp is really freaking smart with some of the recent updates that they've been doing, and I do follow them even though I'm not a patron of them anymore. Like, it's like I don't buy them, we use Asana because we don't need to use anything else. It just is efficient with where we're at, and we've condensed down the amount of systems necessary. So until it gets to be a 15 maybe plus team, or maybe even 7 or 8 person plus team or something like that in the company, then maybe I'll reconsider if it still fits the need for what we're trying to do or whatever. But you can just keep your system and content workflow simple. You don't need anything really more than that. You really don't. But Motion is dope. I'm not gonna, I'm just saying it's great. So just help take it to 5. Guys, we're at 4 hours and 46 minutes. So keep the questions rolling. We're here for it now. Thank you. Loving all the chatting. Next week, 5 hours. I answered this one already again, but it stuck out to me again. And I'm like, you know what? No. Said no. Said I am down to cheat the Wheel of Wonder for a camera. And that is, Louise, why we have not done the Wheel of Wonder with a camera. I just feel like it's going to be an absolute disaster. Do you hear me? Like, I think it is going to be an absolute disaster. I don't think I ever want to do a camera on the Wheel of Wonder. Honestly, I think it's going to be an absolute disaster. People would cheat till next week. We wouldn't be able to give it away. It'd be so annoying. And I'd be like, what do we do? No, I'm not doing that. I'm not living like that out here in these real digital streets. Then I got the small rig cage or case for the ZVE 1 from the Wheel of Wonder. Oh yeah, saying so I'm grateful for it. Yeah, gave away a cage. Yeah, that one was good. It's just like the ZVE 1. It just fits the it's just like the ZVE 10 cage. ZVE 1 is very similar, and now they'll come out with the ZVE 10 Mark II one, and it'll probably look exactly the same. Very little difference. Saying do it for the culture. For the culture. The culture. You know what? Culture ain't got nothing to do with this right now. Okay? Y'all said y'all want to go 5 hours. We're getting close. 4 hours, 48 minutes. So we need questions. We need questions. Okay? Saying what's your latest book read recommended? Or what's your latest book read recommended? Okay. Let us see. I would say, what have I been loving recently? So honestly, my book reads have been in different categories. My last books, let's say if we're talking, who would I recommend? Who have I been talking to? Trying to think. And I got books everywhere. So that's why I'm looking around to see who I got sitting out. I will tell you, I got you one. I got one for you. This is a mentor of mine, and his name is Dan Martell, and his book is called Buy Back Your Time. What I love about his book is that a lot of people are going and they're making that transition, which is something we will talk about in one of the weeks for the new live creator cohort that will be announced on the channel soon, hopefully sooner rather than later, but rather soon. I was talking to y'all about that last week, 2 weeks ago maybe, but Creator Jumpstart, that's coming out. This particular, you see this logo, I don't have the background thing, but that particular logo. So Creator Jumpstart, that will be launching. And so but the thing about that is he talks about in teaching how to buy back your time. What I loved is that there are principles in there that I was already doing, which let me know I was already on the right track, doing the right stuff. But the thing that he talks about with buy back your time is something I think a lot of creators are hesitant about whether you hire a VA. You don't necessarily have to have a team, have team meetings and do all the things. You could just have people doing some things for you. That doesn't mean part-time. That doesn't mean full-time. It's what I call flex time, which is I need 4 thumbnails a month. Can you do these for me? Yes. I pay you for the thing. Awesome. Done deal. Don't have to have team meetings. You don't have to have whatever. But if you look at it, you buy back your own time because it is worth more to pay somebody whatever that cost may be for that thumbnail creation, other than you spending the time doing it for yourself. And so I found that immensely helpful for a lot of people with that language of simply buying back your time. You know what I'm saying? Like, before we explain any concepts, that idea of buying back your time makes a tremendous amount of sense. So he does go into that more so from a business or SaaS or software as a service type perspective. But if you look at it, here's the thing, I started doing this stuff when I was working a job. I think I was making content for maybe close to a year at that point or so. Could have been like a year and a half even. And then I got to the point, it was like 2018, I think it was. I hired my first virtual assistant. I was still going to work full time, come home, make content, and I still had a virtual assistant working for me part time. Because what that did was earned me time I did not have. So I bought back my time using that language track from his book by Dan Martell. I'll throw a link to it up in the Chizat, because a lot of creators would be like, oh, it don't take that much, or oh, it's not that bad. And it's like, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. So, and I say, yes, it is, because it really is. So if we look at this, I didn't know you had a deal going on right now, but I'll throw an affiliate link in the chat if you can get this mug at a discount or something like that, whatever it is, or whatever Kindle or something like that, audiobook, whatever they got it for. I don't have it on this account, but I have it on my other one. Dan Martell is a goat when it comes to that. He does have a YouTube channel, but at the same time, it's like some stuff, if you feel like software as a service is not for you, it's not about it being software. Just think as a creator, what can I do to buy back my time? I'm gonna throw a link to this, Dan Martell, buy back your time. That's his book. Threw it in the chat right there for you. But when you look at it, when I worked full time, working at the bank, I would go to work and I would wake up and stuff is done. The podcast that I needed, done. The transcript that needed to get done, done. The blog post that needed an outline, done. The emails taken care of, done. And so being challenged with the stage 4 endometriosis stuff like that, it was frustrating because I can only sit for so long. I even got my heating pad on right now. I'm not in pain or nothing, but got my heating pad on right now because I'm constantly managing it and stuff. But you know, today's a great day. I feel great today. So, but yeah, it was really bad back then. I didn't even know what was 100% wrong like that and how challenging it would be over time or whatever. But that's what wound up happening. And so I didn't know the concept of buying back my time. I knew I would get more time than I had. So that's what I would recommend if you want a good read. If you really want to start changing your mindset creatively, the best businesses were not built by themselves. I get it. It's like being a solo creator, being a solo entrepreneur, or you see somebody that does it a lot. I cannot express to you the absolute joy it is to not go it alone on this process creatively. You don't have to be some huge mega big business owner or have a ton of people working for you. You don't, but you can have certain people that do certain things for you. Okay, it's worth it, 100% worth it all the time. Y'all ain't playing with the question, so we doing it for real. Okay, so you have an experience with the Lumix S5 Mark II? Nope, never tried it. Looks like a dope camera, but nah. It looks good. Not gonna lie, Lumix does look good with the stuff they've been doing. Better when they made the autofocus transitions in their cameras. But I haven't owned Lumix cameras for a long time, and that was back when they still had contrast detection autofocus. But it's a great camera. There's not a whole lot not to recommend it. Whether you get the S5 II or the S5 IIX, great. They're great cameras. Lumix is good for software updates. The thing I loved about Lumix though, they had some features in there that nobody else in the industry at the time had. So, you know, saying they gonna rewatch the stream next week. You're gonna have to. Camera Talk 305 saying, any thoughts on the new R5 2 specs? I'm looking forward to the A7S4 or the FX3. So let's pull that up on, we'll get rid of this one. We'll go to B&H Photo Video. 100% honest with you, I didn't even watch the stuff. So why are you gonna pull it up? So I'm not gonna lie to you. I was started watching it before the stream because, like I said, it's just not been, Canoon? That's not right. All right, so let's go into this one because it did just come out, but I didn't watch it because I ain't have the time for it for this week. Shoot, I'm like, I saw it drop and I'm like, man, I don't got time to watch it. I tried to watch a piece of a video today, but I didn't have time to catch the coverage. So let's take a gander at it. From what I can see though, it doesn't look like with this release is Canon. It looks like Canon's bringing their A game and they're not playing around. So traditional microphone, headphone ports, all this double slot such and whatnot. That's great. Got the little grip on the back. Let's move this over yonder. Let me go back. So the back of the screen is like, so here's one thing I'll say about Canon. I like and have always liked since their rendition of the R, the grips are super comfortable. This looks like a continuation of that for real. So just that single deep grip. I don't know about that chiclet of a screen versus a dial. It's just, again, that's a preference. This is a preference comment, honestly. I just give me the dial, I guess, but it's fine if it don't, because I've been rocking with it with the ZV-10 and ZV-E1 not having it. But that little screen kind of a thing, because I'm either in front of the camera or behind it. So even with the little switch that we have, I don't know, that's just a preference. It's not right or wrong or something wrong with it or whatever. But like I said, from what I saw, spec-wise, camera body-wise, looks dope. I know that EVF gonna be Bee's Knees Hall of Fame. So we got a 45 megapixel full frame stacked BSI or backside illuminated CMOS sensor, the Digic accelerator processor, 8K 60 raw 4K, woo! 4K 120 10-bit, golly. Well then, Canon. That is not that's not a sneeze away from competition by any means. That is serious. Dual pixel intelligent AF. I guess that's maybe going with their version 2 or something like that they have or whatever, up to 30 frames per second continuous shoot mode. I did see that they have the blackout free for photos, which will be great for sports folks and photography folks. Let's take a look down further into this jam. I'm gonna have to take these boxes off my screen so I can see. All right, so let's scroll down to the video. Sorry, photo folks. I know it's amazing for you. I just don't care about photos at all. But yeah, raw 12-bit. Okay, and this is all internal. DCI 8K at 24, 30, and 60 frames per second. H.264. Okay, 422 and 420 8-bit and 10-bit. DCI 8K. Golly. Gee, all right then, Canon. Dang. Okay, even 2K at 30. They brought the pain, apparently. Godly. 422 10-bit HDMI, alrighty. 4K 60 external recording as well. UHD 4K 60 frames per second. Canon log 2, 3. Got all their stuff in there. Okay. All the different modes. I'm gonna imagine this camera also does recording to USB-C. I would hope so. CF Express. Okay, 2 terabyte maximum. So V90, okay, that's expected with the thing. I'm looking for the port stuff. Video. Okay, HDMI, of course, that's expected, a full-size HDMI. 2.4, 5, and 6 gigahertz and Bluetooth 5.0. Okay, I want to see some software come with that. Like, what's the smartphone update gonna look like? You know, with the Canon stuff, the Canon Connect app that they had, or whatever they choose to update it to. But my word, I mean, then go ahead and drop an amazing camera then, why don't you? That's not bad. That looks really, really good. I have no dag, like I don't, that don't happen with Canon too often with me. It's just like usually like, okay, that's cool. 14-bit photo depth or whatever, that's cool. Image and all that stuff is always usually great. It's no big deal with that, for real. Mechanical shutter up to 12 frames per second, 45 megapixels or 760. So that's that new that Sony came out. It's like that super sports mode. That'll be dope. But golly, well then, Canon, I would venture to say that looks pretty freaking amazing. Yeah, USB-C data input shared with the power. Yep. Okay, so you got all that. They stacked it all. Yeah, they stacked it all. Hell, that is a really nice upgrade compared to the R5 that was already doing a really good job. That's freaking dope. Well then, Canon, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, like I said, we looked at it. I don't know if y'all saw, if I switched screens. If I didn't on accident, my bad. But yeah, 8K 60 raw. Like, we looked at the video specs coming on downtown. Holy macro Louise. 12-bit raw, huh? 8K 60 for okay. Yeah. 422 10-bit via HDMI 4K 60, because why not? Like I said, the Canon log and stuff, like, yeah, it's looking really nice. You know, and the price is all right too. That ain't bad. That ain't bad at all. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what to say. It's a nice looking camera. Already, it looks like I said, the grip and all the stuff looks great compared to what it already is. But you asked what I think about it. I think it looks great. Like, it looks really good. I don't know. You'd have to be in the Canon ecosystem for real to see like where you see limitations compared to something else that you might use in the Canon lineup or elsewhere or something like that. But yikes, that's a good update. That's a solid update for real. I don't know what to say. It's not often where I'm like I'll see something come out and I'm like, yeah. So Canon brought the pain with that one. Needless to say, holy macro Louise. That's dope. That's actually really dope. So kudos to Canon for dropping it, bringing it right as we hit the 5-hour mark, a few minutes over. I had a feeling, but I'm like, let me finish my point real quick. But I'm like, all right then. So they did their daggone thing there. And yeah, I hope Sony has something in the cards, stacked in the cards for that. It's going to be very interesting. I still hold true to what I said about Nikon owning RAW, not RAW, Red, that RAW recording. But that is a solid update. I said I need to catch up on the videos because I didn't watch when they dropped it, snuck past me. I heard about it, gonna come out, and I'm like, okay, that'll be within a couple days. Got busy, and I'll try to watch a piece of a video today before the stream, and I'm just like, I'll watch it. But I got up to seeing like the blackout photos, but saying, okay, do you just use full frame or do you dabble with APS-C2? Tell us what cameras you have in your lineup at the moment. Let's keep this as easy, as simple as possible. For the last year, only, I've owned one camera, and that was the ZV-E one. I only, within the last 2 or so months, got this camera to record other stuff of the ZV-E one. That's the only reason why I picked this one up. It's just solely to be a second angle, and because it had like product showcase mode, other stuff that I like compared to anything else. But this is not a keeper for me long term, not anymore. And that's just my personal thing. If I get something else, which I was looking to see what the ZV-E10 Mark II may do, and we will get one of those in the office to, you know, test and create with or whatever for a bit. But if I'm going to record something today, I just want the Sony ZV-E1, and I would take a second one of those. But for the last year, because I wanted to do, it's a video idea I'm working on. It's like, if you only had the one camera and you only got the ZV-E1, how reliable is it? How well does it work for you? You know, what hashtag all the things, you know, concerns with this camera would you run into? And I was gonna put my money where my mouth was. I actually traded in all my APS-C stuff, save a couple things, my Sony 35 f1.8, because I'm like, I'm not spending no money on this. It's gonna be a trade for trade kind of thing, okay? So I traded that all in. That is the only camera that I used over the last year. The only camera. And then I said recently, added this on to do some extra stuff because I needed it. Now, I don't use a bunch of stuff. Before, I had different cameras just because I was adding to the thing, but I only really need 2 cameras. One camera is not enough for me to do some of the stuff I need to. I at least need 2. I don't dabble with APS-C. There's nothing wrong with it, but now when I'm thinking about creative content workflow, I don't want to think about if I use this lens, how much closer is that going to be in APS-C versus full frame? I don't have some kind of full frame flex anxiety issue around using APS-C. I loved APS-C, adored it. It's the best, I think, range of cameras for most people getting into video and will probably stay with video. APS-C is where it's at. They have the best vlogging lenses, the most affordable lens lineup that you're gonna get, and it has the widest adoption across most brands to getting most stuff. But I personally don't bother with it anymore, only in this last year, once I made the switch to the Sony ZV-E1, simply because I don't need a lot. I don't. I try to be as efficient as possible. I will try a lot of stuff. I'm not gonna buy hardly anything because I don't need it. And that's the thing. It's like, and I know it's to some point, like me and my video editor, because he's all into the tech and camera stuff too, we'll be talking about, he's like, you gonna get this, you gonna get them. I'm like, not buying all that stuff, man. It's like, I'm not. It makes no sense for me. Efficiency wise, I only need 2. And even then, the ZV-10 is fine for some stuff, but if I'm gonna use something, I'd rather just use another ZV-E1. A6700 was really freaking cool. So really cool lens, camera, but it's not, like it's not even something wrong with it. It just is a difference when you're creating something or you're doing something and you're ready to swap lenses. And now you have to think, how different is this from full frame to APS-C? And if I take this lens and put it, like, I don't want to think like that. I want to go in knowing how my stuff is. So that's what I'll do. But I don't do a lot. There's no need for it. Again, the least amount of links in the chain, the smoother it is. The more stuff that you buy, the more stuff that you can keep, the less gear you take, the easier it is to create. That's my personal motto. The less gear you have to take, the easier it is for you to create. I'm a very efficiency and systems oriented person that don't require a lot. I don't upgrade a lot. I don't switch stuff a lot. I only get something when I need it or if I want it. ZV-E1 was an efficiency thing because I wanted it, but there's also a need for other stuff and future goals of things to where the camera can be up here and my skill is here. So I have plenty of a ceiling to keep learning, keep being more efficient, become a better storyteller, become even more consistent with content as we bump up how many videos we put out on the channel and a ton of other stuff. I was like, I'd be more than happy and be fine for years with this camera unless I want something else. Bronwyn Hillman, let me know how to pronounce your name correctly if I messed it up. Good to see you. Glad that you're here. Love the smiling face. Then I love Ecamm. Been using it since 2020. I used to use Canon M50. Now I use my phone, the iPad, and laptop. I have not gone live on YouTube yet. Well, here's the thing. Whatever floats your boat or finds your lost remote. For real. Whatever works. Whatever gets the job done. It doesn't matter what you use as long as you like it and it makes your life easier. If you want to live, go live with it. I still probably record more with Ecamm and do more content with Ecamm than I do live streaming these days. Today is an anomaly. Everybody want to do the 5-hour energy live stream? We've done the 5-hour energy live stream. Shoot. But We ain't gonna do it next week. I can tell you that much. But yeah, it's like whatever you need to do it for, that's fine. So I get you. So I got this ZVE one, but I missed the viewfinder for taking photos. Would the A7C Mark II be good for that, or should I get the A7 IV? It depends on what kind of photography stuff you're taking. If you're doing a small, like you just want to stay small and lethal, viewfinder, yeah, because it's easy just to go from doing whatever you're doing and looking at the screen to like, oh shoot, I gotta, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a different thing. Some people get those joints you can put on the back of the screen, and you got a big viewfinder, literally just using the screen, and you put that up to your eye. To each their own. Whatever floats your boat or finds your lost remote. But for that, it just depends. But you will have access to a viewfinder. It doesn't mean it's going to be good. Quality on any of them, they all the same, more or less, for like the A7C Mark II, A7 IV, they all more or less are the same. You can go into a camera store locally and just which one, be aware they will have great lighting, so obviously everything will look slightly sharper or whatever, because you have better lighting, you see more details, stuff like that, plus whatever lens you can put on there. But if you used the viewfinder in like a store or something like that, they all look the same, more or less. It's minor differences. It just is a matter of what do you want. You also have to understand, like coming from the ZVE1, your maybe use case with the A7 II is probably going to be the most compatible in like body design style, maybe the way that you're used to creating, minus some of the creator-centric features that the ZVE1 has uniquely to itself. For now, that's the only one that has it. I think that's just a for now kind of thing. I think the newer cameras coming out will probably have all that stuff, but it'll be probably the closest with the A7C2 body design. Unless you need that second SD card, you want a more photo-esque, if that's important to you, then at that point the A7 IV's body design would be better in a photos type situation. Otherwise, you want to stay kind of ZV1-ish, a little bit of A7 IV, then that's that A7C Mark II kind of setup. Same question. Sony ZV1 with all the ports plus lens over Lumix S9 OpenGate. It's not a port question for me, because ports is not the most important thing for me on that one. It's depending on what's my intended use case with either one of those cameras. Use case always boils down to use case. What is the intended use case? If the intended use case is not content creation, mostly on the go content creation or whatever, then obviously having the ports and hashtag all the things are important. The where these two line up more equally is going to be based on like vlogging, on the go content creation kind of stuff, because it's not that big of a deal. Anything you want, you can just about get it through HDMI, through some aspect or accessory or something. Headphone port, not a big deal to like that vlogging audience. More so for somebody like me, I'm absolutely gonna want it. But if my intent is vlogging, then I don't care about it. You know what I'm saying? Or on the go content creation, I don't care about it as much, because I'm not on the street before I do something plugging in a headphone port. It's more like if I'm doing something like this, or you know, whatever the case is, then at that point I'm doing something else, you know, I gotta check, you know, then I would care. And the odd times I'm using my camera for something else, right? That's more important. But the raw capabilities, I don't think, like raw video or whatever, is not something that a vlogger per se, the intended vlogger, is going to use that often. They wouldn't care. It's there, and they may learn to use it later, but it's got to be like one of those things where it's like, meh, it's nice to have it, but they ain't gonna do nothing with it, you know? So for me, I'm still very happy with the ZVE1 personally. It's just my personal preference. It is the right camera for me for right now, and that's been the last year. I can't see, even like when the A7, okay, R5, Canon R5 II came out today or yesterday or something. Okay, so if Sony makes something equally bee's knees, Hall of Fame, and amazing, I'm not getting that camera. I'll try it. It'll be amazing. It'll be dope. But I know personally, I'm not going to buy it. For what? I'm still super happy with the ZVE1. It'll probably be, for me, another ZVE1 Mark II. But a Lumix S9 versus ZVE1, for my kind of thought process and use case as a creator, I'm going to go ports in the ZVE1 all day long. General creator content type aspect, yeah. You're a speaker, you're recording your talks, you need to check your audio. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Recording limits, easy no. Absolutely easy no. Podcasting, internal recording kind of a stuff, easy no. So it is a certain kind of creator that's going to buy the Lumix S9. And you will see adapters like we talked about, that Atomos, was it like the Ninja 5 or something like that can record internally and stuff. It's a certain kind of creator that would add on something even more expensive, because now you're getting as much as whatever camera you would have bought. Just give it to me all in the camera as much as possible. So it's easy. Scottish Geek Guy saying howdy, folks. Well, howdy, Scottish Geek Guy. Good to see you. Glad that you're here. And we are down to the wire. Jay Byron, 6.5 hours strong. I'm saying, gosh, what is the problem today? Saying buying back time is absolutely something I used to totally not think about, both in my freelance and your day job here on YouTube, but it's definitely something to look at. 100%. Saying, has anyone ever told you you have a chill librarian vibe? I've been told I have a chill vibe. Not particularly a chill librarian vibe, but I will accept that since I pretty much am building a whole library in this office. I'm looking like, what could I do with this wall space? A good shelf would go there. Saying 5 hours down. That's what I'm saying. GH6 user here saying great camera apart from the autofocus. Agreed. GH6, GH5 even. Goated cameras. Only thing is that, like I said, the autofocus, but Panasonic in that regard, long ahead of the game. Saying the S5 Mark II is also great. Used it a few times, but I still love the Micro Four Thirds form factor, lenses, and sensor. And the IBIS on the GH6 is the GOAT. I don't think anybody has done, even Olympus can't really tout that. I don't think anybody has taken Micro Four Thirds to the level to where it earned real respect and stuff like that, and like was a viable, like people switch people's minds of, oh, this is a great travel camera type sensor size, to no, I'm using this for my business and I make a crap ton of money using Micro Four Thirds and it fits my needs in an amazing way, other than Panasonic. I don't think any other brand that made Micro Four Thirds sensor size cameras did that without like the help of Panasonic making it more appealing. So like Panasonic goes down in history for that, in my opinion, of among many other things. And the GH5 still to this day is doing what some newer cameras they've been doing it for a long time, that are just now starting to do. Panasonic been doing it for a long time. They just need to get that autofocus together. Primal Video in the building. Justin Brown and team, what is good going on? Saying great catching you live. It's been a day of days. We've been here for 5 hours. That apparently, according to the chat in the community, wanted to keep going, so here we are. Said I'm still using the GH5. Case in point, GH5 is goated. Said damn 5 hours. Welcome to the 5 hour energy live stream. I had zero intentions. Thinking an hour, maybe 2. Next thing I know, it's 3 hours, then 4 hours. And I said, I'll answer all the questions in the chat. And so they just been, okay, if anybody's ever been scammed, today is my day. Okay, I just got scammed in the chat of like, just keep answering them. And here we are, 5 hours later. Some weird reason, but I am at the bottom. I am at the bottom of the stream, and I'm gonna hurry this. I said this before. It didn't happen. I got played. Saying love this, gotta go. And saying, yes, you said my name right. Cheers. Okay, awesome. Well, good to see you. Glad that you're here. Well, welcome to the stream and have a wonderful weekend. Glad that you showed up. It's Camera Junkie. Man, I'm finna salute it off myself. God, please. And last question. Saying, what would you say is the most essential mandatory even gear that you use that I would need for content and video creation that I shouldn't skip out on. A good SSD drive. Solid. I like the Samsung T5. They even got the T7s or whatever. A good SSD drive. And coupled with that, a good SD card. Because if you can't record what you need to record, how you need to record it on the camera with the SD card, if you can't save effectively, work with that file to actually put the content out, nothing else moves. I could say lights, I could say audio. All of those things is some level of deal withable involved with it. Audio is fine outside. Nobody's really judging audio outside. Lighting with the window lighting, people have done that just fine. Those are things that are staples. I believe you should have those already, but those are things that you can do with it. In a good room, in a good scenario, hell, even in the car, audio can be dealt with. But that would be my next up on that. If we're talking like essential, like say mandatory stuff, it's definitely going to be audio above that. Workflow content wise though, you definitely are going to look at your SD card and your SSD. But bare bones basic, that's that Alvis hierarchy of investments that I talk about in my book, which I never held up once all day today. And I feel no qualms about holding up today with my what's the name in here. So this is my book, The One Right Video, over on the Zon. And I talk about the Alvis hierarchy of investments. And what that is, it's an acronym, ALVAS. And that gives you the order of importance, honestly. If you already got all the other stuff, which is why I skipped it based on, I think the comment that you had earlier, you already had those other points. But the most important thing is going to be audio, lighting, video. That's where your camera stuff comes in. Most people jump ahead and get a camera first, don't have audio or lighting squared away. No, because you can use your phone. Audio, lighting, video, accessories, and then your software. That's the order that you should buy, whether that's updating or whatever. Update anything, do the audio. Update anything, do the lighting. Those things are great. Don't need to change them anymore. Great. Now you can move on to a camera. Then you have your, like I said, ALVAS. So your accessories that are the stuff like your SD cards, SSDs, or whatever. And then software is going to be stuff like Ecamm. It's going to be stuff like Crisp.ai and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's where you go with that. All right, Doc Rock saying 5-hour energy stream. Let's go. Hey man, we definitely not doing 6 or more than that. And then Alan with the star, and we right on the money. Y'all been amazing today. We did a 5-hour energy live stream, even though I fought you tooth and nail every single way. But I appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate you joining the stream, whether you watched it live and you stayed the whole time, you came back, left, whatever, flipped it, whatever you need to do. I appreciate you being here. And if you watch it on the replay, thanks for being here. I just want to leave it. I'll see y'all next week or somewhere else on the channel. Peace and hair grease.